It rains all the time. On the sea, the ship shakes more and more.
Hey, do you know what you're talking about?
After hearing that the head of the Fanado clan asked Uzumaki Boruto to kill his brothers and sisters, the expressions of Uzumaki Ina and Uzumaki Tiando suddenly darkened. Brother, these people are crazy. I don't think you can make sense with them. I'll just kill them and forget it, big brother. Tiando communicated with Boruto and Ina through telepathy. That's right. What's the point with these pirates? If they really want to live a good life, they won't always snatch passing ships. I still lick my face and say that Kirigakure has a grudge against them, and we have a grudge against them. Uzumaki Ina seems to be less patient than Tiando. A face full of disgust. Let's live a peaceful life, but I have to get sick and make trouble. However, Uzumaki Boruto shook his head, stopping Tiando and Ina from continuing. At this time, Uzumaki Boruto's brain is spinning rapidly. He wants to tell AFA in front of him that if the Fudo family can really contribute to this continent in the future, contribute to the people of the Vortex country. When the contribution reaches a certain level, if they want to resurrect their loved ones, Boruto has no way to persuade his father Uzumaki Naruto to give them this kind of reward. But if you move out of Uzumaki Naruto now, wouldn't it just be a deal? Although Uzumaki Boruto knows that apart from the most sincere emotions between people, the most reliable transaction is to achieve benefits. However, if he proposes such a condition to FA to erase the hatred in their hearts, everything will depend on Uzumaki Naruto, but there is nothing he can do. Thought for a while, Uzumaki Boruto dismissed the idea. He decided to use his own ability to try to awaken Afa's previous ideal, so that the two sides can return to peace. It is absolutely impossible for me to do anything to my brothers and sisters, Uzumaki Boruto said with a determined face. I understand the resentment in your heart. If you can, vent all your grievances on me. If you want to kill or fight, it's up to you. I won't fight back. AFA. I hope that after the end, you can go back to the AFA who wanted to build a big ship of his own, to travel with the tribe for transportation. As soon as Uzumaki Boruto finished speaking, Ina and Tiandu's expressions became even more embarrassing. Brother. What are you talking about? You are. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, the voices of the two were suppressed by Huanghai's merciless ridicule. It's really interesting. I didn't expect Uzumaki Boruto, the heir of Uzumaki, to say such a thing. Of course, the resentment in our hearts is something you can't move behind your back. Even if you kill you, it will not be able to eliminate our hatred for Kirigakure and you and others. However, our Fanado clan doesn't mind beating you up like a sandbag, so it's a little bit of interest back. Silent. Ha ha ha. Arami's voice made the Fanado clan on the boat laugh unscrupulously. What a worthless guy. Yes. People on land are crazy about Uzumaki Naruto to ultimate, who would have thought that his eldest son is so unbearable. HMPH. Let's stop talking nonsense, I'll give him 2 punches first. The Fanado clan on board was extremely excited. They didn't expect that Uzumaki Boruto would make such a request to make a deal with them and hope that they would stop the atrocities. The disparity between the two identities makes the Fanado clan members feel great satisfaction. However, someone just wanted to step towards the whirlpool Boruto. Suddenly a thunderous sound that resounded through the sky and the earth exploded from above them. On the surface of the sea, even the phantom of thunder and lightning flashed across the sea. Presumptuous. Don't you know who you are talking to? Then, it fell from the sky with the sound of shouting. In an instant, the people of the Fanado clan stood still in fright, and they all looked up into the sky, only to find that under the thundercloud, a beautiful figure stood impressively in the thunderlight, and Zheng Huan naturally stared at everyone on board. Elu. Why is she here? Uzumaki Boruto froze in place. Third sister who is obsessed with spiritual practice also ran out. Boruto can't help feeling a bad premonition. Uzumaki Ina and Uzumaki Tento immediately shrank back. I have already begun to mourn for the Fanado family in my heart. As for their third sister, the two of them are very clear about her temper.
Be more impulsive than other brothers and sisters.
Especially when it comes to the issue of family reputation, there is almost no room for negotiation. A mere pirate dares to mock His Royal Highness Uzumaki Boruto of the Uzumaki Kingdom. I want to give His Highness 2 punches even more shamelessly. Don't you know the identity of Uzumaki Boruto? He is the heir to the Uzumaki Empire. You are really a bunch of rude guys. The indifferent voice mixed with chakra pierces the thunderstorm. The Phi, Huang Hai and other members of the Fanado clan stared blankly at the sky. This guy. Who is it? As for Ai Lu, who is flying in the air, the people of the Fanado clan do not know her identity. Similarly, for the flying ability, they think it is the light and heavy technique in their hearts. It's a pity that it was in the gap between them blinking. Uzumaki Ailu in the sky has long since disappeared. Then, 3 phantoms passed through FA and rushed towards the deck behind him. The next second, the sound of screams suddenly sounded. What's going on? Everyone. AFA suddenly looked back, only to find that his father, Huang Hai, had already fallen to the ground. The sword wound on his body is constantly bleeding out. Surprised. AFA looked around, but didn't find a standing Fanado clan. Uzumaki Boruto, AFA, who was in fear, suddenly turned around again, wanting to question Boruto in front of him. However, a red light flashed past his eyes. A head of red hair dazzles past forehead. Following that, AFA felt a chill on his neck. The whole body lies back. Nani? The audience in Beiming World was stunned. They still remembered what Jin said before. When Uzumaki Ailu killed the Fudo clan, he didn't use the power of the pupil technique. Instead, he slashed with a knife in his hand. However, who would have imagined that her so-called slashing with a knife only happened within a few seconds? Even if Rinnegan is not activated, Sui Lei Ailu's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of strength. This scene was really shocking and took a breath of cold air. Uchiha Madara. 3 phantoms, are they shadow clone? Azuki Shion. 3 Moon Dancer. If Ailu inherited the swordsmanship from me, the 3 days Moon Dancer uses 2 shadow clones plus the main body. The main figure simultaneously attacks the target's swordsmanship. Yamanaka Ino. But why do I see so many shadow clone? Tsunade. When Ailu came down from the sky, there were indeed 3 phantoms, and immediately after that, 3 phantoms came out from the original 3 phantoms and killed the other boats of the Fanado clan. Haruno Sakura. So this move is an improved sword technique based on Dance of the Crescent Moon? Senju Tobarama. This can't be considered an improvement. Dance of the 3 Suns in the Moon just creates 2 shadow clones. If chakra is enough, there can be thousands of shadow clones, just like Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. It's so fast, just a few afterimages passed by, and it killed more than 700 people of the Funado clan in a very short time. Uzumaki Naruto. As expected of Kuromaki's daughter. Black Zetsu. She can kill a Sutsuki or a Shiki with 1 sword, so what's the fuss about killing a few garbage? Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu is right, but there are only 700 people. Hitaki Kakashi. Please, she hacked to death these people forcefully, really with pure swordsmanship. Namikaze Minato. Since this is the case, the name of this sword technique should not be called the Dance of the 3 Suns in the Moon. I think it is better to call it the 3 Styles of the Crimson Flash Rondo Moon Dance. Uzumaki Kushina. But Elu really cares too much about the reputation of the Uzumaki clan. She doesn't allow anyone to tarnish the Uzumaki clan. Terumi Mei. Yeah, and the proposal was made by Boruto, and the people who died were from the Fanado clan. Fa. Uzumaki Boruto looks at Afel lying in a pool of blood. There is a look of regret on his face. Uzumaki Ina and Uzumaki Tento even looked at each other. The 2 siblings immediately burst into joy. What a bunch of guys deserve it. Yes. Brother Boruto has a good heart and fell ill, and the Fudo family also fell ill. The situation is different. Ina and Tiando communicated a few words in private, not forgetting to secretly give Uzumaki Ailu a thumbs up. As expected of the 3rd sister, this temper tantrum. With who? Tsunade. If you want to talk about impulsiveness, I can only say that L has a bad temper. Jiraiya. Hihi, this temper is exactly like her grandma's. Uzumaki Kushina. Am I grumpy? Terumi Mei. Maybe she is naturally dull and has a bad temper, just follow her grandma, no wonder she has red hair. Ailu. Why are you here? Although I feel sorry for the extermination of the Fanado clan, Uzumaki Boruto has no intention of blaming L. Blame your own family members with things about outsiders, this is not part of their Uzumaki clan's family motto. However, at this moment, Uzumaki Ailu became stiff after hearing Boruto's voice. That. Ha ha ha. Mother Hinata asked me to come. She is afraid that you are in danger, so I will help you through it. I didn't expect it, I encountered this kind of thing. Uzumaki Ailu naturally knows the ins and outs of the matter. As soon as she arrived at the scene, she heard that Boruto wanted to carry the hatred of the Fanado clan alone. It's just that she can't let the Fanado clan be arrogant. You actually want to hurt the heir of the Vortex Empire? You're courting death. Uzumaki Boruto is not just theirs big brother as the true future of the Vortex Empire. Sorry, brother. When I heard that they wanted to hurt you just now, I was so angry that I... Forehead Uzumaki hesitated for a long time, his eyes widened, but he couldn't say a word. In the end, he pretended to be stupid, and kept his eyes away from Uzumaki Boruto. It seems to be telling Boruto that everyone is dead, even if you blame me, I can't help it. However, I heard Ailu mention her mother. Uzumaki Boruto froze in place at the same time. You mean mother knows that we have encountered this kind of thing? What's so strange about this? Uzumaki Tiando walked forward and patted Boruto's shoulder lightly. Brother, don't forget. What can we do from childhood to adulthood? Keep it from all mothers and adults. I remember very clearly, when you brought me, Shin and Pinju, the four of us were playing with the chuck cannon. It almost caused a catastrophe, but fortunately there were no casualties. Even if Master Crimson Scorpion from the City Defense Department arrived in person, Master Orochimaru from the Science and Technology Department took all the responsibility on himself. I thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect. As soon as we arrived at the door, we were blocked by our mother. If it weren't for Grandma's distress, the four of us wouldn't even have dinner. Yes. Uzumaki Boruto hurriedly responded. How could I forget? Our mothers and adults are all omniscient and omnipotent. Our affairs will never be hidden from them. Done. Thinking of Hinata who rolled his eyes. Uzumaki Boruto is frightened all over. Before, he didn't realize that his actions might affect the reputation of the Whirlpool clan. He is just adhering to the development of the country for the villagers and wants to win over Fanado. But after being shouted at by Elu, he realized the importance of his identity. The heir of the Vortex Empire, this is not an ordinary person, what his words and deeds represent is not an individual. If I was really beaten and kicked by the Fanado clan, wouldn't I be discrediting the Uzumaki clan who are the royal family? Fortunately, Ailu arrived in time, otherwise. Thinking for a few seconds, Uzumaki Boruto hastily coughed a few times. Cough, Ailu. Your swordsmanship has improved again, I'm still thinking about how to deal with the Fanado clan. Who would have thought that you would cut them all down in 2 or 3 hits? Heavenly dough. You also think of a way to disperse the dark clouds on the sea. Yamanaka Ino. Ha ha ha. The children of the Koronaru family really made me laugh, they are really simple in thinking about certain things. Haruno Sakura. Do we have this omniscience? Tamari. Not at all. Even if I knew it, I observed it through Koronaru's telescope technique. Jiraiya. In other words, in fact, their every move when they were children was carried out under the dark observation of Kuromaki. Tsunade. It's not about every move, it should be when they leave home to play, Koronaru will use the telescope technique. Terumi Mei. Hey. I didn't expect that such an arrogant person as Hymen would also worry about his children going out in danger, even if he knew in his heart that such danger was almost impossible to exist. Uchiha Fugaku. It's really enviable. The children of Kuromari are not only capable, but also filial and sensible. Uchiha Makoto. It's so cute, they are all 12 years old, and they still think that their mothers and adults are omniscient. With a huge explosion in the sky. When the wind is raging, the dark clouds all recede. The originally rough sea has also calmed down. The news about the Fanado clan being annihilated quickly spread from Kirigakure. And with the Kirigakure newspaper's passionate propaganda, in less than 2 days, the entire continent became aware of the terrifying power of the Uzumaki clan. The future of the empire is finally revealed to Kamui. Easily annihilate the Fanado clan who ruled the roost from the sea. It even threw a super large Rasengan that no one had seen before into the sky, and the hurricane generated by the explosion instantly changed the rainy weather. On the train. At the same time as Boruto, Everyone surrounded Uzumaki Boruto and other brothers and sisters with twinkling eyes. Since the end of the Fanado clan, their state has been maintained for a long, long time. In the ninja school, they only knew that the Uzumaki family was noble, they were members of the royal family. However, who would have thought that during this study trip, they would actually be able to truly see the history of the Uzumaki clan? Since even the third and fifth children have such terrifying strength, the boss Boruto and the famous actor Nanjin must be stronger. The other brothers and sisters are absolutely equally terrifying. Kirigakure's newspaper office is a newspaper office that can achieve great things. Uzumaki Nanjin put down the newspaper in his hand, and every move made the surrounding classmates immersed in happiness. Nanjin. What do you say? Uzumaki Boruto said suspiciously. The school trip is over. Uzumaki later took Terumi Mei to leave directly using Wangchen Biliangban. However, Boruto and others chose to ride Lei Jun with their classmates at the same time to go to the imperial capital of the country of Vortex. Then rushed to Konoha village to accept graduation. From now on, their contemporaries are the so-called real ninjas. And with the graduation of this batch of ninja students, the next batch of ninja students will naturally join the court shortly thereafter. However, there is a special day between the two. That is the annual Nin exam at Konoha village. Ita just that for Boruto and the others, there is no so-called assessment right. According to Naruto's original intention, the reason why their brothers and sisters are allowed to go to school is just to let them learn some humanistic thoughts and ways of being a human being, not the so-called strength. The entire newspaper's homepage is a close-up of brother Boruto. It can be seen that Kirigakure's newspaper office is still very smart and knows who is the central figure. Uzumaki Yansumeyer laughed. However, Uzumaki Boruto showed a wry smile. Why? I always feel that if my father and mother know about my behavior at that time, I will definitely be dissatisfied. And the one who wiped out Fanado is Elu, and the one who uses Rasengan to generate a hurricane to blow away the dark clouds is Tendo. Hey. Brother, you don't mean much by saying that. Uzumaki Tiando was wearing sunglasses, so coolly he put his legs on the table. It's not like you can't do such a small thing. Boruto raised his head and leaned on the back of the seat. My father let us go to school and participate in school trips, not because of the pursuit of strength. It's more about ideological progress. Boruto sighed. In short, you have to learn a lot of more special things. Forget it. Let's forget about it. However, if the parents don't ask about the matter of the Fanado clan this time, let's not be too specific. The brothers and sisters stared blankly at each other when they heard the sound. Then they all laughed. It seems that my elder brother Uzumaki Boruto is still brooding about his neglect of identity. Sure enough, it is not that easy to be an heir. Of course, people with the blood of the Uzumaki clan on their bodies cannot be as casual as ordinary people in a sense. The other side. Gwangan Palace. Asutsuki Kaguya, who was drinking afternoon tea, suddenly trembled. Soon, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What are you doing? Kaguya continued to drink the tea in his hand, without looking up. I need your help with something. Hey! I really am the sun coming out from the west, the ruler of Yinlu, Uzumaki Naruto. What else can I help with? Kaguya smiled jokingly. Put down your hands and look at Uzumaki Naruto playfully. Alright. This is a very important matter. Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, and put the box in his hand in front of Asutsuki Kaguya. This is an antique that the construction team accidentally dug up when they were digging the river channel yesterday. I researched it for a long time, but failed to activate it. So I ask you to come and have a look. Asutsuki Kaguya was at a loss after hearing this. Antique dug up by the construction team. What is there to study? Have you become enlightened recently? I started to study antiques in my spare time. Why don't I go to the gravity space to practice? Asutsuki Kaguya smiled and opened the box on the table. But when she saw clearly the items stored in the box, her originally stretched delicate face suddenly wrinkled a few times. This is you. Asutsuki Kaguya raised his head in panic. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became serious. Uzumaki Naruto. You found me with this kind of thing. Presumably you should know something? Especially thinking of Naruto's words. Asutsuki Kaguya feels more and more wrong. It's just a stone turtle, you actually want to try to open it. You. Until this time, Uzumaki Naruto had nothing to hide. I have seen this treasure before. It seems to have the ability to travel through time and space. Where did you see it? Kaguya asked abruptly. 16 years ago. 16 years ago. Black Zetsu also felt strange. It looks curiously at the stone turtle in Kaguya's hand, wondering why a Sutsuki Kaguya has such a serious expression. Plus the dialogue between the two. Black Zetsu smelled something ominous. 16 years ago, wasn't that the time when you planned everything? Yeah. Naruto nodded undeniably. But at that time, Black Zetsu, you overlooked a very important piece of information. After the Fourth Ninja World War, the period of surrender in Konoha village in each country city. I met a Sutsuki Urashiki at Konoha village. A Sutsuki Ura style. Black Zetsu and a Sutsuki Kaguya shuddered suddenly. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto mentioned a Sutsuki Ura style to them. This kid turned out to have met the other party when he was 16 years old. That is to say, when you met me, you have already seen the incoming Poo style general? This is really a very important piece of information. If I knew that you had solved Pushi at that time, it would be impossible for me to meet you. Black Zetsu said in a strong and unreasonable way. However, Uzumaki Naruto ignored him. Just seeking truth from facts. If you don't meet me, how can you still have a good life now? Oh. That's right. No. Black Zetsu repeated, unconvinced. Don't look at my mother and I have been living in the Gwangan Palace, we are only thinking about restoration. So. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly changed his subject. Black Zetsu misfired on the spot. Don't take it seriously, I'm just kidding, I really like my life now. Okay. Stop talking. A Sutsuki Kaguya scolded Black Zetsu, and asked Naruto seriously, Naruto, what do you mean? Did you really meet a Sutsuki Urashiki 16 years ago? Facing Kaguya's question, Uzumaki Naruto fully revealed what happened at the beginning without concealing it. Black Zetsu and a Sutsuki Kaguya were dumbfounded after hearing this. Hey. Don't tease me, you mean. Kaguya can't believe what Uzumaki Naruto said. However, judging from the performance of the other party, it doesn't look like he is lying, and there is no need for him to come here to lie to himself. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto did mention a Sutsuki Urashi the first time he met Kaguya. Ailu kills a Sutsuki Urashi with one sword? Your third child is actually so scary? Black Zetsu is also stupid. Just thinking of Uzumaki Ailu's hard work, the corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. As a child of Uzumaki Naruto and working so hard, Uzumaki Eiru's brain is definitely short-circuited. She and Jin were holding a treasure that was exactly the same as this turtle. It's just that this treasure is a stone, which makes me feel puzzled. No wonder you said you couldn't start it. It turns out that you have seen the plow after it has been started. Although it is shocking, but for Kaguya, it's not that she doesn't understand time travel. After all, as a member of the Sutsuki family, plow itself has such a face. It's really weird, when will something like this appear in the ninja world? Could it be that a Sutsuki accidentally left it behind? Kaguya is suspicious. By the way, chakra was injected into the plow. Accompanied by a bright white light, the original stone turtle seemed to have life. The appearance of the stone faded away, and the plow seemed to come to life. This thing is a treasure unique to our Sutsuki clan. Only our pure-blooded Sutsuki Kaguya's chakra can reactivate a plow that has no chakra left. It's okay now, but be careful, after reactivating the plow, as long as enough chakra is injected, anyone can activate its time-traveling function. Kaguya returns the plow to Uzumaki Naruto. But at the same time, her face became extremely ugly. Uzumaki Naruto, as you say. Isn't a Sutsuki Urashi about to come to the ninja world? Did the Sutsuki clan invade? Calculated according to the timeline. A Sutsuki Momoshiki and others would invade the ninja world when Uzumaki Naruto was 32 years old. Due to the different behavior choices of the two Uzumaki Naruto, Black Naruto and White Naruto, the worlds of the two have undergone earth-shaking changes. However, how Uzumaki Black Naruto is tossing only affects the development and change of the ninja world. For a Sutsuki Momoshiki and others who are far away in the universe, there is no substantial impact. Uchiha Madara. Although the current Uzumaki Black Naruto looks the same as when he was 16, he is indeed 32 years old. Senju Tobirama. Looks like a Sutsuki Momoshiki is coming to Ninja World soon. Yamanaka Ino. Just now, on the way back from Boruto and others, it seems that the Nin exam of Hyeming World will be held after a while. Do you think it will? Haruno Sakura. But Uzumaki Boruto and others do not take the Nin exam, and even if the Nin exam is held, it seems that they are not the students who have just graduated from the ninja world. The participants should be their previous ninja. Hyuga Neji. It doesn't matter, since Black Naruto is 32 years old, then a Sutsuki Momoshiki and others should appear in the ninja world this year, and there are also a Sutsuki Ichishiki in the shell organization hiding in the dark, will be exposed to the eyes of everyone this year. A. Nagato. If you want to say that Momoji will come, I still believe it, but if you say shell tissue, forget it. Conan. That's right. The birthplace of shell tissue is the abandoned Rain Shinobi village. I believe that in that world, Rain Shinobi village must not be the birthplace of shell tissue. Deidara. What the hell is the shell organization, with Hemming's ability to detect the ninja world in all directions, and the ninja's defense system? How does the shell organization develop? Kakuzu. This is very reasonable, but we have to be on guard. After all, shell organization also walked in the dark at first, and even held meetings in a specially open different space during meetings. Hemming may not be able to successfully capture their existence. Intelligence. A Sutsuki Kaguya. I feel strange now. Since I am worshipped by the whole ninja world, my reputation should have already spread to Ichishiki's ears. That guy hasn't looked for me for more than 10 years? Black Zetsu. My lord, a Sutsuki used Sichuan's body in the first style. He can't show his true strength, so he dare not come to you. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Since Ichishi doesn't even have the courage to find me, what kind of courage does he use to create the so-called shell tissue to fight against Uzumaki Black Ming? Isn't this kind of behavior more like courting death than looking for me? Jiraiya. Perhaps Ichishiki is waiting for an opportunity, such as fully utilizing Chuanju's body resurrection. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you may have forgotten that the process of a Sutsuki acquiring Kawaki was bought from Kawaki's father. This kind of thing must be impossible under the rule of Naruto-kun's Uzumaki Empire. Coupled with Naruto-kun's super high requirements for ninjas, even if Kawaki is taken away by force, it is impossible for Naruto-kun to hide the disappearance of people in the local area. Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru, do you mean that a Sutsuki Ichishiki is hiding in a corner somewhere waiting for Sichuan's body to collapse, waiting to die? I don't think he can be this kind of person waiting to die. A Sutsuki Kaguya. A Ichishiki-s forcibly taking Kawaki may not happen. The ninja world is so big that it's impossible to report everything to Uzumaki Kuromaki. It's just a missing boy case. Even if Ichishiki does not use illusion to control the opponent's father, with any means, Chuanmu can be taken away without disturbing Hemming. Onogi. Well, I think Kaguya-sama is right, but... A Sutsuki Kaguya. I know what you want to say. It must be that even if a Sutsuki Yishi really came out, he would just be beaten by Hyeming Fatty and lose his life in vain. Terumi Mei. Fourth Raikage. Black Zetsu. Yes, thinking about it this way, a Sutsuki Ichishiki probably knew that he was no match for Uzumaki Black Ming, so he secretly hid somewhere in the ninja world and survived for 4. Recently, a Sutsuki Kaguya has not been as laid back as usual. Uzumaki Naruto has seen a Sutsuki Urashi's things make her worried. The one who should come will always come, but I didn't expect the other party to come to the ninja world during this period. Mother. Early in the morning, Black Zetsu, who came to pay his respects, found Kaguya sitting in the back garden frowning. He hurried forward and said, "My lord, what made you feel bad? Are you thinking about the invasion of the Sutsuki clan?" Kaguya didn't respond directly, but nodded subconsciously. Mother. Black Zetsu just wanted to say that since Uzumaki Naruto said that Uzumaki was killed by Uzumaki Ailu in a timeline that traveled through the past, then there is nothing to be afraid of. However, Black Zetsu, who is extremely clever, doesn't want to make the Uzumaki family lose Kaguya's prestige. Ask instead. Mother, are you worried about Uzumaki Naruto bragging? I think so. Even if Uzumaki Ailu has been practicing hard, as a child of Uzumaki Naruto, she may be superior to ordinary people. But in the face of Arashiki, I don't think L can be as powerful as Naruto said. But since Uzumaki Naruto knows about the use and existence of plows, it should be true that he has seen Urashiki. Maybe at that time, he and Uzumaki Ailu joined forces to eliminate Urashiki. Black Zetsu smiled, and continued, "But my lord, I don't think we need to worry about the invasion of Urashiki Momoshiki and others. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is the apparent ruler of this continent. If something happens, he must be there. We just need to stand back and enjoy the results." Atsutsuki Kaguya looked at Black Zetsu strangely after hearing the words, "Black Zetsu, don't say such nonsense. Don't let that kid think that our will be restored and compete with him for the dominance of this world." Kaguya gives Black Zetsu a blank look. "I'm not worried about their arrival." What Uzumaki Naruto said back then was not wrong. White Zetsu's strength and fighting level are much lower than their ninjas, not to mention that the level of ninjas on the mainland is even higher than before. To deal with the invasion of Atsutsuki, the White Zetsu Legion is indeed not as effective as the ninja. And with Uzumaki Naruto's current level, I believe it is impossible for Philippe to be his counterpart. The only thing that worries me is... Speaking of which, Black Zetsu was surprised by Atsutsuki Kaguya's worried appearance. Quickly asked, "My lord, what are you worried about?" "I am worried about the so-called wedge of the Atsutsuki clan. If they successfully occupy Uzumaki Naruto's body, that is the greatest danger." Hearing this, Hyluo trembled all over. It's completely gone from the look of wanting to restore it just now. They still have such abilities. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Atsutsuki Momoshira has the ability to invade other people's bodies. If Uzumaki Naruto's body is forcibly occupied by them, wouldn't they inherit Uzumaki Naruto's strength? At that time, who can control this group of intruders? Mother, can that wedge be used immediately after occupying the body? Black Zetsu asked hastily. Fortunately, Atsutsuki Kaguya shook his head and told Black Zetsu about the specific situation of Wei. It turns out that it takes time to thaw. Moreover, if the person whose body is occupied dies, Yin Tungmu will also die completely. My lord, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Black Zetsu laughed. Don't forget that Uzumaki Naruto has a special secret technique that can jump repeatedly between life and death. Whether it is Dao style or Pu style, whoever invades his body will be in bad luck. To be on the safe side, you should talk to him about it. Kaguya waved his hand, motioning for Black Zetsu to say hello to Naruto. However, Black Zetsu showed embarrassment. Mother, the current Uzumaki Naruto is watching the Nin exam in Konoha village. I suddenly appeared in front of so many ninjas, it seems strange. Black Zetsu doesn't want to show up in front of other ninjas. And based on past experience, the ninjas who accompanied Uzumaki Naruto to watch the Nin exam were all people who had something to do with him. It can be said that they are the royal relatives of this world. Like what Gaara, Kankuro, Hyuga Neji, and his so-called good brother, Konoha Village 8 Dame Hokage Uchiha Sasuke. The last one has to be the shadows of each village. Every time he sees the other party's slightly arrogant face, Black Zetsu gets angry. One by one, they are dragged to death by Uzumaki Naruto. It is true that one person has achieved Taoism and ascended to heaven. However, before Black Zetsu could refuse Atsutsuki Kaguya, Kaguya's complexion suddenly changed. A few drops of cold sweat are left unconsciously. Mother. Black Zetsu was also horrified. What's wrong with you? This chakra is not good. They have come to the ninja world. Senju Hashirama. Could it be Atsutsuki Momo style and they came to ninja world? Uchiha Madara. It should be. It can be seen from Atsutsuki Kaguya's expression and language that she is very familiar with this sudden chakra. Senju Tobarama. However, Kaguya is too nervous to deal with the mere Atsutsuki Peach style Gold style. If Kurenai is happy, he can solve it with a wave of his hand. Jiraiya. Maybe Kaguya has always been worried about Momoshiki and Urashiki, so it is inevitable that he will be worried when facing each other's arrival. Onoki. This should be the so-called suppression, even though it is clear that Kuromaki's strength is far superior to Momoshiki and others, but Kaguya is still not fully sure. Terumi Mei. Hey. I didn't expect someone as strong as Atsutsuki Kaguya to have such a mentality. Fourth Raikage. It's nothing, it's all just a false alarm. Even if Momoshiki leaves a wedge for Himing, he can't escape the time regression of Himing. A Sutsuki Kaguya. What you think is alright. Uzumaki Black Ming kills himself with the help of time regression to ensure the complete demise of the Momoji. But have you ever thought that my worry is not unreasonable? The dissolution of the wedge requires effectiveness. If Uzumaki Heimaki didn't give himself back time in advance due to carelessness when he was fighting Momoshiki, the situation would be different. Namikaze Minato. Are you worried about the child's carelessness, after being engraved with a wedge in the peach pose, and then performing time regression, resurrecting after death, and resurrecting the peach pose in the body together? Uchiha Madara. That's right. No one can guarantee the situation of Koronaru's resurrection in the back wedge and the peach pose. Since they are all part of Koronaru's body, maybe they can really be resurrected. Then things are indeed troublesome. Konoha Village. At the venue of the Nin exam, there are huge crowds of people at this time. On the high platform, Uzumaki Naruto sits in the middle. Besides are sitting Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Kankuro, Hyuga Neji and others in turn. The following is the last round of the third round of the Nin exam. 3-party battle. The opponents are Shinki, Uchiha, and Hyuga Haruki. In the center of the venue, Ji Luik, who is surrounded by referees, waved his hand. Shinki surrounded by Black Iron Sand, Uchiha Sarana who owns 3 Tomo Sharingan, and Hyuga Haruki from the Hyuga clan. The 3 came to the battlefield from 3 directions. I didn't expect Shinshi to be able to reach the final, Gaara said with a little pride. I remember that iron sand is also a form of magnet style, right? Hyuga Neji laughed and said, Shinshi is really a good kid. Well, that's natural, after all, he is Gaara's godson. Kankuro laughed. He wants to work hard to improve, and then he can take on the position of Sanagakure Kage. But I heard that Uchiha Sarana is equally good. Possess the ninjutsu of thunder and fire, plus a magic flute that can make people fall into deep illusions. Magic dance music. Plus Sharingan. Although Haruki and Shinki are very powerful, I think that Sarana, who has 3 Tomo Sharingan and many means, will have a greater chance of winning. Magic flute. Magic dance. A large number of question marks appeared in the minds of the audience of Beiming World. This illusion seems to have been heard of somewhere, but the impression is not very deep. Orochimaru. Magic flute, phantasm. Isn't that to Yuya's ninjutsu? Nara Shikamaru. Yes, it is the illusion of Yuya, the 4 members of Yinyan village, and I have suffered from her. Yamanaka Ino. Wait a minute. It's to Yuya's illusion, why would Uchiha use it? Haruno Sakura. Tsunade, PFF'd. Do you think Uchiha Sasuke will marry Yuya in the world of Koronaru? I remember Koronaru had a good impression of her, and even arranged for her to pretend to be the princess of Tsukishima, so that Orochimaru and others would marry her. Fusho ruled the richest place in the ninja world, Mikazuki Island. Uchiha Fugaku. This. Doesn't it mean that Uchiha in the world of Black Naruto is not short of money? Uchiha Madara. What is there to be proud of? Even if Sasuke and Yuya are the daughters of Sasuke and Yuya has mediocre qualifications. Hey. The Uchiha clan has completely declined. Senju Hashirama. Madara, there is something wrong with your mentality. Senju Tobarama. Brother is right, Madara, it is meaningless for you to compare these things now. Kuro Ming ruled the ninja world, and naturally arranged for the Uzumaki family to stand at the top of the ninja world. It is already a favor for you to give you Uchiha family glory and wealth. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Our Sarutobi clan died tragically at the hands of Hyeming, and we will be accused of treason. Shimura Danza. Don't be too greedy in life. Utatane Kaharu. The Yatsudame Hokage of Konoha village, and the princess ruler on the bright side of Mikazukashima. Koronaru owes nothing to the Bao Zibo clan. Uzumaki Naruto. What a mess. I feel like the relationship between people in that guy's world is messed up. Uzumaki Kushina. Why didn't the child's family come to see the Nin exam? Don't they care about the future of the ninja? Namikaze Minato. Probably not. If the child's family members came to watch the scene, it would definitely cause a lot of commotion. I see that the future technology of the world over there is no worse than the future of this world. In order to avoid insignificant commotion, I think they can watch it at home by turning it on. Jiraiya. I also saw that there were people like cameramen in the main venue who were constantly filming. Uzumaki Kushina. It's a pity that the age of Boruto and Sarana in the world over there separated. In fact, I see that the two children are still good. Uchiha Makoto, Kushina. You're thinking too far. On the battlefield of the Nin exam, Rock Lee announced the start of the game, and disappeared in place in an instant. The next second, the three of them acted simultaneously. Uchiha Zuo Liang is about to take out the flute that can cast illusions from a long distance and in a large area. Seeing this, Shinshi quickly controlled the iron sand around her body to form a sharp arrow to stop Zuo Liang. Haruki's target is also Uchiha Sarana. The actions of the two reflect the strength of Uchiha Zuarana in their hearts. Facing the incoming iron sand and sharp arrows in the air cannon of 8 trigrams air palm. Relying on Sharingan's advantage, Zuo Liang dodged around and easily avoided the attacks of the two. At the same time, Shinshi's iron sand struck again. But this time, while taking advantage of Haruki's attention on Zuo Liang, Shinshi's goal changed from Zuo Liang alone to Zuo Liang and Haruki. Revolving Heaven. Fire Style Haolong Fire Technique. Shinshi's instant exertion did not escape Hyuga Haruki's supercilious observation. Uchiha Zuo Liang even dodged a blow, and sprayed the Haolong Huo technique with her backhand. The fiery flames even attacked the two of them. However, Shinshi and Haruki were not affected too much. The moment the steel shield formed by the iron sand and the Haolong fire expanded, the scorching flames scattered away. Hyuga Haruki's revolving heaven continued to rotate while blocking the iron sand, resisting Haolong Huo's attack. Not bad. Zuo Liang smiled sweetly, but you guys have given me some time. The voice fell. Uchiha Zuarana quickly took out the flute. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Haruki used the power of revolving heaven's rotation. At the moment of stopping, he bowed left and right, and hit 8 trigrams air palm with both palms. The speed is so fast that it directly breaks the spear in Uchiha Zuarana's hand. Fortunately, Zuo Liang reacted quickly, tilting her head and dodging the blow. While resisting the Haolong fire technique, Shinshi quickly built a wall of iron sand in the face of the incoming 8 trigrams air palm, and firmly resisted the attack of the 8 trigrams air palm. Did the 8 trigrams air palm speed up with the power of revolving heaven? Uchiha Sarana glanced at the broken flute and gave a sigh of admiration, but she didn't show much surprise. It's really good, Haruki. It seems that your chakra control ability has been greatly improved recently. That's something that can't be helped. If you hear your flute, there is a little confusion, and you get close to your Sharingan in an instant, then the game will be over. We can only deal with the flute in your hand first from a distance. Hyuga Haruki smiled, then looked at Shinshi. Shinshi, why are you attacking me suddenly? We should give priority to solving Sarana. I'm sorry. I just feel that 2 boys bullying a girl is not worth the effort. Uchiha Sasuke. Goryu fire technique. Sarana Shi. Uchiha Fugaku. As this age able to instantly unleash 2 beams of a level fire style ninjutsu. Kuro Naru's Sarana seems to be better than the one in our world. Hyuga Hiyashi. Neji's kid is also doing well, swinging 8 trigrams air palm with the power of revolving heaven. Really need very good chakra control, young. Hyuga Hazashi. I remember even Neji, at this age, he doesn't seem to be able to hit the 8 trigrams air palm, let alone hit the 8 trigrams air palm with both arms. Konkuro. Shinki's reaction is fast enough, controlling the condensing speed of iron sand. It feels faster than Gaara's controlling the condensing of sand. Good performance. Sasuke, thank you for your hard work. Uzumaki Naruto is smiling. Today's Hokage, whether it is competent or not, the performance of the children can best explain the problem. This is all the children's own hard work. Sasuke's heart is beautiful, but his expression is as cold as ever. However, the voice just fell. Sasuke frowned, looking at the ancient Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were already looking at the sky. A few minutes ago, he felt 3 strange chakra faintly appeared above the altitude of 10,000 meters. 3 similar strands of chakra made him feel very uncomfortable. Those guys. Come yet? Third Moon Island. The sea breeze is gentle and very comfortable. On the beach, a row of beautiful scenery lies under the umbrellas, and the juice is discharged next to it. I always feel that our life is too decadent. Each Nin exam has become a family reunion between the Uzumakis and Uchihas. Your Majesty and Hokage are watching the Nin exam together, and Mrs. Hokage will accompany us to travel on Mikazuki Island. Uzumaki Ino is lying on the bench, stretching boredly. That being said, I always feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself very much. Uzumaki Sakura gives Yamanaka Ino a blank look. Don't say that. Mrs. Guest Tayuya said with a smile. Your Majesty has a relationship with our family Sasuke from the 7th class until now, and the two families are usually very busy. The Nin exam is one of the few days when we sneak away from our busy schedule. It can be regarded as a disguised form to cheer for the children. Having said that, but this situation always feels. Uzumaki Hinata blushed, a little embarrassed. The main reason is that all our consumption is paid by Mrs. Hokage, this. Oh, Mrs. Hinata, you can't say that. If it weren't for His Majesty Naruto, how could our Uchiha family be treated so well? While chatting, the girls are enjoying the best sea breeze in the whole ninja world. Tsunade, Konan, Fenghua Xiaoshui, and even Shizuka from Nautico Village fought against the casino of Mikazuki Island under the leadership of Tsunade. Ziyuan, on the other hand, is like a child, playing with the children in the sea with her bare feet. I said you didn't take the Nin exam, do you feel sorry? In the sea, Ziyuan asked with a smile. Go back to mother, how can you not regret it? Boruto responded first. I always feel like a part of my life is missing. Hey. I can't say that, but I think maybe we haven't found the path we really want to take. Take the second sister and fourth brother as an example. After the school trip, the second sister immediately threw herself into the busy shooting. The fourth brother is also busy for the Rain Shinobi Village concert. Jian Jin shook her head, pretending to be very sorry. It seems that we are the only ones left, as if we are not doing our jobs properly. Yes. And the third sister, I think in her heart, the gravity space is more tempting than the most beautiful beach in the ninja world. Well. Uzumaki Shin said with a nonchalant smile. There is nothing we can do about it. If we go to take the Nin exam, it will definitely cause commotion, and even with our strength, failure is not allowed. But if it succeeds easily, it will not be friendly to the self-esteem of other ninjas. Lying on the beach with the sea breeze blowing and watching the Nin exam in Konoha village through the broadcast may not be a better choice. Shin Pinju didn't care about this. The two brothers watched the broadcast through the equipment in their hands. For the game between Hyuga Tsubaki, Uchiha Sarana and Shinshi, the two brothers watched it. Le Zhuang. However, at this moment, the strange scene made the two brothers slightly taken aback. Hey! What's going on with the cameraman? Why did the camera suddenly turn to the sky? Brother Shin, look quickly, that is, These two are. Uzumaki Shin and Uzumaki Pinju's abnormal actions immediately attracted the attention of others. Boruto came up curiously and asked. What happened at the venue of the Nin exam? Looking over at the screen, Boruto was also surprised. Who are these two? But judging from the other party's dress and appearance, Uzumaki Boruto immediately reacted. The skin color and appearance of these two people are completely different from those in the ninja world, but they are very similar to Asutsuki Kaguya. They are of the Asutsuki clan. Boruto reacted first, but what he said surprised the brothers and sisters around him even more. At the same time, everyone also remembered the history that the ninja world has always been talked about. About the history of Asutsuki Kaguya, could it be that? Ina's eyes widened in surprise. Are they the legendary evil Asutsuki clan? Compared to the surprise of everyone on the beach. In Konoha village at this time, the audience looked at the sky with incomprehension. They are. Hitaki Kakashi, who was watching the game, also frowned. Nanahara Lin next to her also noticed the clue carefully. Teacher, these people are. The Asutsuki family? Namikaze Minato asked seriously. Kushina on the side was a little annoyed. What are you doing? The children's performance is so good. It's exciting to watch. These two people want to. Wait. The Asutsuki family? Minato, you say they are. Uzumaki Kushina reacted and looked at the sky again. This appearance. Looks like Senior Kaguya. Kushina covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku are terrified. The Asutsuki clan. Why did they appear in this place? Could it be that? About the history of Otsutsuki Kaguya, everyone keeps in mind. The opponent fought with Uzumaki Naruto to stop Otsutsuki from destroying the world. Also, looking at the playful challenge in the sky, several people are sure that the Otsutsuki family in the sky is definitely not a good stubble. Senju Tobirama. Compared to the enjoyment of Koronaru's wife and children, didn't Kushina and 4th Hokage go to Mikazuki Island? Namikaze Minato. Our older generation of ninjas may have a deeper interest in the Nin exam, after all, everyone has experienced it like this. Uchiha Fugaku. Cut. I was able to see the outstanding performance of my granddaughter, but Momoshiki spoiled the situation. Uchiha Obito. Kakashi is mean. Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi. Obito, what are you excited about? Who's mean? Uchiha Obito. I'm talking about you, and while I'm not here, you treat Lin. Hitaki Kakashi. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't you see that Nohara Rin is farther away from me than Sensei and Kushina Senpai? Rin Nohara. Obito, the current situation is not the time to pay attention to this kind of thing. Otsutsuki is coming. Uchiha Obito. HMPH. So what if 2 ants come here? It doesn't take too long for Kuroto to defeat them. Black Zetsu. Obito, why is Black Zetsu so supportive? Otsutsuki Kaguya. Huh. That boy Obito must have been stimulated by Nohara Rin and Kakashi. The girl I was thinking of was still alive and kicking in the world after his death, and he was watching the Nin exam next to his old enemy. It's normal that he can't take it. Uchiha Madara. He. If Nohara Linshi is accompanying Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato to watch the game, wouldn't Obito immediately defect to Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Senju Hashirama. Well, if so, Wong must hope that the jump style can engrave Himing. Senju Tobirama. Brother. You. Don't be led astray by Madara. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Otsutsuki Jinshi's plump body landed in the center of the venue. The petite Momoshiki stood on his shoulders. This is. Uchiha Sarana was confused by the sudden change. Who are you? We are in a competition, you guys. Hyuga Tsubaki just wanted to question the other party's reason for coming, but in the next second, he seemed to suddenly remember something. Konoha Village is conducting the annual Nin exam. Among the audience present, apart from the villagers watching the excitement, many of them are very powerful ninjas. There are only 2 possibilities for the other party to break in so boldly. One is that they are so powerful that they don't care about the strong here. The second is that the 2 of them are mentally ill. However, judging from the calm appearance of the opponent and the way he played, Tsubaki automatically ruled out the second option. The appearance of these 2 people. As the son of Hyuga Neji, Tsubaki is not stupid. For the strange appearance of the 2, he immediately thought of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Not only him, excellent genins like Shinshi and Zuo Liang also responded immediately. Are they the legendary Otsutsuki? The 3 of them suddenly felt a tinge of fear. The breath leaking from the opponent's body actually frightened the 3 of them to stand still and dare not move. Is this the life of the earth? Snort. It's kind of good. Otsutsuki Momoshiki lightly jumped off Jinshi's body and glanced at the surrounding crowd. He found that several of them contained chakra from the polar region in their bodies. Especially on the highest stand, there is chakra that makes him feel excited. It seems that the strongest person here is there. Peach pointing towards the stands, the direction is really the direction where Uzumaki Naruto is. Okay. Then I will clean up the surrounding garbage first. Of course, we'd better act as soon as possible. After the guy Urashiki landed on the earth, he didn't know where he went. Dao Shi is expressionless. Since I let him know that Urashiki also came to the earth, it is absolutely impossible to let that guy act in front of him. Okay. Order. Under Dao Shi's instruction, Zan Huo's Democratic Party suddenly became popular. Slap down. The whole venue trembled for a while, and then, an invisible ripple of power spread around. Not good. Uchiha Sarana also felt the fear of the incoming force. However, because the coercion of the peach style and the golden style is too frightening, the 3 of them have no strength to avoid the attack of power fluctuations. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to be hurt by this invisible wave, the golden light of the sun flashed suddenly. The next second, the 3 of Zuo Liangna felt a gentle force enveloping them. Then put it down gently. Looking up again, the three of them were surprised to find that they had come behind Uzumaki Naruto. So fast. Dao Shi is startled when he sees this. Looking at Naruto, the eyes are even more greedy. You are the strongest in this continent. From just now, I can feel the tyrannical chakra in your body. Peach's elegant dress and an unhurried tone, coupled with a face that is neither salty nor bland, without any expression. Enough to be able to show a Sutsuki Momo-style attitude. Garbage, mortals, ants. This is the other party's evaluation of their ninja humans. Uzumaki Naruto knew from the bottom of his heart that Momoshiki in front of him was unwilling to have even the slightest nonsense with their ninjas. It's so cool to appear on the stage, both of them must be powerful characters, why are you trying to scare my children? Naruto smiled lightly and stood behind the three of Sarana. His words made the three little ones very excited. They were actually rescued by His Majesty today, and claimed to be his children. The three of them also knew in their hearts that for Uzumaki Naruto, all people in the world are his subjects. The children are naturally the so-called children in his mouth, the future of the country of the vortex. The future of this continent. Roar. A Sutsuki Taoshi heard the sound, with a trace of yin and yang in suspicion. Finally sneered. I'm really confident. Worthy of being the strongest in this continent. In recognition of your brave behavior, let me introduce myself. My name is Sutsuki Momoshiki. My name is Sutsuki Jinshi, and I am the follower of Taoshi Tianren. Jinshi said the same. From just now, I can feel the huge chakra breath in your body, which is a breath I am familiar with. I also came to following this breath, and I found that there are still a few chakra breaths that are slightly weaker than yours. Uzumaki Naruto said nothing. He knows what the familiar chakra Momoshiki is talking about is probably the chakra of the tailed beast separated from 10 tails. Moreover, what the other party wants to do, Naruto also knows clearly from a Sutsuki Kaguya. So you want to collect more powerful chakra, and then supply it to yourself to absorb, so as to achieve further evolution? Speaking of the evolution of the Sutsuki clan, Uzumaki Naruto put a little playfulness on his face. This scene made Dao Shi's heart tremble. Also, Naruto's playful smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In line with the demeanor of a strong man from the Sutsuki clan, Momoshiki did not show his emotions, but instead smiled and said, "You mere mortal know so many things. Forget it. I don't have time to waste my saliva with you here. I remember you said just now that we are targeting the 3 children behind you? I find it interesting that Jinshi said that what we clean up is the garbage around here." After Dao Shi finished speaking, the floor beneath her feet cracked. Then, a crack pattern continued to disperse towards the surroundings. For a moment, the well-established martial arts field suddenly collapsed. Not only that, even the auditorium around the martial arts field began to collapse. I really want to see how fast you can save everyone present in an instant. A Sutsuki chuckles peachy, but it gives people a slightly retaliatory behavior. However, soon, Yintang Muteo's complexion changed from being comfortable at the beginning to becoming more dignified. Even, the whole face became gloomy. Just less than 3 seconds after his voice fell, the Cha-Nin examination venue that had originally collapsed was restored to its original state. In this process, even the Sutsuki Momoshi could not see any clues. What happened? He doesn't know. This is. Dao Shi frowned. Uzumaki Naruto smiled instead. Well, I seem to have really protected everyone present. You. Feel the light words from Uzumaki Naruto again. The irritable Dao Shi couldn't hold back for a while, and his mood finally changed subtly. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto ignored it, and said lightly, Sutsuki Momoshiki, I have expected your arrival. I have been waiting for this day, waiting for you to be solved. I can finally relax and enjoy life. What? Before Momoshiki could understand Uzumaki Naruto's words, his eyes suddenly went dark. Master Taoshi. Jinshi was also surprised. He looked at the two flying towards the distance in surprise, and couldn't believe the scene in front of him at all. Just now, Uzumaki Naruto set off in an instant, and Hito grabbed Takashi's head and flew away. The arrival of Dao Style did not surprise the audience of Beiming World. However, what was surprising was that Uzumaki grabbed Momoshi's head and flew into the distance as soon as they met each other. And judging from the picture displayed on the screen, Momoshiki has no ability to resist at all. Uchiha Madara. This kid, is he already so blessed? Senju Tobirama. Is the gap that big? Senju Hashirama. I shouldn't be so surprised, after all, the daughter of the boy Koronaru can instantly kill the second state a Sutsuki or a Shiki. Onoki. Having said that, the Kuraming catching Peach is like an eagle catching a chicken. The opponent has no room to fight back and react, which is a bit outrageous. Fourth Raikage. The most outrageous thing is that Uzumaki is in a normal state at this time. He doesn't even use the chakra of 9 tails, nor does he use fairy art. The words of Fourth Raikage are the most important thing. Hyming in the normal state can already take Taoshi away like a chick, if the opponent uses 9 tails chakra. That is the 8 times complete 9 tails chakra. Even without the 8 inner gates technique, a Sutsuki Momoshiki might not be able to resist Koronaru's blow. Black Zetsu. Absurdly home. Uzumaki Naruto. That guy. Has become so powerful. Inuzuka Tooth. Severe. Powerful. In contrast, Momoshiki, who brought troubles to Shiraneru and Sasuke, is the real ant in front of Kuromaki. Hitaki Kakashi. There is also the Cha-Nin venue that suddenly became so intact just now. The time regression of that guy Hyming can not only be used on living bodies, even any objects. Namikaze Minato. I didn't expect that kid to be able to do this. Might Guy. Uzumaki's life journey is the real passion. Even if he is a genius, even if he has a sage body that others don't have, and he has so many advantages, he still doesn't forget to practice all the time. Rock Lee. Hey Ming is so cool. Hyuga Neji. Don't be afraid that others are geniuses, but be afraid that others are better than you and work harder than you. This kind of person can't surpass at all. Tiantian. I feel that Hyming is a bit too perverted. He is so strong and still keeps practicing. He is too curly. Impossible. A Sutsuki Jinshi didn't seem to have recovered. Standing in the center of the venue, he was stunned. HMPH. Your master has been taken away by our majesty, aren't you worried at all? Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara and others saw Naruto leave, and immediately came to the center of the venue, blocking the 3 little ones. You bastards. Jinshi shouts angrily. Swish swish swish. At the same time, several figures appeared on the venue one after another, surrounding Jinshi. Hey. I just heard you say that you and that Taoshi are in a master-servant relationship. As Sasuke said, your master has been taken away by our majesty, but you are still here. I'm telling you, our majesty is the most powerful existence on this continent. If you go a little later, maybe you can only collect your master's body. Tsukasa was full of disdain. As Uzumaki Naruto's contemporary, what he likes to do the most is to tell future generations about how he and Naruto took the Cha-Nin exam. Master Taoshi. A Sutsuki Jinshi was in a trance for a few seconds. It was only then that I realized that something was wrong. Uzumaki Naruto's strength seems to have exceeded their imagination. There is no time to talk nonsense. Jinshi immediately took off, and the two chased in the direction they flew. Father. Let's follow along and help His Majesty. Seeing Jinshi leave, Shinshi looks nervously at Idu. However, Gaara touched Shinshi's head with a smile and said, Shinshi, although His Majesty took Momoshi away. But I can feel that his subordinate Jinshi is also quite powerful. Compared with Jinshi, there is a big gap between father and Jinshi. So the gap between cognition and opponent is also a manifestation of strength. Yes, boy, Konkuro spoke to the 3 little ones who were ready to move. No matter how bad the opponent is, they are also the legendary Asutsuki clan. Although His Majesty can easily deal with it, it will be a disaster for other people. Even if we go, it will only add to His Majesty's distress. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. As Konoha Village's 8th-generation Hokage, everything in Konoha Village belongs to him. Lee, you will announce that the Cha-Nin exam will continue. The annual Cha-Nin exam cannot be suspended because of this sudden interruption. When His Majesty Naruto comes back, we have to give him a result. Sasuke started to give orders to Konoha. Kakashi. Sasuke looked at Hitaki Kakashi. Since 7th Hokage is also here, please organize a genin to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Konoha Village. I'm also afraid that there are other dangers. If you encounter a suspicious person, try not to force yourself. Uchiha Sasuke and Hitaki Kakashi look at each other. The two masters and apprentices used to be tacit. I see. Hitaki Kakashi said lightly. Sasuke is worried about the same things he is worried about. For fear of attacking a Sutsuki, there are not only peach and gold styles. At this time, in the high corner of the venue wall, a Sutsuki Urashiki is sweating profusely. How can people in this continent treat senior Taoshi like this? Pushi people are all stupid. A Sutsuki Momoshiki's age of seniority should be higher than his own. He has never seen the Asutsuki family who are high above will be grabbed by the creatures of the lower world and fly away. However, the chakra in those guys is really attractive. Forget it. Let's follow up and see the situation first. Although they belong to the same Asutsuki family, Urashiki is Momoshiki's descendant, but it is not a master-servant relationship. There is no so-called friendship among the Asutsuki clan. Pura quietly followed Momoshiki to the ninja world, and wanted to see the situation and capture more chakra. It's a pity that I was a step behind Momoshi, and chakra, the strongest ninja, was found by the two of them in advance. But now it seems that the other party is not easy to bully. If they both lose. He. The more Asutsuki Urashi thought about it, the more beautiful it became in his heart. He immediately raised his flying speed and flew in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto extremely fast. The other side. In the sky. Asutsuki's peach pose is extremely shocking. Impossible. Why does this guy have such terrifying power? I can't break free at all. Dao Shi feels slightly flustered at this moment. Even in the Asutsuki clan, he has never experienced such a situation, let alone facing Uzumaki Naruto. This kind of creature from the lower realm can make him so embarrassed. Asutsuki Momo is horrified, but more of an area where he is humiliated. This. Momoshiki was about to continue cursing Uzumaki Naruto, when he suddenly felt his body loosen, and the whole person fell downward. Fortunately, the reaction of Dao pose is flexible, and he quickly adjusted his body shape while his body was loose, and landed firmly on the ground. Following that, Uzumaki Naruto landed at the same time and stood in front of him. Okay. This place is far away from the village, and it's a barren mountain area. It's almost impossible for other people to appear. The battle between the two of us will take place here. Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. The calm expression on his face made Asutsuki Momoshiki even more angry. What a big tone. A mere creature from the lower world, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Looking at Momoshiki's distraught appearance, Naruto shrugged his shoulders slightly. You Asutsuki clan are really evil. Compared to you guys, Insutsuki Kaguya is so cute. At least she won't open her mouth and shut her mouth to reveal her identity as a Asutsuki clan. A cold and quiet appearance like her is more in line with her superior status. You. Dao Shi was startled, his face changed suddenly. You said Asutsuki Kaguya, have you met her? However, at this moment, the space around Naruto fluctuated significantly. Dao Shi took a closer look, and was even more surprised. Wangchen Bilangzaka? Who? It's me, Asutsuki Kaguya. The next second, a long-haired Asutsuki Kaguya slowly walked out of Wangchen Bilangzaka. Black Zetsu, however, is hiding in her long sleeves, with a pair of big eyes constantly looking at Asutsuki Momoshiki. Asutsuki Kaguya. As expected, you are still alive. Besides, you actually joined forces with the creatures of the lower world. It seems that you really betrayed the Asutsuki clan. No wonder you haven't handed over the chakra fruit for a long time. Huh. Kaguya couldn't help but snorted coldly at Dao's question. It doesn't matter who you're with. When the two Asutsuki meet, they are full of gunpowder, and there is no feeling of fellow villagers meeting fellow villagers at all. But when it was the turn to talk to Uzumaki Naruto, Asutsuki Kaguya's voice softened a lot. Naruto, I'll deal with Momoji later. You support me from a distance, don't let him touch your body. Our Asutsuki family has a unique reincarnation technique. Wedge. Once a wedge is engraved on the touched body, even if the opponent is killed, he will be resurrected with the engraved body. Oh? Uzumaki Naruto was startled when he heard that. This is the first time he has heard of it. Asutsuki Kaguya, you. Dao Shi is dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Asutsuki Kaguya betrayed him so thoroughly that he wanted to help Uzumaki Naruto kill himself. Even the secret of the Asutsuki clan's wedge was told to the yellow-haired boy in front of him. Under rage, Asutsuki Momoshiki laughed angrily. Asutsuki Kaguya, although your appearance has undergone subtle changes, you don't think you can really defeat me with your strength, do you? Not to Mentione, boom. At this moment, a loud bang sounded. The rushing Asutsuki Kinshiki finally landed beside Momoshiki. The moment he landed, Jinshi also looked at Kaguya in surprise. Asutsuki Kaguya? Are you still alive? Oh? Kaguya finally understood the meaning of the words of the master and servant. Didn't the two of you realize my existence when you came to the ninja world? Is the perception not far enough? Uzumaki Naruto asked strangely. However, how did you know they were coming? Facing Naruto's question, Insatsuki Kaguya's expression darkened instantly. He said in a low voice, when they first arrived in Ninja World, I sensed their chakra. Uzumaki Naruto, you don't think you're the only one who has improved over the years, do you? I have practiced too. When they first arrived in Ninja World, I sensed their chakra. They can't perceive me, but it doesn't mean I can't perceive them. I'm afraid your brains have become rusty during the past 10 years of peace. Uzumaki Naruto. Silent. I just asked casually, you don't need to be angry. But what do you have to practice? Aren't you angry that I took the right to rule the mainland from you? HMPH. Don't talk about such nonsense. Kaguya was furious, as if he didn't want to talk to Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, she kept a close eye on Asutsuki Momoji. I'll solve the Momoshiki, you just need to clean up the gold style. Unfortunately, Kaguya just wanted to go forward, but was pulled back by Naruto. Let me deal with the two of them. Hurry up and deal with them, I have to go back to visit the end of the Nin exam, and finally return to Konoha village, and have a dinner with Sasuke and the others tonight. Time is running out, so I don't need you to take action. Odd this. The audience in Beiming World doesn't know how to evaluate a scene on the screen. As Momoshiki said, Insatsuki Kaguya betrayed the same Asutsuki family, jumping all over his body. Properly stood on Uzumaki's side. Not only did he rush to tell Uzumaki Haimaru about Wei, but he also took the initiative to deal with Asutsuki Momoshiki himself. Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect that not only Hyeming, but even Kaguya are practicing and becoming stronger. Senju Tobarama. Ah. It seems yes, Momoshiki and the others did not perceive the existence of Kaguya, but Kaguya can clearly perceive the existence of Momoshiki. This gap has proved the strength gap between the two parties. Senju Hashirama. I remember that Kaguya was no weaker than Momoji, but under the current situation, Momoshiki is even less likely to be Kaguya's opponent. Terumi Mei. I just didn't expect Hyeming to praise Kaguya behind her back. Onoki. There is nothing wrong with what Hyeming said, only what is missing will keep bringing it up in his mouth, like Dao Shi and Pu Shi. They must be missing the feeling of superiority, so they will keep opening and closing their mouths, ants and mortals. A. Fourth Reikage. Huh. They all want to evolve by absorbing enough chakra. There is a legend that Shibai evolved into a god, so the other Asutsuki are not so-called gods at all, they just pretend to be gods. Momoshiki and Arashiki aspires to be like Shibai. Namikaze Minato. Desire to become a god but not a god, Momoshiki and Arashiki want to satisfy their high god status in their hearts, alas. This kind of arrogance is not advisable. Black Zetsu. I thought, what is the purpose of my mother's practice, but from Hyeming's question and my mother's answer, it seems that my mother's practice is not for restoration. I really don't understand why a person of my mother's height still need to practice. Uzumaki Kushina. Maybe it was influenced by that child, but no matter what, the relationship between Kaguya and that child is good, very harmonious. Uchiha Makoto. Yes, the unlucky ones that befall the ninja world are the challenge style and the gold style. The battle is about to start. Uzumaki Naruto strides forward, passing Toru Yoruichi by a body. Uzumaki Naruto. Kaguya was stunned, and his face became extremely ugly. I remind you kindly, but you seem to be lost in your mind by your excellent strength. The wedge of the Asutsuki family is not as simple as chakra strengthening and becoming stronger. Once he occupies your body, everything is over. It's okay, I know what I know. Just like when you came back with the help of me back then, your fate like Sutsukakita has already been doomed. What? After listening to Uzumaki Naruto's words, Atsutsuki Kaguya became even more angry. Others kindly came to remind him. Look at what he said, are they speaking human words? HMPH. Whatever you want, if something happens, everyone will be finished, and you won't have time to regret it. Kaguya snorted coldly, originally wanted to go back to the Gwangan Palace in a fit of anger, but because of worry, she still stood quietly where she was, waiting for the result of the battle between the two sides. By the way, if there is a problem, she can also participate in the battle as Uzumaki Naruto's foreign aide in time. However, the conversation between the two reached Dao Shi's ears, and the other's face became even uglier than Atsutsuki Kaguya. A mere ants. Why are you so arrogant? Dao Shi's expression is slightly ferocious, and he barely squeezes out a smile. The blonde kid in front of me really looks down on him, Atsutsuki Momoshi. Also at this time, Atsutsuki Momoshiki's anger towards Uzumaki Naruto far exceeded his anger towards Kaguya's betrayal. Ignorant ants. Let me see how capable you are. As you wish. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth moves slightly. Not talking nonsense, every day. Suddenly, a force that cannot be recognized by the naked eye suddenly attacked Dao Shi and Jin Shi. Nani. Atsutsuki Momoshiki and Jin Shi are not mortals either. Although no energy fluctuations can be seen, the sudden sense of oppression surprised the two of them.
Avoid. Momoshi shouted loudly. Regardless of whether Atsutsuki Jinshi could react or not, he jumped aside in an instant on his own.
At the same time, there was a loud noise behind Dao Shi. Boom. Dao Shi was shocked by the loud noise behind him. Looking out of the corner of his eye, through the smoke and dust, his white eyes clearly saw a bottomless ravine. This Guya. The power of the palm alone is so powerful? At this moment, Yin Tong Muteo's mind is a little messy. He seems to have messed with an amazing guy. However, during the few seconds Dao Shi was slightly shocked, a figure came behind him like a flash. Boom. Another loud bang. Atsutsuki Momo-style feeling that the junior was hit hard, and fell from midair to the ground abruptly. It even made a deep hole. Nani? Is this the power of Atsutsuki? I don't think there's anything special about it. Staggering that other creatures are ants, I thought how amazing you are. Atsutsuki. Peach style? Uzumaki Black Naruto and Atsutsuki Momo's lightning-like confrontation immediately left the audience in the white Naruto world speechless. Gap. Just a face-to-face, the strength gap between the two sides is simply a world of difference. Momoshiki couldn't react to Uzumaki's attack in time. On the other hand, Hei Ming stood beside the pit with an indifferent expression on his face. The indifferent words are full of contempt for Atsutsuki Momo. Uchiha Madara. Powerful, the current Uzumaki Kuranin has reached the point where we can't use our thinking to think about his strength. Senju Hashirama. Is it just a face-to-face, a punch that smashes Momo into the ground? Senju Tobarama. What a powerful taijutsu is this? Onoki. Impossible. No matter how strong Uzumaki is, without the blessing of 9 tails chakra, immortal art, and 8 inner gates, he. Fourth Reikage. A normal state alone can exert such a terrifying power. If it is blessed with other states, Hei Ming will. Shimura Danza. HMPH. Uzumaki Koronaru, this guy. Is crazy enough to have the power to destroy the ninja world. Atsutsuki Kaguya. Although I am the ancestor of chakra, I was no longer his opponent more than 10 years ago. What's more, he has been nested in the gravity space for more than 10 years. Who knows how strong he is now? Black Zetsu. No wonder his daughter can instantly kill Arashiki. I think if Koronaru wants to kill Momoshiki, one punch may be enough. Uzumaki Kushina. Oh my god. I never thought that kid could get to this point. Atsutsuki Kaguya. HMPH. But he mocked Momoshiki just now, so he mocked Momoshiki, so he said that this is the power of Atsutsuki. Please, I am Atsutsuki too, okay? Hitaki Kakashi. Ah. I always feel that Kaguya-sama seems to have changed a little after watching the content of the world of Black Naruto. Cut. This is what people call pretending to be cool, right? Atsutsuki Kaguya glanced at Naruto's back, with a disgusted expression on his face. Yes, my lord. In more than 10 years, this guy has really become more terrifying than before. I even think his ability to mock people is much stronger than before. Black Zetsu sticks his head out of Kaguya's cuff. For Uzumaki Naruto against Atsutsuki Momo, Kaguya and Kuro Naruto don't care at all. The fear is that the opponent will take away Naruto's body. Just thinking of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, Black Zetsu's conspiracy is not to revive Atsutsuki Kaguya's body and Uzumaki Naruto's body. The result is obvious. Thinking about it now, the mother and son are indeed a little overly worried. Who is the opponent? That's Uzumaki Naruto, who is even darker than Black Zetsu, with a peach-like brain. He can't beat him at all. What's more, the current Uzumaki Naruto already knows the situation of Wedge, and he should be safe if he is prepared. You bastard! In the smokescreen of the deep pit, there was a sound of indignation. As the sound landed, a figure came out through the smoke. Atsutsuki wiped the corner of his mouth in a peach gesture, and spread the bloodline on his palm, making his eyes full of anger. When Momoshiki was angry, Atsutsuki Kinshiki dodged a few not far away and flew towards Uzumaki Naruto at a very fast speed. While Uzumaki Naruto's attention was on Momoji in the sky, Jinshi raised the red chakra giant axe in his hand, raised the knife in his hand, and quickly slashed at Naruto's head. However, just when the giant axe was about to fall on Uzumaki Naruto's head, it suddenly stopped in midair. Nani? Jinshi was horrified when he saw this. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't turn his head back, and only with the two fingers of his outstretched palm, he forced himself to clamp the giant axe that fell down. No matter how hard Jinshi presses down, the giant axe cannot be moved in any way. Hey! Peach style. Does this make your identities look a bit devalued? Sneak attack? Is this considered a sneak attack? Uzumaki Naruto's words suddenly made Momoshiki's chest a little stuffy, like a ball of anger with nowhere to vent. Boring, Uzumaki Naruto chuckles. Two fingers exerted a slight force, and the chakra in Jail's hand shattered with a loud sound. No. Impossible. This guy. Boom. Before Jinshi was shocked, a powerful impact sent him flying tens of meters away. What happened just now? Did this guy knock the golden type into the air with just a wave of his hand? Atsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The other party is just a human being in this continent. Although he can perceive the self-weight in Naruto's body, chakra is the strongest in this continent. But who would have thought that he would be so powerful? This. In the distance, Atsutsuki, who was watching secretly, couldn't help shaking his body under Urashiki. How can it be? How could humans on this continent have such terrifying power? Pu Shi is completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the blonde-haired boy in front of him would beat Dao Shi and Jin Shi so hard that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. HMPH. Is this the power of the Atsutsuki clan? At first I thought it was so powerful, but now I have experienced it myself. It turned out to be so weak. Uzumaki Naruto spread his hands, his dismissive expression suddenly made Taoshi startled. But then, Black Zetsu's dissatisfied voice came from a distance. Hey! I said Uzumaki Naruto, fight well, can we discuss it, can you just keep your mouth shut? Speaking so much, it's not good to eat dust, right? Naruto shook his shoulders a few times when he heard the words. That disdainful attitude caused Atsutsuki Momo to let out a roar. Uzumaki Naruto. I will definitely tear you to pieces. Golden style. Jin Shi lying on the ground, after hearing Dao Shi's angry voice, can understand how angry the jumping style is at this time. Facing the contempt of creatures from the lower world, the proud Atsutsuki is absolutely unacceptable. I understand, master. You hurry up and use my power now. This bastard must be cut into pieces. Atsutsuki Jinshi mustered his last strength and let out a burst. The next second, his muscular body flew towards Atsutsuki Peach pose rapidly. However, in the process, his body gradually shrank, and when he came to Taoshi, he had already become an existence the size of a peach. Dao Shi stretched out his hand to grab the chakra elixir transformed from Jin Shi. Without any consideration at all, he ate it heartily. This scene made Uzumaki Naruto frown, and his expression suddenly dimmed. I said, "What are you doing?" However, facing Naruto's indifferent question, Chu didn't answer. After taking the last bite, he wiped the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Heat waves erupted from the body. After a few seconds, Atsutsuki Momoshiki's body changed significantly. The Rinnegan in both hands turned golden yellow, and a golden Rinnegan opened between the foreheads. Has the power been improved? Naruto said casually. By the way, he stared at Momoshiki sharply. Did you eat your companion just now? Eat it? Atsutsuki Momoshiki was taken aback, then laughed. This is the custom of our Atsutsuki clan. The servants are turned into chakra dan and supplied to our master's family. Jinshi will also be proud of it. Naruto. That's right. You Atsutsuki clan gain power by absorbing the chakra of others or the chakra of the world. Of course, we are different from inferior creatures like you who have to rely on practice to become stronger. Taoshi interrupted Uzumaki Naruto's conversation, and the words were full of provocation. You are indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, as an inferior creature who only gains strength through cultivation, the gap between us has been clearly different since birth. Fox. Peach Pose points to Uzumaki Naruto. The powerful chakra in your body comes from the fox in your body. My white eyes can see clearly. Humph. Nine Tails in Naruto sat up dissatisfied after hearing Taoshi's speech. How arrogant is this guy? Could it be that he really can't feel the gap with you before? How do I know? Uzumaki Naruto also shook his head in distress. But people like Dao Shi, even if their front teeth are knocked out, they will still say that they lost their teeth from eating. Okay. Stop talking nonsense with him, get rid of him quickly, we have to go back and continue watching Biju. Nine Tails shakes its tail a few times. For Dao Shi in front of him, it is not worried at all. The opponent's strength is too far behind Uzumaki Naruto, even after eating the so-called chakra pill transformation, there is still a huge gap. But, just when Nine Tails was bored and wanted to continue lying on the ground, Uzumaki Naruto called him to stop. Kurama, it seems that you haven't moved your body for a long time. It just so happens that Peach Pose is coming, and it will allow us both to exercise our muscles and bones, so don't lie on your stomach. Huh. When Nine Tails heard this, a gleam of light flashed across his huge fox eyes. HMPH. You don't need my power at all to deal with this kind of bug. However, since you have said so, I don't want to refute your face. Come on, Naruto. We are one person and one fox, let the proud Atsutsuki see our strength. Snapped. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his palms together and made a soft sound. Momoshiki looks slightly stunned. Through his white eyes, he can clearly see the flow of chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Hehe, fox, are you really hiding something? Atsutsuki Peach style. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. You Atsutsuki clan are constantly chasing chakras devouring. In my cognition, I don't understand what chakras devouring is like. Also, you really don't know anything about power. Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, and Atsutsuki Momoshiki was puzzled, completely confused about what the other party was talking about. However, the next moment, he unconsciously trembled. The originally calm look on his face was shocked again. Impossible, this trembling. Does it mean that even my space is trembling? This is. Momoshiki immediately turned his attention to Uzumaki Naruto, only to find that the entire ground was shaking non-stop during the process of Uzumaki Naruto gathering chakra. It's time to F*K, Kurama, snort, boom. Golden light enveloped Naruto and soared into the sky. A giant golden fox suddenly appeared in front of Dao Shi. The huge oppressive force made Taoshi unconsciously break out in a cold sweat. But it was only an instant, the golden giant fox disappeared, and the golden light that soared into the sky gathered back into Uzumaki Naruto's body in an instant. Buzzinga unknown currency. A unknown currency buzzing. Uzumaki Naruto also stood in place as usual. The golden cloak on his body is fluttering in the wind. It's just that the golden flames shrouded his body roared from time to time. This. Atsutsuki Kaguya looked like a peach, and was dumbfounded when he saw this. This guy, the chakra flames around him actually roared? Black Zetsu was so surprised that he almost fell from Kaguya's sleeve to the ground. What a powerful chakra is this? Is this still Uzumaki Naruto? This is. The Atsutsuki Peach pose immediately stopped in the sky. He can easily perceive how terrifying the golden flame that soared to the sky just now is. The amount of chakra contained in it simply stunned him. Looking again at Uzumaki Naruto, who was burning with golden flames at his feet, Momoshiki couldn't help but feel a sense of dry mouth and tongue tension. The blonde kid in front of him is far beyond his imagination. No. Impossible. In the distance, a Sutsuki Urashi was shocked by the Nine Tails chakra just now, breaking into a cold sweat. What a terrifying power this is. In the face of this force, even as a member of the Asutsuki clan, Arashiki feels shuddering. The ants in the lower realm can actually reach such a level? No wonder Asutsuki Kaguya behaves so well in front of this guy named Uzumaki Naruto. Shi is very restless. Originally I thought that no matter how strong Uzumaki Naruto is, it might just be able to exhaust Momoshiki. When the time comes, the fisherman will reap the benefits. Unfortunately, who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto in front of him has such terrifying power? Obviously, Asutsuki Momoshiki is not his opponent at all. Taoshi, are you ready to die? Uzumaki Naruto, dressed in golden light, raised his head slightly. His indifferent expression made people feel full of contempt. Hateful. Asutsuki Momo gritted his teeth and muttered. This expression. This voice Uzumaki Naruto obviously didn't take him seriously. And when facing Uzumaki Naruto, Momoshiki's involuntary fear made him feel even more annoyed. Mere ants. Stop being arrogant. Asutsuki roared in Momoshiki. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible force burst out from Daoshi's body and rushed towards all directions. Where the airwave passed, the trees were cut off, the hills were cracked, and there was a mess. Asutsuki Momoshi dives down with momentum and dashes towards Uzumaki Naruto. Die. Momoshiki slams a palm, but it is firmly caught by Naruto. Boom. The moment the two collided, the intertwined 5 stars even shattered the ground under Naruto's feet on the spot. However, what Ling Taoshi did not expect was that just when he wanted to continue adjusting his body shape for the next attack. But Uzumaki Naruto grabbed his arm and slapped him hard on the ground. You this. Boom. Before Taoshi finished speaking, Naruto stepped on his head on the ground. No matter how he struggled, under Naruto's strong pressure, Asutsuki Momoshiki lying on the ground couldn't move at all. Perhaps as the Asutsuki clan, you are very powerful. To deal with you, ninjutsu condensed by chakra cannot work against Asutsuki with Rinnegan. In the past 10 years, I have been practicing physical skills in the gravity space. It looks like the effect is very good. Uzumaki Naruto put one foot on Momo-style's head, and his expression looked extraordinarily relaxed. However, given your current condition, it seems that you can't turn over your arm and use the Rinnegan on your palm to absorb ninjutsu. Asutsuki Kaguya always says that he is immortal, but I have never personally experienced the specific situation. It just so happens that you are also a member of the Asutsuki family, so I will use you as an experiment to see if your Asutsuki family has the amount of immortality as Kaguya said. Uzumaki Naruto said with a mockery towards Dao, and spread his palms by the way. In the blink of an eye, a huge Rasengan appeared in his palm. You. Stop. Even lying on the ground, Dao Shi's white eyes can still see how powerful Rasengan's back is to him. This trick continues. Don't say that you can't stretch out your arms to absorb chakra in your current situation. Even if it can be absorbed, Taoshi can't guarantee that he will be safe and sound. Late. If there is a next life, don't push yourself like this again, Asutsuki. Uzumaki Naruto jokingly warns Asutsuki Momo. Immediately, the wrist moved slightly. Rasengan. Hiss. Uzumaki Black Ming's performance couldn't help but make the audience in Bai Ming world take a breath of cold air. It's so easy. Facing Asutsuki Momoshi, who ate the golden style, Uzumaki, who entered the Nine Tails mode, dealt with the opponent so easily. The strength gap between the two is too great. It's not on the same level at all. Even across the screen, when the Rasengan came down, everyone felt palpitations. For fear that the huge Rasengan would smash the screen and fall on their heads. Uchiha Madara. Hey! These so-called Asutsuki are completely incomparable to Koronaru, and I even suspected that Koronaru's entry into Nine Tails chakra was just to crush Asutsuki's peachy self-esteem. Senju Tobirama. That's right, Uzumaki Koronaru just wanted to show Momoshiki. Not only you Asutsuki Momoshiki can transform, he Uzumaki Kurowu can also transform. Jiraiya. Even after transforming, his power is far beyond Asutsuki's imagination. This kid still likes to kill people. Terumi Mei. But Hei Ming seems to have become more outrageous than before in the past 16 years. The chakra of 9 tails is already making a deafening roar around him. Onoki. Could it be that Kuromari compressed the excess 9 tails chakra? That's why it became so terrifying. Fourth Reikage. Compression. He can do this kind of thing. If that's the case, then when he uses 9 tails chakra, the effect of every move is unimaginable. Orochimaru. There is no fuss. For the control compression of chakra, Mr. Naruto has been practicing since he was a child. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Cut. But that kid's arrogant and inflated character is also stronger than before. In the past, Hei Naruto was still very cautious when gaining great power, but now. Black Zetsu. Does having time travel make you defiant? A Sutsuki Kaguya. I'm afraid that he will play off, and even going back in time can't save him. No. Impossible. Is it over like this? In the distance, a Sutsuki Urashiki stared at the rising dust. Under Bai Yan's observation, he can no longer perceive the existence of Shi. Pu Shi, who couldn't believe it, expanded his perception and searched carefully. But I still don't feel the slightest bit of chakra in a Sutsuki's peach style. Uzumaki Naruto actually easily killed Momo Senpai with one move? This. A Sutsuki Urashiki trembled in fright. This place is not suitable for staying for long. Withdraw. With no time to think about it, Urashiki hurriedly took advantage of the gap when Naruto and Kaguya didn't notice his existence, and left. Since Senior Dao Shi can be easily killed instantly, the result of my going up is the same. Asshole. Among the smoke and dust, Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. Are you leaving? That guy Urashiki. Not at all, Naruto. Nine Tails raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he was capturing the breath of Pu Shi. That guy just fled for his life in the distance, but he doesn't seem to have left the ninja world. Of course he won't leave. Naruto chuckled. If he is really determined to leave the ninja world, how will Ailu kill him? Well, this is, in the spiritual world, one person and one fox chat so easily. This kind of relaxed feeling is like not taking Pushi in his heart at all. In their eyes, the other party is even worse than bedbugs. However, at this moment, an uncomfortable voice sounded from Naruto's spiritual world. Someone is actually able to kill Urashiki? Nani? Nine Tails heard the sound, and the huge fox body trembled suddenly. This voice. A Sutsuki Peach pose. Nine Tails said subconsciously, and immediately looked towards the source of the voice. It's really you, a Sutsuki Momoshi, you. Naruto. How did he come in? Nine Tails was stunned. He clearly sensed that the Rasengan just now had completely defeated Dao Shi's aura. However, what ability did the other party use to enter Uzumaki Naruto's sea of a spiritual consciousness? However, in a trance, Nine Tails suddenly remembered what Kaguya said before. Could it be a wedge? Oh. Fox. At this moment, Dao Shi looked very relaxed. He looked up and down at the Nine Tails behind Naruto, and said with a chuckle, I didn't expect a creature like you to have wisdom. Indeed, I carved a wedge on Uzumaki Naruto so that I could enter his sea of a spiritual consciousness. Of course, for wedge, Insatsuki Kaguya has given you a detailed description before. Your body is truly perfect. But what's interesting is that my white eyes can't see through your future. It's really a strange thing. Naruto, who was still looking at Momoji with a high spirit, changed his expression slightly after hearing the last words of the other party. What do you mean? Can your white eyes see the future? Huh. What a fuss. Dao Shichi smiled bitterly. Ants are just ants, and they can't appreciate the greatness of our Asutsuki clan at all. I can't feel our strength. Uzumaki Naruto. When the wedge is 80% thawed, I will occupy your body. After 100%, all your consciousness will be completely swallowed by me. In order to show your disrespect to me before, I will use your appearance to kill everyone you care about. Destroy everything you care about. Speaking of which, a Sutsuki Momoshiki showed a fierce look. It seems that I can't help but want to wait for that moment to come. When the time comes, I will let them experience what despair is, the despair of being killed by someone they once knew. Uzumaki Naruto. Nine Tails. Silent. I have to say, apart from being arrogant, you are also very polite. Should I thank you for your reminder? How about reminding my relatives in advance before freezing? Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. Huh? You don't seem to care much? Uzumaki Naruto. Dao Shi was taken aback, a little surprised at the other party's calm performance. You don't have to be so surprised. A Sutsuki Momoshiki. Nine Tails squinted his eyes into a straight line, looking at Momoshiki with a slightly dazed expression in front of him like a fool. We don't know your ability, but you also don't know our ability. Your wedge is useless to Naruto. During the battle between Naruto and you, even the Sharingan of 9 Gyuyu reincarnation was not activated. We just need to go back in time to the state before we fought with you, and your wedge will disappear automatically. However, your death has already become a reality. What? A Sutsuki Momoshiki heard the sound and panicked. You actually have the ability to go back in time. Damn. You. At this moment, Yin Tong Muteo completely panicked. He never dreamed that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was not just a terrible chakra. He was able to activate the 9 Gyuyu reincarnation Sharingan? No. How is this possible? If the other party can open this kind of eyes, doesn't it mean that the other party is also from the Asutsuki family? Even a high-ranking person in the Asutsuki clan. No, don't say that, Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand quickly. You will scare Asutsuki Momoji if you say that. But Taoshi, what Kurama said is not wrong. I just need to use the pupil technique, and everything you so-called will cease to exist. But Naruto's expression suddenly became serious, but at the same time it was mixed with an indescribable confusion. Peach style, as I said before, your model is similar to the situation when I unblocked Kaguya. Rather than saying that Asutsuki Kaguya was unsealed, it would be better to say that she was resurrected through my body as the medium of her being sealed. Although the process is different between the two of you, they are similar. And Kaguya fell into my plot and was defeated miserably by me, and then cooperated with me to crazily recruit chakra through my ability. In just a few hours, the chakra I received was unimaginably strong. It even helped me to open the double-eyed Juguyu reincarnation Sharingan. But Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly, causing Nine Tails to be taken aback. He remembers very clearly that Naruto terminated the infinite superposition of chakra because he was worried that Kaguya would evolve. But judging from Naruto's expression, the truth seems to be not so simple. But when I opened the Juguyu reincarnation Sharingan, I found that my body has almost reached the critical point. I have no way to continue stacking the huge chakra in my body. If I further absorb chakra, I will completely perish due to the collapse of my body. What? Dao Shi and Nine Tails exclaimed at the same time. Naruto, is this the real reason why you stopped the chakra superposition? Nine Tails' eyes rounded in surprise. Of course, worrying about Kaguya's evolution is also the reason. But the most important thing is that I can no longer bear such a powerful chakra. Maybe even if I have a sage body, but at some level, the strength of the body is indeed not as strong as the natural Asutsuki family. However, just as Naruto's voice fell to the ground, Daodao's unwilling laughter came from Taoshi's mouth. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Damn it, I didn't expect a nether creature like you to be able to reach this point. The body can't bear the chakra absorbed and transformed by itself, and it will collapse. Get out of the body and free your consciousness from every dimension. Have you reached this point yet? No. Not right. Peach's speech made Naruto and Nine Tails stunned. The two of them quietly looked at Dao Shi, who was already almost insane. It's really impossible to reach such a level with your physical strength. I didn't expect Asutsuki Kaguya to be so close to being the second one. If you can always help Kaguya stack chakra, she will become the second. Asutsuki Momoshi glared at Uzumaki Naruto frantically, and murmured, Asutsuki Shibai. Asutsuki Shibai. Before Nine Tails was shocked, he heard Taoshi's intermittent laughter. Uzumaki Naruto. What a pity, if you had a way to give up your physical body, you would have crossed over to another level. A few. Asutsuki Kaguya is just one step away from becoming a god? The audience in Beiming World were startled. The memory is suddenly pulled back to the future of Bai Ming that I watched before. Whether it is through the mouth of the scientist Amador or the mouth of the Asutsuki Dao Lama, Peach style, the existence of the legendary Asutsuki Shiba is being verified. Obviously, regarding the existence of Asutsuki Shibahu, what Amador said is more reliable. That person Asutsuki Shibai, who has become a god and left the dimension belonging to the ninja world, has indeed abandoned his physical body. This point can be verified by the first-generation artificial humans Ada and Daimon created by Amador. The abilities of the siblings are perverted enough to make opponents unable to attack. All this is due to the body cells related to Shibai provided by Asutsuki Ichishiki to Amador. Uchiha Madara. So the reason why Asutsuki Shibahu abandoned his body is also because his own strength can't carry too much chakra? Senju Hashirama. God? What kind of existence is that? Senju Tobarama. According to the available information, just now Momoshiki also mentioned the problem of abandoning the body and the problem of reaching another level. It can be seen that he wants to reach a higher level. It is indeed necessary to abandon the original fleshly body. Onoki. Inta. Evolution. Asutsuki Kaguya. Is this so strange? The so-called evolution is to undergo various forms of huge changes in oneself. To some extent, the body changes have an upper limit. If you want to break through this upper limit, you have to be able to break free from the shackles of the body. Black Zetsu. Could it be said that Black Naruto had already discovered this mystery when he superimposed chakra? Hitaki Kakashi. No, I think the reason why Haimaru wants to solve Momoji alone is to find this kind of opportunity to talk to him alone, so as to obtain more information on this aspect. Uzumaki Naruto. Wait a minute, what is that guy trying to do? He doesn't really want to abandon his body, 010, and go to a higher level? Yamanaka Ino. This. Haruno Sakura. It's a lie, Uzumaki is almost invincible. Didn't he say that he plans to enjoy life after killing Momoshiki and others? Uchiha Sasuke. How could this kind of thing be possible? And he also said that his own strength is indeed inferior to the Asutsuki family in a certain level. What Asutsuki Shiba can do, Hyaming may not be able to do, and no one can do it like Asutsuki Shiba. No one knows the specifics of the experience of abandoning the body to become a god, and with Hyaming's prudence, it is impossible to take this risk. Naruto. Seeing that Naruto was silent, Nine Tails hurriedly interrupted the other party's thoughts. Don't listen to Momoshiki talking nonsense here. No one knows whether the legendary Asutsuki Shibai exists or not. Moreover, the matter of him abandoning his body is full of mysteries. You must not try blindly. Even if you have the ability to go back in time, no one knows whether your ability will be affected after you absorb too much chakra and cause your body to collapse. Once there is a mistake, it will be beyond redemption. Uzumaki Naruto heard the words, nodded with a smile and said, Kurama, don't worry, I am full of desire for power, but to a certain extent, it is enough to solve the existing crisis. I'm not a very ambitious person, and I'm even less interested in becoming a god and crossing dimensions. All of this is better than a family sitting together and having a happy meal. After listening to Naruto's words, Asutsuki Momoshiki was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, sure enough, even though you are so powerful as a lower realm, you are still thinking of an ordinary person in the end. Really? Naruto looked at Momoshi disapprovingly, and said calmly, whether I'm an ordinary person or not, it's not up to you to judge. After all, you, as a high-ranking Asutsuki, didn't you lose to me? And this wedge, Uzumaki Naruto spread his palms at this point. A diamond-shaped logo is engraved on the palm. Peach style. Whether it is chakra or spiritual power, I am far above you. Your means are useless to me at all. Even if I don't use time regression, if you swagger into my chakra sea of AA consciousness, you will only be assimilated by my power. Uzumaki Naruto, this bastard. Asutsuki raised his peach-like eyebrows slightly, and looked at Naruto with a ferocious face. The next second, he only felt his eyes dim, and he clearly felt the passing of his own energy. And the diamond-shaped wedge in the palm of Uzumaki Naruto is slowly dissipating as time goes by, as if swallowed and erased by some kind of force. You. Dao Shi was about to speak, but immediately withdrew his voice. On the contrary, he laughed softly. HMPH. After all, you are already at that level. Even if you are not from the Asutsuki family, you should be powerful. Even if I have more resentment, it is useless. Asutsuki Momoshiki looked resentful and unwilling, but facing Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, he knew he was powerless to revolving heaven. Who would have thought that a mere person in the lower realm would have the ability to superimpose chakra infinitely? It's really incredible for Momoshiki, who is Asutsuki. However, The ending has already been decided. No matter how incredible it is, it will not help. Well, I didn't expect that you, who have reached the end of your life, seem extraordinarily gentlemanly. Much better than that Asutsuki Urashi who can only yell. Pooh style? Regarding Naruto's last remarks, Momoshiki trembled suddenly. It's a pity that there is not much time left for Taoshi to think. He only knows that this strongest man in the mainland that he can't see through has more means than theirs. Perhaps the only person who can compete with him is the legendary Asutsuki Shibai who has left this dimension. However, that is just a legend. No one can be sure where Juju is and whether it is really like a legend. The only thing that can be determined is that Uzumaki Naruto, who has retained his body and is stuck in the sublime dimension of consciousness, is already in invincible existence in this dimension. Really unpleasant. Asutsuki Momoshiki left the last sentence. The whole body turned into little stars, completely disappeared in Uzumaki Naruto's chakra consciousness sea. However, at the moment when Asutsuki Momoshi completely disappeared, an invisible force suddenly exploded from Uzumaki Naruto's mind. This is. Uzumaki Naruto froze. What's wrong, Naruto? Kurama, something terrible happened. I actually got some memory fragments of Asutsuki Momo and Asutsuki Gold. It seems to be related to the way they use their own power. This. Nani. Nine Tails, who was about to get down, jumped up suddenly. You. Naruto, are you eating Asutsuki Peach and Gold? At the same time, outside Asutsuki Kaguya and Black Zetsu waited slowly for the smoke to dissipate. Mother, what happened? Black Zetsu couldn't see through the rising smoke, so he could only ask Kaguya. Momoshiki should have been defeated by Naruto. There is only the figure of Uzumaki Naruto in the smoke, and the peach-like breath has disappeared. Only. At this moment, Asutsuki Kaguya looks extremely solemn. Just now, she clearly saw the extra chakra reaction on Uzumaki Naruto's palm. But, also at this moment, that chakra reaction slowly disappeared. At this moment, the figure in the smoke and dust slowly moved a few times, and began to walk out. He came. Asutsuki Kaguya left a sentence and responded non-stop. Uzumaki Naruto, how are things going? The Asutsuki Peach pose should have engraved the wedge on your palm. Why did it suddenly disappear? Kaguya looks anxiously at Uzumaki Naruto who looks indifferent. In her impression, it is impossible for wedges to thaw instantly. Chakra disappeared just now. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto has used time regression? However, he himself has not disappeared, and it is obvious that there is no flow of time on him. Can it be said that with your current strength, you can manipulate the time of any object at will? Even a peach-style wedge. Kaguya thought about it, and came to a conclusion that surprised her. Uzumaki Naruto was able to engrave time on the wedge of the Asutsuki family and make it disappear in a retrospective way? This kind of thing is a bit of a hell. What are you thinking? Uzumaki Naruto rolled Yoruichi's eyes. How can this kind of thing be manipulated with time? But don't worry, that jumper has completely disappeared. Not only that, I also learned some of his moves. For example, the kind of ninjutsu that can absorb other people's ninjutsu and then double the feedback to the opponent. I remember its name is Gao Huang Chan Ling Zun. Right, I should remember correctly. What? Asutsuki Kaguya stepped back in shock after hearing this. This is indeed a technique often used by Dao Shi to round up the domestic spirit. You. Hey, don't tell me. Luckily Asutsuki Momoshiki didn't come and respond in time during the fight with me. As if thinking of something, Uzumaki Naruto is a little excited. This guy actually has the ability to temporarily stop time. Time is frozen. If he used this technique just now, we would be in danger. Asutsuki Kaguya. Black Zetsu. Silent. The mother and the son looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel a glimmer of insight. Take the gap between Uzumaki Naruto and Asutsuki Peach pose as an example. Even if Peach pose uses time freezing, it is impossible to have any effect on Naruto. This kid is obviously in Versailles. However, what makes them even more puzzled is how Uzumaki Naruto learned the jumping technique. Hey. I said Uzumaki Naruto. Black Zetsu asked curiously. What happened between you and Momoshiki? How could you learn the skills that Asutsuki Momoshiki is good at in that short time just now? Just when Black Zetsu and Kaguya were suspicious at the same time, Ju. A muffled voice sounded from Naruto's body and passed into the ears of the two. Momoshiki did carve a wedge for Naruto, but his level is not enough for Naruto to watch, so. The Atsutsuki peach style was eaten by Naruto instead. Atsutsuki Kaguya, silent. Black Zetsu, silent. Momoshiki was eaten by Naruto. The two tremble unconsciously. What? Just how strong is Uzumaki Naruto in front of him? He actually ate the Atsutsuki clan. Atsutsuki Kaguya. This damn stinky fox, talking nonsense in there, it's just out of rhythm. Black Zetsu. Humph. The 9 tails of fox fake tiger's prestige can make it hug Uzumaki Black Ming's thigh, and forget the days when he was manipulated by Madara and Hashirama at will. 9 tails. Cut. Even if my relationship with Black Naruto is not that close, I am 8 times more dignified 9 tails. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama may not be my opponent. Uchiha Madara. Don't fart. If you weren't close to him, wouldn't you tail beasts have been fused into 10 tails by him long ago, and you still want to be free? Senju Hashirama. Madara is right. I feel that the reason why Koronaru let the tail beasts free is also because of 9 tails. Tsunade. There seems to be nothing wrong with what 9 tails said. That kid Haiming did rely on his own powerful chakra and spiritual power to suppress Dao Shi's power, and then crushed the opponents. Chakra dissolved and absorbed into his own chakra consciousness C, but didn't he say that his body could no longer carry chakra's Shinya? Orochimaru. You should have misunderstood Mr. Naruto's words. He said that he can't carry the power of chakra superimposing the next step of the tailed beast. The doubled chakra of the 8-fold tailed beast is 16 times the tail. Beast chakra, Atsutsuki peach chakra is far from that level. Jiraiya. Hey, anyway, Naruto over there is just as Momoshiki thought. Except for the legendary Atsutsuki Shibai, he is already an invincible existence in this dimension, maybe even. When encountering a style, the opponent's fate is no different from that of the peach style. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it. The me over there turned out to be such a terrifying existence. Then wouldn't he be able to control this universe? Inuzuka Tooth. The Atsutsuki family is the most powerful existence in this dimension. They absorb the power of various planets and transform them into chakra dan for evolution. Momoshiki said so. That should be fine. Somewhere in the ninja world is a quiet no man's land. Late at night, sitting on a rock with Tsutsukiura style very restless. Since Momoshiki's defeat in the battle, Urashiki has turned into an ordinary person and fled around various towns in the ninja world. The purpose is to detect all information about Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, the information obtained is not very useful, because every town and place is singing the greatness of Uzumaki Naruto. Especially the Atsutsuki invasion that happened during the Nin exam has become something that people talk about. Even if Pushi didn't take the initiative to ask, he could hear people talking about this matter. Have you heard? The Atsutsuki clan has invaded again? Is that the evil Atsutsuki clan? But news from Konoha village, those 2 Atsutsuki were soon resolved by His Majesty Naruto and Lord Kaguya. Master Kaguya. After all, it was Mr. Kaguya and His Majesty Naruto who joined hands to defeat the evil Atsutsuki and save the ninja world. I didn't expect that there would be another Atsutsuki attack. I really don't know how to live or die. If it wasn't for avoiding panic, Pushi would have killed all of these people. The mere ants dare to look down on them so much. However, in the face of overwhelming praise, Pushi also found an excuse for intelligence collection. But it is a pity that his inquiry can only be viewed as an idiot by people. The result is that Uzumaki Naruto is like a god. What a group of stupid lower realm creatures, gods. What do they know about gods? Recalling the previous investigation, I became more and more angry because of Tsutsukiura style. I was so angry that I stood up on the spot and shattered the boulder under me. But Uzumaki Naruto is really strong, what should I do? There is also Kaguya, that damn traitor. It is possible that he was fascinated by that kid, and he even contributed the family's treasure plow. Pushi felt even more angry when he thought that he could feel the breath of plow from the town of the imperial capital. But, for a moment, Pushi's spirit faltered. Silent. Plow? Bang bang bang. In the gravitational space, there are non-stop soft sounds of sharp weapons colliding. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto is practicing taiju with his daughter. Call. Uzumaki Ailu confronts Uzumaki Naruto with a sword in both hands. Under the influence of the gravity environment, her body passes extremely quickly, and the hands holding the long sword are also trembling. Why does it feel like the chakra weapon in father's hand is more powerful than before? As expected of a father, I am improving every day. For her father, Ailu is full of awe and admiration. Elu. Let's stop here. You should take a break too. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at L, whose physical strength was about to reach its limit, and withdrew the chakra blade expressionlessly. As for the golden method, which can condense chakra into a weapon, Naruto has researched it many years ago. This technique requires a strong ability to control chakra, but it is not a difficult technique. However, after Naruto has absorbed the transformed Momoji, the level of his chakra weapon condensed has indeed made greater progress than before. No, father. I can continue to fight. It's not necessary. Uzumaki Naruto immediately thought about Ailu's words, put his two fingers together, and the gravity of the gravity space instantly decreased a lot. Sometimes it is very important to combine work and rest. And it's getting late, I'm going to rest too. Oh. Got it. Uzumaki Ailu was obviously disappointed. In her heart, her father is always serious. At least in front of her, Naruto is a very strict person. However, the most frustrating thing for Elu is that Uzumaki Naruto never asked about her abilities. Especially her pupil technique. Among the brothers and sisters, each has a very powerful pupil technique, Rinnegan or Tensegan. Although there is no expressive double pupil change like Zi Yuan's, it also has the pupil technique of manipulating time. Why? It seems that if I want to get my father's approval, I need to work harder. Uzumaki Ailu thought about it for a while, and raised his spirits again, sweeping away the depression just now. However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto words came to my ears. Don't go any further, go back and have a good rest. I will stay at Shien's place tonight, tomorrow morning. You need to get up early to have breakfast with me and your mother. As soon as Naruto said that he would stay with his mother tonight and have breakfast with his father tomorrow morning, Ailu immediately cheered up. I see, I'm going to have a good rest now. Uzumaki jumped a few meters happily, opened the space channel immediately, and disappeared in front of Naruto without stopping. This child, Naruto chuckled, also opening the space channel. Appeared again, he had come to Shien's room. His Majesty. When Azuki Shien saw Naruto, she was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly greeted him happily. How do you? Oh, I just finished practicing with Ailu, and I plan to stay with you, and by the way, Xingxing will have breakfast with you and Ailu. Uzumaki Naruto and Azuki Yugo are chatting casually. Shien naturally took over Naruto's sweaty clothes after practicing, and went to the closet and took out a brand new bathrobe. Wait until Naruto finishes washing. The two sat by the bed and chatted about homework. Ailu, child, hey, Shien sighed. She always asks me if His Majesty doesn't like her. Why don't you ask me about her pupil technique? Even she feels that you don't care whether she has activated special pupil power. I don't even know how to explain it to her. Why do you say that? Naruto asked curiously. For his own group of children, Uzumaki Naruto can't do everything. Many things, he needs to know what the children really think from Hinata and the others through such homely conversations. You said that Ailu often goes to the gravity space by herself. And I also told her that those spaces are shared by Your Majesty in a Sutsuki Kaguya-sama. A space that can only be reached by those who can open Wangchen Billionsaka. This child often goes to practice by himself. Does Your Majesty not know if he has special pupil power? Hey. Ailu, this idiot. I see. Uzumaki Naruto laughed awkwardly. This is your problem. Who told you not to explain it clearly to your children? Next time Ailu asks you again, you have to explain it to her carefully. When Maoyue Shien heard the words, Mei stared round. Does this kind of thing have to be said clearly to be understood? Shien shakes in distress, but she is happy in her heart. Uzumaki Naruto is obviously siding with Ailu and making excuses for her, which is enough to see that in Naruto's heart, he loves Ailu very much. Hey, yes, it's all my fault. Maoyue Shien pursed her lips, pretending to be wronged and said, I don't know how to be a mother anymore. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes wandered a few times, pretending not to notice Shien's dissatisfaction. Asked casually. So did Lu tell you about her abilities? Not really. Shi Yan was taken aback. Immediately stood up, pinched my waist with both hands and said, Your Majesty, please don't say that. The older this child is, the more disobedient he will be. She herself thinks that you don't care about her pupil skills, and when I asked her, she hesitated and refused to tell me. I'm really worried about whether Lu has a psychological problem. However, to Shien's surprise, after hearing these contents, Uzumaki Naruto admitted with a smile, This kid is very good, like me. Ah. Shien was taken aback. Her pretty face changed suddenly, and she hurriedly said, No, it must be that my aptitude is not high enough. So. HMPH. You are talking nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto pinched Shien's waist and said, Don't tell anyone about your abilities. Lu's character is exactly the same as mine. Azuki Shien stares at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her. When the other party finished saying this, the proud expression on the corner of his mouth was vicious. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto said this from the heart. At this moment, Azuki Shien felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. Unfortunately, just as the two of them were about to go to bed, there were noisy footsteps in the corridor outside. The sound of footsteps stopped abruptly until the door of their room. Shi Yan is startled. I can't think of anyone who is so courageous, daring to scurry around his room in the middle of the night. But soon, there was a murmur at the door. Brother, go and knock on the door. Wait a minute, let me take it easy, do you think father is asleep now? How do we know? Then Shao Qi will knock on the door, you are the only one who dares to dispatch in front of father on weekdays. Then you can't let me go to Sunflower, she is already asleep, if I wake her up, Mother Hinata will kill me. I think big brother is right. Then Shao Qi will knock on the door, Jian Jin, it's up to you. That's right, seventh sister, you are young, and your father loves you. Uzumaki Naruto's children muttered in the corridor, each with slightly anxious expressions. Uzumaki Kansumi had no choice but to take a deep breath, and just about to knock on the door suddenly opened by itself. Then, Maoyue Shien, with her hands on her waist, stood coldly and arrogantly at the door. Mother. Several people were startled when they saw this, and before they could speak, Maoyue Shien's voice rang out. What are you doing without sleeping at night? Also, how can you treat your father as a monster? Whoever knocks on the door is not knocking when something happens. Call. Hearing what Shi Yan said, the few people finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Uzumaki Boruto's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly said, Mother, it's not good, something serious happened. Tsunade. PFF'd. This group of brats is so interesting, everyone is so afraid of Himing. Uzumaki Kushina. But from this, it can be seen that the child's wife seems to have a personal living area. Orochimaru. It can't be said that Naruto-kun's children are afraid of him. It can only be said that they are children who understand the rules. Terumi Mei. I feel that this scene is very warm, especially Hei Ming, he is actually very concerned about his children, and I personally think that the status of those children in his heart is higher than that of his wife. Azuki Shien. It can't be said that those children have a direct blood relationship with Himing. The relationship between them is different, and I feel that Himing treats us very well. He is talking to me when I was with Lu, she was also joking with me. Shi Hahong. Yes. We can all see that Shi Yan's state of chatting with Himing about family affairs is completely different from when she was a guard. In the room, Uzumaki Naruto regained his serious expression again. Wearing pajamas, he sat upright on the bed and looked at the children standing in a row. Pretend to be puzzled and asked. I didn't sleep in the middle of the night. What happened to make you come to me in such a hurry? Even you all come? I remember that Nanjin should be busy filming, and Tiando is busy with Rain Shinobi Village's concert? Why did you two follow me? Facing Naruto's inquiry, Uzumaki Kansumi nudged Uzumaki Boruto with her elbow. Boruto trembled all over, quickly stood up straight, and briefly described what happened just now. Naruto nodded lightly when he heard the words, Boruto, you mean that you and Sumair-Khan found a guard being attacked near the museum? When I went to investigate, I found that people who looked like the Asutsuki family were stealing. And use the ability of a certain device to cause time and space to fluctuate? Yes, my lord father, Uzumaki Boruto said solemnly. Listen to that person's self-introduction. His name is Asutsuki Urashiki. Also, that tool is the turtle-like thing unearthed by the archaeological team not long ago. After speaking, Boruto brought the plow in front of Naruto. Fortunately, Jin forcibly suppressed the fluctuations in time and space, and restored the distorted time and space to its original state. However, Asutsuki Urashiki seems to have been involved in the time warp, and we worry that he must have a purpose in doing so. Of course he has a purpose. Uzumaki Naruto smiled disdainfully in his heart. Pure Ashiki's purpose is to let the past self meet the future daughter. From the moment Naruto stepped out of the gravitational space and came to Shien's room, he should have sensed the existence of Urashiki. Even if the opponent suppressed chakra very low, they still couldn't escape Uzumaki Naruto's natural perception that exists all the time. Tonight's incident, everything is in Uzumaki Naruto's expectation. But he didn't expect Boruto to call all the brothers and sisters together. The last time the peach pose struck, we didn't do anything, and we always felt a little uncomfortable. So this time about Pushi, we also want to help my father. Uzumaki Nanjin said with a grunt. Uzumaki Naruto, silent. Odd this. Why does my daughter always have a murderous look? Moreover, Nanjin can be regarded as a national idol. I understand the general situation. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand. Nanjin, you should learn from your mother. Your mother is the angel of rain shinobi village. As an idol of the whole people, you can't just fight and kill with one mouth. Yeah. What father said is true. Uzumaki Tiando couldn't help nodding. The image of the second sister is still very important. Second sister, I will help you with your strength. Fourth brother, aren't you an idol of the people? Ina gave Tiando a white look. No. Wait a minute. As soon as Boruto spoke, the brothers and sisters immediately fell silent. According to my feeling, this turtle-like treasure seems to be unable to teleport many people at once. Maybe 1 or 2 is its limit, and send a lot of chakra to it. I think since Sumair and I discovered the traces of Urashiki, let's go. That's not okay, brother, although what you said is true, but what if you go to danger? You are the heir. Uzumaki Wei stepped forward. I think it's better for me to replace you. Okay, stop earning. Boruto said seriously. You also know that I am the eldest brother, so I have to take care of this kind of thing. Also, Urashiki hurt our guards, this matter cannot be forgiven. Looking at the children struggling to eliminate Asutsuki, Uzumaki Naruto was very pleased. His expression is still very serious, and he looks at Uzumaki who has been silent. As if feeling the majesty from her father, Ailu trembled. Can't help shaking a few times. You don't need to earn. Uzumaki Naruto coughed lightly. I remember that Sumair has the ability to time, she must go. Yes, my lord father. When Uzumaki heard that she was named by her father, she immediately held her head high with pride. This kind of thing can't be done without me. Uzumaki Naruto. Let Ailu go with Jinjin. The task of eliminating Asutsuki Urashiki is left to you too. Uzumaki Naruto just finished speaking. Several people are immediately dumbfounded. But thinking that the other party is Uzumaki Ailu, everyone showed a look of relief. Although everyone doesn't know what the ability of the third princess of the empire is, she is indeed the most obsessed and practiced person. Uzumaki Ailu was stunned. What about having breakfast together? Why did my father ask me to perform this task again? And Boruto suddenly became nervous. It's over, my father must have known the whole story of the Fanado clan, and was disappointed in me, so I sent my third sister to carry out this task. Haruno Sakura. These kids are so cute. Uzumaki Naruto. Why are Koronaru's children so united? Why are they so obedient to Koronaru's arrangements? It's disgusting. The departure of Uzumaki Ailu and Uzumaki Kansumi is connected to the meeting of Uzumaki Koronaru and his future daughter 16 years ago. Asutsuki Urashiki will die in the past. No matter the Urashiki of the Black Naruto world or the Urashiki of the White Naruto world, it seems that they cannot escape the problem of dying in the past timeline. Only this time, the audience of Beiming World got a more detailed understanding of the content of Jin and Ailu's journey to the past. It's just unimaginable that the children of Uzumaki Haimaru were very concerned about the invasion of the Asutsuki clan. One by one volunteered to help Uzumaki Haiming solve problems. Uzumaki Naruto. I thought it was that guy who forced Sumair and Ailu to go, but it turned out that his children were so positive about it. Yamanaka Ino. But Ailu didn't show any performance, she was called by Hyeming without saying a word. Haruno Sakura. Ailu must be a bit reluctant to go to kill Urashiki, after all, Koronaru promised her to have breakfast with her. Tsunade. As a result, I didn't have breakfast, but I was sent to kill Urashiki. Jiraiya. That's right, but Elu didn't have any complaints. Even if she traveled to the past, we didn't see any complaints from her. We were just worried that killing Finado disrupted Boruto's plan. It caused Hyeming's dissatisfaction, she just made a fool of herself and thought about it. Uchiha Makoto. All in all, Uzumaki's children are very sensible and obey their parents' arrangements. They are strong, excellent and filial. They are really a group of good children. The next morning. At the dining table, Uzumaki Naruto is sitting upright. On both sides are Azuki Shien and Uzumaki Boruto. Late last night, after Uzumaki Kasumi and Uzumaki Ailu got the mission, they didn't even have time to pack up, so they went to the past. The rest of the children, because they were worried about the two, they did not leave. I waited until dawn and didn't fall asleep. Hey, why hasn't my sister come back yet? Old 8 Uzumaki Pinju sitting at the dining table sighed. If we travel back to the past, for our future time, shouldn't the sisters come back in the blink of an eye? Hey, Zauba, don't talk nonsense here. Uzumaki Shin put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand, and hurriedly stopped the vortex Pinju. However, Pinju's words still made everyone at the table change their expressions suddenly, and immediately became gloomy. Only Uzumaki Naruto, his face is still calm. Oops. I heard something happened last night? At this moment, a voice with an arrogant tone came from outside the door. Soon, barefooted Zi Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Are the children there too? I said, His Majesty Naruto, could it be that Sister Shien's food is more to your taste? Zion walks to Naruto's body hall with a smile on her face. Boruto got up immediately when he saw this, gave up his seat and said, Master, good morning. Have you eaten yet? Well, Boruto is so good, he is indeed our eldest son. Zi Yuan was not polite, and sat directly next to Naruto. I've already eaten. While Zai Yuan was speaking, the maids under Shien hurriedly brought a new chair for Boruto. Stop joking. Zai Yuan seeing Zi Yuan's arrival, Shien sighed. It's true that something happened last night. Ailu and Jinjin traveled through time and space to deal with Asutsuki Urashi's matter. No wonder I felt a strong time-space chakra in the middle of last night. It turned out that it was the Asutsuki that His Majesty said before that came with Momoshiki but hid. How did Ailu and Jinjin go to the past? Is it the time and space power of Jinjin? No, it's the noble phantasm plow. Naruto put down the milk in his hand, and smiled at Shien. Your Majesty is in a good mood. Zai Yuan smiled curiously, and then said seriously, that's it. They are equivalent to taking the time tunnel itself to the past. The influence of time and space is only on the two of them. Moreover, the two of them took the initiative in traveling through time and space. That's why this phenomenon that you can't understand appears. Mother, you mean? For example, the disorder of time and space is due to Pushi. Ailu and Jinjin were influenced by Pushi and traveled together with him. Perhaps killing Urashiki can correct the order of time, so it will be an instant on our side. Unfortunately, the opportunity for the three of them to cross is to use the treasure. If they want to come back, they can only use the power of the treasure. The treasure can be opened actively, and it is in the hands of Ailu and Jinjin, so the overall timeline has not been disturbed. As long as the three of them don't make changes in the past to change the future, there is no problem. Once something happens, our world will completely disintegrate and disappear. Through Ziyuan's explanation, others understand the truth a little bit. Ah. Mother, it's better not to explain. This explanation is even scarier. Ina's face was full of panic. So there's nothing wrong with it, you should trust each other in your brothers and sisters. Just like Ailu and Jinjin believe that they can handle this task perfectly. Uzumaki Naruto finally finished his breakfast, stretched himself and stood up. Laughing. When Ailu and Jinjin solve Pushi, the world will be clean, and I can finally enjoy life. Boruto, you have to hurry up and get ready. It's time to take over the big and small things of the Uzumaki country. Uzumaki Boruto turned pale with shock when he heard this. From Ziyuan's explanation just now, he didn't get a little bit of relaxation. Although the father made them believe in Ailu and Jin, no one can guarantee what kind of difficulties they will encounter. The opponent is the Atsutsuki clan. Father, I don't think now is the time to say this. After all, Ailu and Jin haven't come back yet, and I'm not old enough to take over my father's place. No, Uzumaki Boruto waved his hand quickly, signaling that something was wrong. And even if father wants to enjoy life, he has to wait until Ailu and Jin come back. Boom. Boruto's voice just fell, and he was hit violently on the head. You stinky boy, you are talking as if your father is not worried about Ailu and Jin. Huh. But you are worried about their mood, I am very pleased. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Boruto with a smile and cursing. This move made Boruto stunned. This feeling of approval and warmth from his father, filled Uzumaki Boruto's heart with warmth. But in the next second, Uzumaki Boruto suddenly realized something, stood up suddenly, and said excitedly, I understand, I finally understand. The reason why Atsutsuki Urashi used the treasure to go back to the past must be to harm his father in the past. After all, with his ability, he can't beat his current father at all. And Jin and Ailu will definitely go back to the past. No wonder my father asked Ailu to go with Jin. Could it be you, father? Brother can be stupid sometimes. Nanjin put her arms around her chest, shook her head helplessly, and said, Father must have met Ailu and Jin in the past timeline, and saw through their identities. Furthermore, father must know that the two of them will not fail, so he is so relieved. Ah. It shouldn't be. If the person in the future is found out by the person in the past, he will definitely erase the memory of the other person without changing the future. No matter how powerful your majesty is, since you have seen through the identities of Ailu and Jin, they will discuss with your majesty and erase their memories. Mao Yue Xian said in surprise. The one with the same expression as her is Xian. If his majesty has not been erased from memory, then. Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said, I do retain the memory of meeting them, and I know they are Xian and my daughter. But the two of them don't seem to know that I have learned their identities. Besides, they did perform the ninjutsu of erasing memory, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to have any effect on me. Uzumaki Naruto looked triumphant and the children who listened were dumbfounded. That. Ina looked suspiciously at Naruto. That's right, Atsutsuki Urashiki was killed by L. And he was killed with a single knife. What? After listening to Naruto's words, everyone was startled on their seats. One knife. Ailu's child? Azuki Shion couldn't even believe her ears. Did the third sister solve Atsutsuki with one blow? Father, you didn't tease us, did you? Yulei couldn't believe it. Why should I lie to you about this kind of thing? Today, Uzumaki Naruto is in a good mood. Sectionally, we talked about the scene where Sumair-Khan protected Shi Yan and Hinata, and Ailu personally challenged Urashiki. The words are full of recognition and pride for the children. Ailu blames me for not asking about her ability. In fact, I knew about it 16 years ago. While the children are enjoying it, they admire Ailu more and more in their hearts. As expected of the third sister, her strength is truly terrifying. Yes, Ailu's hard work for so many years is not a waste of time. Pinju, Shin. From now on, we should keep a low profile in front of the third sister. Once the third sister gets angry, she will hang her up and beat her. Brother Tiando, I have always been very good. Looking at the relieved crowd, Uzumaki Naruto also smiled happily. When Ailu and Jin come back, the affairs of the Atsutsuki clan will come to an end, and he will be able to enjoy life well. I said. However, at this moment, Zi Yuan and Shi Yan stared at Ming District with burning eyes. So your majesty knew that Xian and I were your future. Xian squints her eyes and looks at Naruto with dissatisfaction. That's natural, otherwise when you came to Konoha village to negotiate with me with Onoki, how could I have such a good temper with you? Damn it, so I was tricked by you. Zi Yuan stamped her feet angrily, and jumped into Naruto's arms. This scene happened too suddenly. Azuki Shion couldn't respond for a while, but heard the laughter from the children. Her face darkened, and she squinted at the children who were watching the play. Are you all full? When you are full, don't you know how to go about your own business? I think you guys are just too idle. If you can't do it, you'll all go to the gravity space to practice in the future. Conan. Ah, this. Tsunade. Cut. Is this family here to give us dog food? Ziyuan and Xian have already learned the truth of the year, and they are still so spoiled by him. Terumi Mei. Fifth Hokage, if it were you, what would you do? Jump up and kick over the dining table. Onoki. That should be a very stupid behavior. Uchiha Madara. It's a pity that Koronaru's idea may come to nothing, but there is still a hidden Asutsuki style in the ninja world. Senju Tobarama. But I think Ichishiki should understand the horror of Kuromaki. Will he just hide and never come out? Asutsuki Kaguya. That's absolutely impossible. Even if Ashiki knows he can't defeat Kuromaki, as a member of the Asutsuki clan, that arrogance can't make him do nothing. Just like Arashiki, even though he was frightened by Kuromaki he ran away, but he will still collect information about Kuromaki, and try to find a way to deal with Kuromaki. This is something engraved in the bones of the Asutsuki clan, and it cannot be lost. Uzumaki Naruto. It's strange whether it's Dao style or Ura style, even in the face of death, their mouths have never softened. Asutsuki Kaguya. Black Zetsu. Naruto, you have no right to speak of others. After breakfast, Uzumaki Naruto just wanted to leave Xian's residence in a good mood. As soon as I went out, I found that the big snake was standing not far away. Your Majesty, Orochimaru seems to be waiting for you. Xian, holding Naruto's arm, looked at Orochimaru curiously. In an instant, Ziyuan frowned. As Orochimaru is currently in the country of Uzumaki, I can come to Uzumaki Naruto in person. I'm afraid something extremely difficult has happened. Your Majesty, I'd better go back by myself for the time being. Orochimaru came to you. Ziyuan hesitates to speak. However, with Naruto's current status and experience, how can he not know what's in her heart and what's going on at the scene? Patting the back of Xian's hand, Naruto said softly, "It's okay, I'll go there for the time being to hear what Orochimaru wants to do. Just work hard and go back by yourself." After Xian left, Yin Shimaru walked towards Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as the two met, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that Orochimaru's complexion was not very good. What's wrong? Naruto asked curiously. In this peaceful age, what else can make you show such an expression? Hearing about the age, Orochimaru's face became more serious. Said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty Naruto, I recently discovered a terrible thing." Oh? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, and felt even more strange. Does a dog make you feel terrible? Did your research discover something terrible, or? No. Orochimaru quickly denied. Just a while ago, I found that the Imperial Laboratory often lost experimental materials. At first, I just thought someone was careless. But later, things became more and more strange, and even some of the large equipment purchased did not match the order. I didn't want to disturb you about this matter, so I didn't report it. But in my investigation, I determined that the person who stole it was an experimenter named Amador. Amado. Hearing this name, Uzumaki Naruto was even more confused. I remember you mentioned him to me. He is very good, you like it very much. Yes, but he stole the laboratory materials and equipment outside. Originally this wasn't a big deal, I just wanted to see what he was trying to do, but found a terrible thing. Orochimaru's expression suddenly became serious. According to the information brought back by the white snake tracking, Amado contacted a mysterious person and took away all the supplies. And that mysterious person was able to open a space-time tunnel out of thin air. Also, he seems to have a special ability to change large experimental equipment into the size of a wineglass. It can open an obvious time-space channel, and it can also make large-scale experimental equipment the size of a wineglass. Combined with a series of information provided by Orochimaru, a bad premonition wells up in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. If the time-space channel is some kind of tyrannical time-space ninjutsu, this is understandable. However, the ability to reduce the size of a huge object by dozens or even hundreds of times is beyond the scope of ninjutsu. In a trance, Uzumaki Naruto was horrified. Could it be some kind of peculiar pupil technique? Looking at the ninja world, no matter whether it is the limit of the blood succession or the elimination of the blood succession, it is nothing more than the combination of the 7 attributes of ninjutsu. To speak of a more special technique beyond this category, only the special pupil technique can do it. Having doubts, Uzumaki Naruto came to Gwangan Hall without stopping. What did you say? Facing the situation described by Uzumaki Naruto, a Sutsuki Kaguya, who was originally indifferent, sat up suddenly. Impossible. How is it possible? He was killed by me 1,000 years ago. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback by the sudden situation at the scene. It was the first time he saw a Sutsuki Kaguya showing such a frightened expression. Even when he was defeated by her back then, he couldn't make her show such panic. Could it be that the person Orochimaru said was the one you mentioned to me? Uzumaki Naruto said suspiciously. However, Kaguya still showed panic. After a few seconds, she calmed down and nodded slightly. That's right, if what Orochimaru said is true. The person who can make objects smaller, only a Sutsuki can do it. A Sutsuki one style. Uzumaki Naruto was even more puzzled when he heard this. Actually, I have always wanted to ask you a question. You, the A Sutsuki clan, can be revived with the help of wedges or with infinite Tsukuyomi like you. To some extent, it is indeed immortal, but why were you so sure that you killed a Sutsuki Ichishi in a surprise attack? That's because I sneaked up on him and fed him to the young 10 tails. A Sutsuki Kaguya finally told Uzumaki Naruto what happened. The 10 tails you see, the mature sacred tree, is actually the 10 tails that have swallowed the A Sutsuki form and changed from juvenile to mature. The 10 tails we brought with you are actually the seedlings of the sacred tree. You must swallow the A Sutsuki clan to grow. So that's it. Uzumaki Naruto was calm on the surface, but he looked meaningfully at Yoruichi. It seems that the reason why Kaguya sneaked into a Sutsuki's first style must be the same as the peach style and gold style. Kaguya is the one who will be fed to 10 tails. A Sutsuki Kaguya was so sensitive that he glanced at Naruto with strange eyes, and immediately rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? No, nothing. I was just thinking that a person like Yishi must not be able to stay. A Sutsuki Kaguya. This kid, as sensitive as ever. Yamanaka Ino. It's okay. I think the behavior of Hymen, who sees the truth without telling the truth, proves that he has a very high emotional intelligence. Haruno Sakura. Then how can you fool so many people to accompany him to restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan? Haya, ga Hinata. Naruto-kun should not fool people, right? At least, he did everything he said. Orochimaru. The pink-haired girl is wrong. According to Naruto-kun's current status, all of you are high-ranking. In fact, the so-called fooling is just to give you some dignity. Naruto-kun is a gentle person after all. Tsunade. Ah. Orochimaru. What do you mean? Jiraiya. What he means is that Kuro Ming really wants to, and no one can disobey him. Today, the weather is gloomy and it rains heavily. It's another good opportunity to take supplies along the way. Amadou is wearing a raincoat, wrapping himself tightly. Do you want to go out, Amador? The colleague in the laboratory asked with a smile. What are you going to do in such a heavy rain? For Amador, the colleagues in the laboratory are very polite to him. The reason is that Orochimaru has higher praise for Amador than anyone else. Even Yakushi Kabuto is much inferior to Amador in terms of talent for experimenting. This is the experimental material Master Orochimaru asked me for that day, and I plan to send it to him. It turned out to be like this. As expected of you, Amador, you really are the one Orochimaru-sama likes. I really envy you. Amado waved his hand after listening to his colleague's compliment, and then walked outside. This is the last material. Success or failure depends on one action. Amado thinks of his lost daughter. He longs to see her innocent and lovely smile again. For this reason, he gave full play to his strengths and took the initiative to join Orochimaru. If you want to use your talents to make a huge contribution to the technology of the Uzumaki kingdom, you must get a special reward from Uzumaki Naruto. But to make a huge contribution to the ninja world in technology is simply impossible. In today's world, peace is beyond Amador's imagination. The so-called technology is only convenient for human life, and will not cause any major changes in this world. For a while, Amador was confused. He didn't know when he would have to wait until he could get what he wanted. However, at this moment, a mysterious person who called himself Sishuen appeared, claiming that there was a way to revive his daughter through technological means. Moreover, as he got along with the other party, Amador got a shocking secret. The identity of the other party is actually the Atsutsuki clan that has been hiding in the ninja world for thousands of years. Also, the other party provided Amador with some experimental materials, telling him that these were the component cells of the body that Atsutsuki's Shenshiba had discarded. If these organizations can rely on these organizations to create artificial humans with combat capabilities, it will overturn the entire ninjutsu. Just imagine, Amador. The daughter you made with your own hands is stronger than Uzumaki Naruto. This is the material needed for the last step. Success or failure, I am not 100% sure. A hidden alley somewhere in Uzumaki Country Street. Amador is talking with a man in black robe. It doesn't matter. Let's try it for the time being. I believe that with your ability, you won't fail. Uchiha Madara. This familiar voice is indeed Sishuen. No, it is Atsutsuki. Senju Tobarama. Shell Tissue. Terumi Mei. I didn't expect that Atsutsuki Ichishiki managed to form a shell organization even under the rule of Kuraning. Nagato. Then where they originated. Conan. It's okay, Nagato, don't forget that Uzumaki Tento, the fourth prince of the Koronaraki family, is holding a concert in Rain Shinobi Village recently, which is enough to prove that the current prosperity of Rain Shinobi Village, no matter how stupid the Japanese style is, it is impossible to overwhelm Rain Hidden Village as a base. After the two finished talking, a space-time tunnel suddenly appeared in the empty alley. Let's go. As Yishi's voice fell to the ground, Amador followed Yishi's shoulders into the space-time tunnel. In the next second, the two came to the world of different spaces in the style of Atsutsuki. The place where they settled down is exactly where Amador and Yishi were experimenting. In the two instruments, there are a girl-like person and a Jungin lying respectively. Jiraiya. Wait a minute, I remember Amador's daughter should be Deluta, but the person in the instrument is Orochimaru. It's Ada and Daimon. Uchiha Madara. That's right, that's the Ada who cast a global scale similar to distinguished heavenly gods to change the will and memory of others. Senju Tobarama. Daimon is able to concretize any feeling of killing intent and bounce back to the other party. The abilities of the two siblings are very pervert. Onoki. For sure, Your Excellency Second Hokage, the two of them used the body components of Atsutsuki art house, and their abilities must be pervert. Tsunade. Why not Deluta? Didn't Amado create his daughter? I don't want my daughter to have what you call the ability, Atsutsuki style. I don't want her to be your war machine. Amado looked at Ada and Daimon lying in the instrument, and said to himself. This kind of thing is up to you. Yishi sat down on the bench indifferently, took out 2 goblets out of thin air, and poured red wine. Actually, you are also afraid of failure. If the experiment fails, you definitely don't want to see your daughter sleeping in the instrument suddenly scrapped. It doesn't matter, let's practice with 2 first. HMPH. Amador snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid that if I fail, the components you finally obtained will disappear? That can't be helped. Atsutsuki flashed a bit of boredom, but soon put on a smile. To show my sincerity, I told you the truth about my situation. Thousands of years ago, I was attacked by Atsutsuki Kaguya, and I managed to regain half of my life. I was possessed by this ascetic monk named Sishuen, and I was resurrected through the wedge. However, this body is not a perfect body, it cannot carry all my strength. I need a better body. Amado nodded understandingly. He knew that the reason why Yishi told him everything was so that there would be no gap between the two of them working together. Required for each picture. And under the rule of Uzumaki Naruto, the current ninja world is peaceful, and the law and order in any area is quite strict. The population lost or died in each village must have a clear written report. The most important thing is that Uzumaki Naruto has very strict measures against the sudden disappearance of people. It even reached the point where you have to see a dead body if you want to live. He absolutely does not allow the situation where life is trampled on at random in the ninja world he rules. This makes it even more difficult to implement Atsutsuki's plan. Even if it is fake, it may arouse Uzumaki Naruto's suspicion. Once exposed, involving himself prematurely will have a very serious impact on his future plans. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a path. Atsutsuki Ichishiki inadvertently found some body parts left over from when Atsutsuki Shibai became a god in some space. At this moment, he knows that his chance is here. As long as you make good use of Shibai's ability, you can compete with Uzumaki Naruto. By the time Amato, hurry up and start. As long as this experiment is successful, this continent. From now on it is ours. Your desire will eventually be answered. Just so Atsutsuki Kaguya was released by Uzumaki Naruto. After finishing the sentence, with a calm expression, a trace of ferocity flashed past. I clenched my fists imperceptibly, and said angrily in my heart. When the time comes, I will continue the plan I made 1,000 years ago and feed you to the 10 tails cubs. Uchiha Madara. I see, Atsutsuki Ichishiki was trying to create Ida and Diamond to deal with Uzumaki Kurenai. Senju Hashirama. Wait a minute, I'm a bit messed up. I remember that in our world, Atsutsuki in this timeline already created shell tissue and the girl and her brother were apparently the first two homunculi. Why? Senju Tobarama. Brother, I think it must be because Koronaru's rule has messed up Atsutsuki's plan, so he has only just started contacting Amador to create the first. A batch of artificial humans. Orochimaru. Do you want to kill Naruto-kun with Ada's magic and Diamond's special ability? One way. Yamanaka Ino. I remember Ada's ability and Diamond's ability are not effective against the Atsutsuki clan, right? Haruno Sakura. It's invalid, but Koronaru's ability seems to have surpassed the Atsutsuki clan long ago. Terumi Mei. It seems that Ada and Diamond's ability comes from Yishi, so it is invalid for the Atsutsuki family. Tsunade. Atsutsuki's one-style plan is 100% going to fail. Atsutsuki Kaguya. He. I didn't expect Yishi to hold a grudge, and he still can't forget the thing that happened for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu. Yes. Atsutsuki is really stingy, actually wanting to continue to mature 10 tails, and then use the sacred tree to absorb chakra. Uzumaki Naruto. Hold grudges? I remember that it should be the first attack by Mrs. Rabbit? Atsutsuki Kaguya. Uzumaki Beiming, you really don't know Uzumaki Black Ming is cute. Outdoor. Uzumaki Naruto is surprised when he hears this. Component? What is that? He looks suspiciously at Atsutsuki Kaguya beside him. At that time, Atsutsuki Kaguya recorded the different space coordinates of the Atsutsuki type. The two shuttled back and forth in several different spaces, and Tuan sensed the existence of life here. Unexpectedly, the people talking were Atsutsuki Ichishiki and Amador. Is it really him? Kaguya's expression flickered, frightened. After Naruto noticed it, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly in embarrassment. Sister, don't even think about it. If the current Atsutsuki style can be stronger than us, how can you not perceive our existence? However, Uzumaki Naruto and Atsutsuki Kaguya suppressed their breath and eavesdropped at the door, which was not noticed by Wu. Unless the other party did it on purpose, it can only prove that Yishi's ability is already lower than the level of the two. Even, the gap is not small. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Kaguya a few times, and ignored this Unozu who had some space in the past. He is more concerned about the so-called hard-won components of Amador. What kind of components are they, which can actually create terrifying things that can conquer the world? There is no time to think. Uzumaki Naruto is ready to leave. I didn't wait for Atsutsuki Kaguya to make any reaction, just heard a bang. The laboratory door has been smashed by Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, retracted his head in shock at the sudden scene. Idiot, your movements are too big, isn't this a warning? As soon as Black Zetsu's dissatisfied voice fell, there was a commotion in the house. Who? Atsutsuki Ichishiki, who was still drinking red wine, suddenly stood up from his seat. Brows are furrowed into rivers, and my heart is also full of panic. Impossible. Who can come to my different space? However, the two figures in the smoke and dust at the door quickly attracted the attention of Yishi and Amador. Looking closely, the Japanese expression changed. Uzumaki Naruto. After Amador heard the word Uzumaki Naruto, his face turned pale with shock. Not bad, Amador. Surprisingly, they quietly used things from the Uzumaki kingdom for the Atsutsuki clan to use. Uzumaki Naruto's words scared Amato on the spot. His legs went limp, and he sat on the ground paralyzed. Originally he thought that Orochimaru didn't pursue the loss of experimental equipment because the rich Uzumaki country didn't care about this situation. Who would have imagined that the person who was going to face the first incident was actually Uzumaki Naruto? Sure enough. It must be a Sutsuki Kaguya who brought you to my different space. Damn it. You traitor not only attacked me back then and destroyed our family's plan, but now you have degenerated to help the human beings in this world. After a Sutsuki looked at Kaguya, his expression became grim. I can't wait to rush up and smash the other party's corpse into thousands of pieces. It's really boring, because of Tong. Since you know that Kaguya was dissatisfied with your clan's behavior thousands of years ago, how can you say betrayal? What's more, didn't the people under my hand betray the country of Uzumaki and even the entire ninja world to help you? We're even. Feeling Kaguya's uneasiness, Uzumaki Naruto hastily turned back. After saying this, Yishi's expression became even uglier. However, Amador became emotionally excited. Say I betrayed? Uzumaki Naruto, you are high above, and your family is safe and sound around you. Even if the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina who died for Konoha village were resurrected by you. But, should my daughter be dead? Should I be alone? Uzumaki Naruto felt the resentment and dissatisfaction from the depths of Amador's heart. He adjusts his breathing. Looking at Amador with firm eyes, so? Do you know that life and death are the laws of nature? No one wants to see their loved ones leave them because of anything. Originally, I shouldn't have proposed that people who have made great contributions to this continent can give such rewards that can give their loved ones a chance to be resurrected. However, I deeply understand this kind of pain, so I added this rule. Amato. You think you are smart, and you don't report the requirements to the higher authorities. You first consider the outcome of the matter with your own inner evaluation. Who do you think you are? Do you still need me to chase you to fulfill your wish? It's really ignorant. Uzumaki Naruto's firm answer made Black Zetsu shudder. As expected of you, you are really merciless. However, before a few people could make an obvious reaction, a loud roar once again attracted everyone's attention. Uzumaki Naruto, you actually destroyed such a perfect test product of mine, it is really unforgivable. A Sutsuki looked at the instrument burning with flames, and was dumbfounded. After hearing the conversation between Haiwu and Amador, the audience in Beiming World fell into deep thought. Indeed, as Uzumaki said, no one wants to face the death of a loved one. However, birth, old age, sickness and death are the normal state of life. It is impossible for him to pay for everyone's grief. And to do such a thing in the first place has violated the laws of nature. What's more, Amador never made a formal request to his superior, Orochimaru. Just relying on his own thoughts to determine that his status as a researcher is lower than that of a ninja. Uzumaki, as the ruler of Uzumaki, has no reason to actively observe his every move, record his merits and demerits, and even offer him awards. Uchiha Madara. Hey Naruto, did you directly destroy Ida and Daimon? Senju Tobirama. Well, is he too impulsive? He hasn't even asked about the specific situation of Ada and Daimon. Jiraiya. I think it's okay to destroy it, especially Ada, she can change the minds of others on a global scale. This kind of behavior is simply terrifying. Tsunade. HMPH. What a pity for a beauty like Ida, can Uzumaki really go for it? Terumi Mei. In this case, it's not a matter of beauty or not. Hei Ming is the absolute ruler of this continent, and he won't cause trouble for himself just because of his beauty. Uzumaki Kushina. It's a pity that Ada may not be on the opposite side of that child. I remember that Ada has self-awareness. She and Daimon were resealed because she was afraid that she would not be able to control her terrifying power. Of Uchiha Makoto. Kushina, I understand what you mean, but she is a cyborg, so don't think too much about it. Uzumaki Kushina. Damn it, Makoto, don't expose me. Naruto, you are too impulsive. A Sutsuki Kaguya sees Naruto destroying the artificial man, and disagrees. We haven't figured out what Ichishi did. Why does he care so much about these two experimental products? There must be important secrets hidden in them. Also, we haven't figured out the components they said yet. Components? Uzumaki Naruto indifferently swept towards the test product that had been completely reduced to powder, and raised his arm slightly. The next moment, Naruto held Amador tightly in his hands. Ask him now, and he will have an answer soon. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto has already grabbed Amador's head under Amador's horrified gaze. What puzzled Kaguya was that when Uzumaki Naruto read Amador's memory, his complexion became more and more ugly. The Atsutsuki on the side did not show any obstruction, and even had a little more complacency on his face. How about it? Uzumaki Naruto. Atsutsuki's dull voice was slightly disdainful. I admit that you are very strong, and I also admit that people like Dao Shi are not your opponents at all. Even if I am back to my prime, I may not be 100% sure of defeating you. But it's a pity that they are mere mortals from beginning to end, and they can't be compared with our Atsutsuki family at all. Yishi. Kaguya shouted angrily. What are you talking about? The legendary Atsutsuki Shibai who abandoned his body to become a god. Yishiki showed a sneer of complacency. That's not a legend at all. Atsutsuki Shibahu is real. I traveled across countless different spaces, and finally found the evidence of his existence, and found the only remaining cell components of his body. It is not a legend that our Atsutsuki family evolved into gods by devouring the chakra fruit. Yishiki looked at Naruto who had already thrown Amador on the ground with a joke. Uzumaki Naruto, don't you worry that one day, Atsutsuki Kaguya around you will want to betray us, like the Atsutsuki clan, and betray you. After all, she is the one who betrayed even her compatriots. Nonsense. Black Zetsu, who originally felt Naruto's displeasure and couldn't help but tremble, poked his head out after hearing Ichishiki's words. Atsutsuki Ichishiki, you are dying, and you still want to provoke your mother and Naruto the relationship between. What a boring trick. Black Zetsu. Atsutsuki frowned, staring at the strange guy in front of him. The disdain on the face is even more serious. The third son of Atsutsuki Kaguya, Black Zetsu? Your appearance really disgraces our Atsutsuki clan. Uzumaki Naruto, people like Kaguya like to betray people. So, will Atsutsuki Hagoromo and Atsutsuki Hamura, born of her consciousness, also betray her? Atsutsuki said more and more vigorously, especially watching Naruto's face gradually become dignified. He even got a hint of pride in his heart. Although I was betrayed and attacked by Kaguya back then, I survived knowing everything about the ninja world. And with my strength, no matter Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, they are not worth mentioning. However, the reason why I didn't get involved in the ninja world is because my plan is always to promote my evolution as Atsutsuki. Unfortunately, just as Atsutsuki was working hard, he encountered. Interrupted by Uzumaki Naruto. What you say is nothing more than trying to provoke the battle between me and Atsutsuki Kaguya again. In other words, when you are about to die, you are upset to find out that Kaguya is still alive, so you want to bring Wei Yoruichi to die before you die. But I'm sorry. The reason why Atsutsuki Kaguya attacked you is because she loves this land from the bottom of her heart, and then she gave up the evolution legend that you, Atsutsuki, insist on. Even if Atsutsuki Shibai is real, I don't think Kaguya has any interest in it. Put away your silly tricks. Your clown behavior is a disgrace to the Atsutsuki clan. What's more, Kaguya is just a person who betrayed you. Compared with the kind of people I have seen who can kill a whole family for certain things, Kaguya is not worth mentioning. You don't think you can trick me with your few words, do you? Extremely ridiculous. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi. Silent. Uchiha Sasuke. Well, I guess at this time, Itachi should go down and apologize to the Uchiha clan. Koronaraki doesn't seem to be too kind to Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku. Okay, Sasuke, it's all in the past, so don't mention it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ho 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 ho. In fact, speaking of it this way, Kurotobi's behavior is a bit like me. Shimura Danza. Old man, are you jumping out and putting gold on your face again? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Listen to my explanation for the time being. Black Ming said that Uchiha Itachi killed a family for Konoha village, and Kaguya betrayed Atsutsuki Yishi for the continent of Ninja World. Uchiha Itachi or Atsutsuki Kaguya, what they do is actually the same, and they all act for the things they want to protect in their hearts. Utatane Kaharu. I understand what Hiruzen means. You mean that Black Ming's approval of Kaguya is like our approval of Uchiha Itachi. In fact, it is for the sake of Konoha village or the ninja world. Uzumaki Kushina. Bah. Can you stop being like this? You are so old, can you show some face? Uchiha Itachi and Atsutsuki Kaguya, things look alike. But that kid is definitely different from you. Uzumaki Kushina. First of all, Itachi exterminated Uchiha for Konoha village because of the intensified conflict between your high-level officials in Uchiha. Or because you can't deal with this problem and force it to Uchiha Itachi. That kid just has pure trust in Kaguya. If he really wants to solve these troubles, no one can stop him. Atsutsuki Hagoromo. As Kushina said, Uzumaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen behave very differently. It's not because of the mother's gang. He solved the trouble and stood in the same team with his mother. Besides, this little trouble is nothing to the current Hymen. Black Zetsu. Huh. The cunning Atsutsuki Ichishiki, before he died, wanted to sow discord. He actually thought of using Shibai's becoming a god to warn Uzumaki Black Ming to be careful of his mother. Don't you need to think about it in his head? Even if the mother wants to become a god like Shibai, we still need to take action, and it is a relatively cumbersome and long process. Move. If Hymen finds out about this, can he keep us? Orochimaru. Black Zetsu is right. Look at Amato. Naruto-kun does not have any sympathy for him, but I am worried about the so-called Shibai in Ichishiki's mouth. After all, Naruto-kun. One step may be like him. I am afraid that Naruto-kun's current aura will attract Atsutsuki Shibai's attention. Atsutsuki Kaguya. Actually, this is what I am worried about. Since Shibai really exists, where is he and what is he doing? Atsutsuki himself. He has the ability to cross dimensions, and it is easy to shuttle back and forth in the dimension with Shibai's ability. I think he is likely to be overwhelmed by the powerful power of Kuromaki. Attract. Uzumaki Kushina. What? This is impossible. Namikaze Minato. There is nothing impossible. Kushina, Atsutsuki evolved by absorbing chakra. No one can guarantee that it will become a god. Atsutsuki Shibahu has already achieved. At the peak, if he still needs chakra after abandoning his body, he will definitely return to the original dimension to find a child. Black Zetsu. Has Uzumaki already reached this point? His future opponent is actually the legendary Atsutsuki Shibai? Inuzuka Tooth. Then I've blown something. My opponent in the Cha-Nin exam is a god. Guangan Hall. Atsutsuki Kaguya is worried. Since the meeting with Ichishiki, Kaguya hasn't slept well in the past few days. Black Zetsu said with a sad face, Master, don't think too much. I believe that with Uzumaki Naruto's strength and wisdom, it is absolutely impossible to make a quarrel. Besides, didn't he also say that? The behavior of Yishi is extremely ridiculous. Black Zetsu's voice trembled a few times. Recently, it has also been troubled. The attack of Atsutsuki shows how terrible Uzumaki Naruto's current strength is. The peach pose that took the golden style was solved instantly by Uzumaki Naruto. And the battle with Atsutsuki is still vivid. Yishi's ability is very unique. It can change all non-living bodies except himself to a size that is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The dense rain of black sticks flashed in front of Uzumaki Naruto, but was caught by Uzumaki Naruto instantly. Yishi's ability is not enough in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. No matter how he struggled, Uzumaki Naruto kept showing his moves with no expression on his face, and played with the one style with applause until Atsutsuki's one style physical energy was exhausted. And Sichuan's body is used to collapse. Black Zetsu watched helplessly as Atsutsuki's body turned into powder in front of Uzumaki Naruto, and he didn't even have a chance to carve a wedge. No pressure. Whether it is Atsutsuki Peach style, or Atsutsuki Bite. Facing the current Uzumaki Naruto, they don't even have a chance to resist. Uzumaki Naruto killed them, just like killing several genin, there is no difference. Black Zetsu gets more and more frightened when he thinks about it. It used to be regarded as an existence that fought wits and courage with Naruto, and knew that Uzumaki Naruto must take revenge. In Black Zetsu's heart, he was actually worried that what Atsutsuki said would affect Uzumaki Naruto. I'm not talking about this matter. Atsutsuki Kaguya shook his head in distress. This move made Black Zetsu confused for a while. Mother is not worried about this matter. That is. What I am worried about is the problem of Atsutsuki Shibai. Now Atsutsuki has confirmed that the existence of Atsutsuki Shibai is not a legend. I'm afraid that with Naruto's current level, Shibai's attention will be drawn. If he focuses on Ninja World, then everything is over. Atsutsuki Kaguya is well aware of the horror of Atsutsuki Shibai. Shibai, who has abandoned his body and became a god, any of them compared with him is like fireflies compared with the stars in the sky. Maybe Shibai can destroy the entire ninja world just by waving his hand. Shibai. Black Zetsu trembled with fright. That's Atsutsuki who has become a god, hasn't he already crossed the dimension and went to other planes? Impossible. Mother is too worried. Moreover, Atsutsuki Shibahu is a character thousands of years ago. Although he did exist, no one knows what happened to him during such a long time. Besides, my lord, since he has reached the level of a god, how could he be interested in people like us? Do the strong really care about the lifestyle of ants? The answer is actually no. However, people like Taoshi and Pushi are just arrogant, not like real gods. It is impossible to see corners like Hyugi in their eyes. Atsutsuki Kaguya is silent. The worry on his face slowly faded over time. Black Zetsu, what you said seems to make sense. Existence like Shibahu really doesn't pay attention to places like us. Unfortunately, Kaguya is very worried. She is afraid that after becoming a god, Atsutsuki Shibahu still has the shackles of evolution. It is said that the Atsutsuki family can evolve into gods by absorbing chakra, but what happens after they become gods? There is no relevant information, even the legends have not described what it will be like to become a god. Okay. Thinking about this matter is useless. After half a sound, Kaguya can only give up. Thinking like this will only make me fall into deeper anxiety, but it will not help the matter in any way. White Zetsu, you have been eavesdropping at the door for so long, do you have anything to report? Kaguya looks at White Zetsu, whose head is poking out from the edge of the door. This guy has been at the door since just now, and he probably didn't dare to speak because he saw his distress. Forehead. Master Kaguya. After getting Kaguya's permission, White Zetsu came out of the ground slowly. I just came back from the imperial capital, and Uzumaki Kansumi and Uzumaki Ailu have returned to the imperial capital safe and sound. Oh? Those two kids are back? Does that mean? Atsutsuki Kaguya finally had a slack on his face. Yes, and judging from the cheerful looks of the two of them, the task seems to be going very smoothly. I specifically asked Hyuga Neji about it. Atsutsuki Urashiki died at the hands of Ailu. White Zetsu followed with a smile on his face. By using Kaguya's identity, White Zetsu's actions in the Uzumaki Kingdom's imperial capital will not be subject to any restrictions. Even often helping others to give information, he is regarded as the last helpful existence in the hearts of the people in the imperial capital. What an excellent guy. I just said that the third princess of the Naruto family is very strong. Seeing a smile on Kaguya's face, Black Zetsu hurriedly followed, as if he was happy for someone. Of course, this little girl has been practicing in the gravity space every day since she became sensible. The strength must be the strongest among their brothers and sisters. However, I think this is inappropriate. I hope that Sunflower in the future will not learn from her third sister. It's really hard work like that. Atsutsuki Kaguya let out a long breath. Looking into the distance, the young 10 tails with slightly dull eyes. This is after Naruto killed Atsutsuki Ichishi. The two found it in another different space when they were searching for information about Ishiki's relics. HMPH. That bastard Naruto, after controlling the juvenile 10 tails with the pupil technique, I don't care about it. If I had known this earlier, it would be better to let him stay in one breath. At least he could transform the young 10 tails into a sacred tree. Then divide 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts and fuse them with chakra. It's good now. Bastard Naruto, what do you think of my house? My place is not a warehouse. What a sweet picture this is. The audience in Beiming World were dumbfounded. Is this still the goddess of Mao Atsutsuki Kaguya? On the surface, he is extremely indifferent to Haiming and his family. But in his heart, he is full of concern for Haiming's child. Tsunade. Well, if this is not clear, I think Atsutsuki Kaguya is the mother of the children. Haya ga Hinata. Ah, actually I think it's normal for the ancestor of Kaguya to be worried about the children. I remember the children have accompanied her. Haruno Sakura. Well, song is that the ancestor of Kaguya had a preference for sunflowers with white eyes and tensegan. Yamanaka Ino. No, after all, there are no other children here on the screen, I think she likes them all. Atsutsuki Kaguya. It was beyond Kaguya's expectation that things would develop like this. Black Zetsu. Humph. I don't believe it. Anyway, I only like sunflowers, they are cute and have a sweet mouth. Senju Hashirama. Why do I feel that Master Kaguya is about to become the nanny of Koronaru's family? It seems that he is more worried about his children than Koronaru. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, we finally see eye to eye again, I think so too. Senju Tobarama. Even Kaguya-sama has started to worry about Asutsuki Shibai. I think she is worried that Shibai will be a threat to Kuromaki, says she frowns. Asutsuki Kaguya. You know what the hell, if Shibai really comes to the ninja world, wouldn't my nursery be destroyed? I can bear that. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama. Silent. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? But why don't I feel like you said? Uzumaki Mito. Hashirama. What nonsense, the overnight Tianj is right. Emperor capital of the Vortex Kingdom. Technology Research Laboratory headquarters. I haven't seen Amador for a long time recently. How is this going? I don't know too well, he hasn't appeared since the last time he was going to get materials from Master Orochimaru. Silent. In the laboratory, several people whispered. The next second, a light cough interrupted the conversation of several people. Master Do. You are here. Yeah. Yukushi Kabuto nodded. Fixed his glasses, smiled and said, you should know about the theft of our experimental equipment some time ago. Laboratory stolen? Everyone suddenly realized. Master Do, could it be that? Shish. Yukushi Kabuto made a gesture, telling everyone not to mention anything about Amato. This kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Let's just promise to do our own thing well. Recently, everyone needs to work hard to prepare more medical products as soon as possible. I think you should have heard of it too. When this matter was brought up, everyone in the laboratory suddenly became excited. I heard that, according to the gossip, His Royal Highness Boruto plans to go on a trip. Yes, so we need to prepare the things we need for the tour as soon as possible. Yukushi Kabuto finishes giving the order. He adjusted his glasses again, and he was very satisfied with the scene where everyone nodded. I can't help but sigh how correct Orochimaru's choice was. As the first group of people around Uzumaki Naruto, their current identities are absolutely enviable. It seems that His Majesty is tired of being a ruler, and wants His Highness Boruto to take over as soon as possible. Should I go to Master Orochimaru to discuss and make a plan for His Majesty Naruto to enjoy life? No. I have to talk about Kakuzu's old stubbornness, for fear that he, a miser, will be stingy in appropriating funds. Yukushi Kabuto walked away from the laboratory with thoughts. Audience. Orochimaru. As expected of my most capable subordinate, have you started thinking about things after Naruto-kun's abdication? Yukushi Kabuto. No, this is all taught by Master Orochimaru. Without your choice back then, how could I have a comfortable life? Ghost Lantern Water Moon. Okay, you master and servant are really enough, what are you bragging about? Momochi no longer cut. Huh. It's so ridiculous, I am a celebrity in the ninja world and I didn't say anything. Kakuzu. Yukushi Kabuto really underestimated me. I like money, but I'm not a fool. The whole ninja world is owned by Uzumaki. If the money is spent on him, can I say no? Hidan. Bah. It's just a bunch of sycophants. Deidara. Hidan is right, By the way, Hidan, you won't be buried, right? Hidan. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't see you either. Red Sand Scorpion. Sorry, I looked at myself, although it was only a flash, but I clearly saw that in the stage layout of Uzumaki Tiandu's concert, I appeared to direct the stage. Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, it's really nice that everyone can get along like this, but does that guy really not take Shibai's affairs seriously? His heart is really big. Late at night. Uzumaki Hinata's room. Uzumaki Naruto lies comfortably on the bed with Hinata in his arms. Naruto-kun. What's wrong? Hinata, are you worried about Boruto? Uzumaki Naruto affectionately strokes Hinata's head. The task he gave Boruto is to let him travel to every corner of the ninja world and experience the lives of people everywhere. It can also be said to be traveling around the world. Don't worry, he is my son and yours, is the next ruler of the empire. And accompanied by 2 teachers, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, plus the new generation of Hyuga Tsubaki, Uchiha Sarana and Shinki. There will be absolutely no problem. Uzumaki Hinata chuckled lightly. The silly boy heard that Jin and Ailu came back and said that in the past, you passed a note to them both. To say that they are worthy of being your daughters makes Boruto envious. I claim that I will definitely get your praise when I come back this time. However, Mr. Kakashi has retired, so you have the heart to let him go. Uzumaki Naruto's sentence Boruto is your and my son, Hinata said with elation. It's not my fault. It was Mr. Kakashi who asked Ying to accompany him when he heard that he could travel around the world. I think he wanted to go to the filming location of Intimate Paradise to watch it. After all, he called it a holy place. Oh, by the way, Toad Sage seems to have settled there, the first filming of the town. Husband-wife chatted with each other for a few words. Reminiscing about the past, Hinata still sighed a little. He never thought that his ninja world would undergo such a drastic change. Moreover, the person who completely changed the ninja world is the lover beside me. The night is getting deeper. Even in the imperial capital, the light that shines has become much rarer. Uzumaki Naruto, who is sleeping soundly, seems to have dreamed and heard something subconsciously. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember me, I will be Hokage's man in the future. If you don't realize it, if you have doubts about what you believe in, how can you be a Hokage? Speak straight and do what you say, this is my way of tolerance. Naruto. I have been chasing in the footsteps of Naruto, and I want to walk shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Naruto. It was Naruto's smile that saved me. In order to protect him, I am not afraid of life and death, because I like Naruto the most. Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto was in a trance and saw Hinata who was injured by pain. Frowning for a moment, a familiar voice sounded from the ear again. Naruto yo. Did you realize something was wrong? I don't mean you by death. You are a guy with a particularly awkward personality. If I don't say that, you will definitely refuse. Naruto lost me, you will no longer be the person with extraordinary abilities, don't do things as recklessly as before. Goodbye, Naruto. Hinata. Kurama. This is. Call. Uzumaki Naruto who was sleeping suddenly stood up, breaking out in a cold sweat. What's happening here? The audience in Beiming World was astonished. This is the first time I saw Uzumaki Kuromaki's dream scene since he saw this place when he was a child. However, Himing is very strange, but the audience in the world of Beiming knows it very well. All these are real things that happened, but it is a pity that they happened in their Beiming world. Uzumaki Naruto. What's going on here? Why is that Koronaru guy dreaming about me? Uzumaki Kushina. I don't know, this is really strange, the child has never been exposed to similar situations, and he can dream. Namikaze Minato. I always felt like something was going to happen. Jiraiya. Could it be that Koronaru's consciousness drifted into our world while he was asleep? Senju Tobarama. What the kid Jiraiya said seems to make some sense. Since Himaru dreamed about what happened in the normal world, maybe this is the only explanation. Senju Hashirama. But in our world, the future events haven't happened yet if we push the timeline. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you idiot, the content played on the screen can show the future picture. If he really came to the parallel time and space with consciousness, time does not exist for him, he can do it once sex is the history and future of our world's development. Black Zetsu. No. Impossible, according to what you mean, wouldn't that guy Uzumaki Black? Asutsuki Kaguya. He also became a god? Everyone froze. According to what was said in the discussion group, Uzumaki's consciousness transcended the dimension and reached the sky and parallel time and space during the process of deep sleep. It's like Asutsuki Shibai, consciousness crosses dimensions to wherever he wants to go. This happened very suddenly, and the audience in Beiming World didn't know how to express Himing's situation for a while. However, according to Asutsuki Momoshiki, Uzumaki has indeed reached the medium critical point as immortal. Asutsuki Kaguya. That guy Koronaru, did he absorb the Asutsuki style while we were not paying attention? Uchiha Madara. This possibility is not ruled out. After all, Master Kaguya over there just expressed that there is no chance to engrave a wedge on Hyumin, but it is also possible that Master Kaguya saw it wrong. Senju Tobarama. That's right, after all, with Hemming's strength, all this is done in an instant. It's normal that we can't notice such details. Naruto. Naruto. What's wrong with you? Uzumaki Hinata, who heard the abnormal movement, got up and rubbed his eyes. She looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting next to her, in surprise. This is the first time Hinata saw Naruto wake up in the middle of the night. Did you have a nightmare? Naruto, are you okay? Uzumaki Hinata hurriedly hugged Naruto's arm, but the slight smell of sweat surprised her. Uzumaki Naruto, have a nightmare? No, it's nothing. Uzumaki pinches Hinata's cheek with a groan. It's just a strange dream. It's just a dream, there's nothing wrong with it. Naruto smiles. As he said, even he himself felt very strange. In 30 years, he had never had such a strange dream. However, he didn't care about it, he just regarded it as a strange dream. I dreamed that you were actually injured by Nagato, because the llama turned into green smoke and left me for some reason. In the dream, I still cried very sadly. Uzumaki Naruto touched his chin and felt a little amused. The most interesting thing is that I dreamed that I was bullied when I was a child. But stubbornly told them that I want to be the future Hokage, let the children wait and see. Uzumaki Hinata heard the words, but her heart twitched violently. Looks at Naruto in front of him with distressed eyes. It's all a dream, it's okay. Naruto Hinata gently wiped the sweat from Naruto's forehead, and said distressedly. It may be a bad state caused by your temporary relaxation. It will be fine after a while. Hinata knows about Naruto's past. She had seen the crowding out of Naruto by the villagers on the street. However, who would have thought that such a child would become the ruler of the country of URL that is revered by thousands of people like a god? End the disputes in the ninja world and let everyone live a happy life. Naruto, this journey must not be easy. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about the meaning of this dream, and the two soon fell asleep again. But at this moment, somewhere in a dark place, suddenly opened a pair of bright eyes. No, with the addition of the third eye between the foreheads, exactly 3 bright eyes have been opened. Also, this person's 3 eyes are different. Rinnegan between the foreheads, the right eye is white, and the left eye is a kind of pupil that has never been seen before. It's really interesting. During these long years, there are actually other people who can travel across dimensions to other planes with consciousness alone. The dull voice echoes back and forth in the claustrophobic space. After breathing, the man spoke again. Then let me use clairvoyance to see who has such ability. Hiss surprised. Uzumaki's dream is really not a simple dream. As the discussion group said, it was his consciousness that crossed the dimension and came to Beiming's world. In other words, Hemming's consciousness went to other parallel worlds in the ninja world where the same thing happened in Beiming's world. However, it was the owner of the dull voice that made everyone panic the most. Judging from the 3 eyes, it looks like the character mentioned by Asutsuki Ichishiki and Amador in the world of Hakanaru. Asutsuki Shibai. Asutsuki Kaguya. Not good. Asutsuki Shibahu really exists in a mysterious space in a certain dimension, and he still exists. Senju Tobarama. He actually discovered the consciousness of Koronaru. Uzumaki Kushina. Hey, are you sure this is Asutsuki Shibai? Is it possible that it's just another Asutsuki stronger than Ichishiki? Namikaze Minato. Kushina, like you, I don't want him to be Asutsuki Shibai, but clairvoyance, omnipotence, and killing intent are all Shibai's abilities inherited by Ada and Daimon. So, Uchiha Madara. This is not the most important thing. Haven't you found that Shibai can observe the movements of Kuromaki's consciousness? The implication is that he knows the dimension plane where Kuromaki's consciousness goes. If the place where Kuromaki's consciousness goes is our side, that means Onoki. Our plane has long been under the nose of Asutsuki Shibai. 4th Raikage. 3rd Tsuchikage, don't be alarmist. If the Asutsuki Shibai of the Black Naruto world knows our plane, what about the Asutsuki Shibai of our world? They should all exist at the same time, and they can travel across dimensions at the same time. Terumi Mei. 4th Raikage, why don't you continue talking? 4th Raikage. No, I seem to have discovered something even more terrifying. If there is a limit to the number of parallel worlds, or the distance between parallel worlds is different, etc., things that we cannot recognize. Uchiha Madara. Boy, you don't want to say that this Asutsuki Shibai who opened his eyes is the only Asutsuki Shibai. Senju Tobarama. What? Madara, that's impossible, you mean he's the only one left of many Asutsuki? Do you know what you're talking about? Uchiha Madara. Huh. Tobirama, the current situation is no longer like the low-end dream in your mind. Even if the level of a Sutsuki has surpassed our ninja level, let alone Shibai, it is not surprising that anything happens at that level. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Impossible. What do you mean to say that this a Sutsuki Shibai wiped out other Shibai, and completely wiped out all the dimensions he came into contact with? Black Zetsu. My lord, that's impossible. If that's the case, how terrifying is this a Sutsuki Shibai? Burst. At this moment, the audience in Beiming World were all stunned. Genin. Cha, Nin, are ya Nin? It doesn't matter if you have Hitaki Kakashi's level head or not, and Uchiha Itachi's deadpan face. Even the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya who likes to play tricks. Even Uchiha Madara, who is full of haki, are a Sutsuki Kaguya, who sees mortal ninjas as barbarians who don't know how to use chakra. Everyone's soul trembled in shock at the appearance of a Sutsuki Shibai. This is the first time that the world has the opportunity to meet the legendary characters, no, the legendary gods. They look forward to, stupefied, amazed, fearful. All kinds of complicated emotions rushed up. And that Uzumaki Black Naruto even reached the point of attracting a Sutsuki Shiba's attention. This series of occurrences simply blew their minds, and they never dared to imagine such a thing even in fantasy. Uzumaki Black Ming and a Sutsuki Shibai are actually going to meet each other. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, what to do? That kid caught a Sutsuki Shibai's attention. Namikaze Minato. Kushina, don't panic, Shiba has become the apex of the 10,000 worlds. With this kind of mind and insight, I don't think I can really have the same insight as that child. Jiraiya. Minato, you can't say that, it feels like you don't like children. Namikaze Minato. No, Mr. Jiraiya, whether it's black or white, if conditions permit, I just hope they can grow up healthy and live happily. In the past few days, Uzumaki Naruto feels unusually strange. No matter where he falls asleep, he will be awakened by a series of strange dreams in the middle of the night. He dreams of the past of Konin's three little ones, the childhood Nagato and the aspiring boy Yahiko. Grieving Rain Shinobi Village. Lovely Gaara was attacked, and in grief, the word, love, was carved on her forehead with her uncle's blood. He dreamed of the popsicle that Jiraiya bought for him while he was learning Rasengan. 3 years of practice, Jiraiya bought new clothes for him, but in the end, Jiraiya died tragically at the hands of his apprentice Nagato. Naruto, there is no doubt that you are the prophecy Yuhi. The Fourth Ninja World War, the 5 ninja villages united. In the desert, dancing Naruto Uchiha Madara that Naruto has never seen. As well as the picture of myself and my father who appeared in Impure World Reincarnation, fighting with Japan to save the Ninja Coalition. Also, the 7th class seal a Sutsuki Kaguya. Screen of the battle between myself and Uchiha Sasuke in the Valley of the End. Late at night, the breeze blows across the high platform. Uzumaki Naruto stood quietly on a high platform alone and looked into the distance. In my mind, a few young people around the campfire automatically appeared. Young and young. Uzumaki Boruto, his son is happily chatting about ideals with Uchiha Sarana, Hyuga Tsubaki and Shinki. Naruto's mouth curls into a doting smile. Maybe it's true, as Hinata said, I was too nervous before I was too nervous to eliminate the Asutsuki invasion. I relaxed for a while, but I had a strange dream. Uzumaki Naruto gave a wry smile. He said so, but his helpless look didn't seem to believe that all this was a coincidence. As you think deep down, interesting human beings. However, Uzumaki Naruto's body trembled when a dull voice suddenly came from his ear. In my mind, the pictures of Uzumaki Boruto and others immediately fell into a stillness. Even the burning bonfire is still. Uzumaki Naruto, you were right, this is not an ordinary dream. It was your consciousness that crossed the dimension unintentionally and went to other worlds. Of course, the world there is similar to your world. You can call it parallel time and space. Who? Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly turned around, but he didn't see anyone. And, he can clearly feel the penetrating power of this sound, as if covering the main continent. As for Boruto and others in my mind, time seems to be frozen. Since you want to chat with me alone, why don't you show your real body? If my guess is correct, you should be a Sutsuki Shibebo from the legendary. Uzumaki Naruto, who was nervous, suppressed the panic in his heart and spoke lightly. This time, it caused the other party to laugh a few times. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. As expected of the ruler of this continent, Uzumaki Naruto. I saw your past before this, it was a very interesting life journey. Sunshine on the surface, conspiracy behind it. For my own selfish desires, I slowly made it and made great contributions to the peace of the whole world. To the point where I am now, I want to protect this continent created by you. But the muffled voice stops abruptly. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and just about to speak, the voice sounded again. The most interesting thing to me is that you can see your past, but you can't see your future. Humanity. Your state still seems to have reached a strange level. The voice fell, and a gust of cool wind howled towards Naruto. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head suddenly, only to find a figure shining brightly piercing the darkness and appearing in front of him. I am exactly what you call a Sutsuki Shibai. First meeting, Uzumaki Naruto. You seem to have wiped out all the members of my Sutsuki family that are left in this dimension? Of course, the only woman left seems to be on your side. Sutsuki Shibai. Uzumaki Naruto trembled involuntarily. The breath emanating from the other party made him feel a little suffocated. Is this the power of the true god? It's so terrifying. Oh? Uzumaki Naruto still forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, and asked with a smile. Could it be that you came out to avenge them because you saw me destroying your only clansman? Revenge? Sutsuki Shibahu was taken aback. After a few seconds, he smiled contemptuously. This is quite in line with your joking personality. At my current level, do you think there will be anything I care about? Whether it's the Sutsuki clan or your group of humans, they are all the same existence in my eyes. Ants and mortals? No, it's just a simple ant. But don't worry, as far as I know, your strength has reached the level of an ant leader. I have lived for too long, I have no goals and no interest for a long time. Shibai said everything casually. His tone is not full of arrogance or unwilling heartbreaking like Dao Shi and Pu Shi. No surprises, no waves. Fortunately, I found you, Uzumaki Naruto. You are qualified to break through the existence of ants. I am very interested. It is a very happy thing to be favored by the gods. However, if you are targeted, it is difficult to guarantee happiness or disaster. However, a Sutsuki Shiba's god is not the kind of god who will take care of human beings. At this moment, the audience in Beiming World was at a peak of tension. What is the purpose of a Sutsuki Shiba to find Koronaru? If you feel bored in the long years, what does Shibai want Kuromaki to do? In short, his first appearance is definitely not simply looking for Himing to chat. Really. I didn't expect that I could interest a Sutsuki Shibai who has become a god. Should I say it's my pleasure? Uzumaki Naruto finally regained his composure. As Naruto of the Uzumaki family, plus these years of practice. For him, the perception ability has already reached the pinnacle. For a Sutsuki Shibai in front of him, Naruto can clearly feel the strength of the opponent. With every gesture, the world may be able to usher in an epic disaster of extinction. Uzumaki Naruto is not afraid of death, but with his current situation, it is no longer a matter of survival alone. I think it's not as simple as being interested in me when you condescend to come to me. Naruto asked, neither humble nor overbearing. Smart. Shibai's voice is strong. After complimenting Naruto, he began to tell his story on his own. Our Sutsuki family is different from life on other planets. We are the existence standing at the top of this cosmic pyramid. However, the number of our ethnic group is also greatly restricted. However, no one cares about what happens to the ethnic group. What we care about is the improvement of our own realm. It is the evolution of the so-called Sutsuki in the later population. After a long period of time, we understand that the direction of evolution is to rely on devouring chakra to make a huge change in ourselves. But how much to swallow will vary from person to person, there is no specific standard. Later, our group began to raise 10 tails in captivity, relying on Wei's undead technique to command low-level Sutsuki to feed 10 tails and turn them into sacred trees to absorb the power of various planets and turn them into chakra fruits. In addition, by eating the servants, turn it into a chakra elixir like a golden formula and supply it to yourself. I see, no wonder the Sutsuki clan is living less and less. I'm afraid they will all be eaten. Uzumaki Naruto didn't interrupt Shibai's conversation, but he couldn't help but despise this kind of behavior of eating his own family. Indeed, from your human point of view, our behavior is indeed very strange. But as I said just now, we don't care about these things. There is nothing more important than getting our own evolution and sublimation. At this time, Shibai's speech made Uzumaki Naruto frown. Sure enough, my inner thoughts did not skip this guy's investigation. This is the power of the gods, and nothing can escape the control of the other party. Through the long years, I have absorbed too much chakra. Among them, my fate failed to be eaten by me. Finally, one day, after I absorbed the entire planet's chakra, I felt extremely uncomfortable, and my body swelled to the point that I was about to be torn apart by the power in my body. What's even more frightening is that I, whose strength has reached the peak of a Sutsuki, haven't prepared any containers for myself. In desperation, I can only accept the end of my body collapsing. A Sutsuki Shibahu looked at the vast universe, as if he was watching the area where he once exploded. But to my surprise, when my body broke, my consciousness reached an unprecedented height. It has become the eternal existence of consciousness. Perhaps you are not aware of the changes. Let me tell you, another time and space, a Sutsuki-like thing. That time and space is the time and space you dreamed of in your dreams. There, you worked together with 9 tails to defeat Yishi. At the last moment, a Sutsuki Yishi didn't print a new wedge in time. As a result, the container could not withstand his strength and collapsed. His consciousness finally found Kud, who inherited his will. After telling Kud his will, the will dissipated helplessly in the spacia. This represents the complete demise of a Sutsuki. Uzumaki Naruto naturally understood the meaning of a Sutsuki Shibai. He brought up a Sutsuki to compare with himself, just to tell Uzumaki Naruto that the body collapses and the existence of consciousness is limited. And his so-called own consciousness has gained eternity. The implication is this the god? Uzumaki Naruto said subconsciously. But in his heart, what surprised Naruto the most was the other time and space that Shibai mentioned, the one that often appeared in his dreams recently. Well, at least in the mouths of any of you, and even in the mouths of my clan, this is a god. But, to be exact, I seem to have room for improvement. This is why I came to you. I can feel that my current state is not the top existence. For this reason, I crossed countless time and space, killed myself who was about to give up my body and absorbed their huge chakra, but I still didn't get any progress. What? Shocked. A Sutsuki Shibaju's speech completely stunned the audience of Beiming World. The brain of the whole person is like a magnitude earthquake. A Sutsuki Shibahu actually eliminated himself in other parallel time and space, in order to get further changes. This isn't the current A Sutsuki Shibai not enough to be the god of A Sutsuki legend? A Sutsuki Kaguya. What the hell is going on, Shibai? Senju Tobarama. A Sutsuki Shiba said that he felt that he still had room for improvement. He may think that he has not reached the level of a real god, so he ran to another parallel world of another dimension and absorbed himself who had reached the peak, but it seems that he did not any effect. Senju Hashirama. I don't understand at all. Uzumaki Naruto. Me too, I can't understand what he's talking about at all. Isn't someone like Shiba who can travel through parallel worlds at will, who can know the history and future of others at will, not a god? Hidan. HMPH. I already knew that he is a false god. After all, the real god is Lord Cthulhu. B. Silent. Kakuzu. Please shut up, Hidan, don't be ashamed. Uchiha Madara. No, you are ninjas, don't ignore your basic qualities as ninjas because of this kind of thing. Listen to the information carefully. According to Shibai's meaning, since he gave up his body to exist with eternal consciousness, the absorbed chakra is very important to him. There's not a single ounce of help. Onoki. Yes, it should be like this. That's why he has no interest in our worlds, because even if he absorbs our chakra, it won't have any effect on him. Fourth Raikage. Then what is the way to make him evolve again? Uzumaki Kashina. The question you asked is really interesting. If a Sutsuki Shibahu knew that he had done it long ago, he didn't know. How could we know? No matter what method, why did he ask that child? Could that child help him? I see. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, but then laughed at himself. You don't even know what to do. What can I help you with? It seems meaningless for you to come to me. I don't know either. Asutsuki Shiba said. I just know that absorbing chakra has no effect on me. At the beginning, I just thought that what I had absorbed was not enough, so I killed all of myself, resulting in such a long time, no one can reach the state like me again. But you have reached this height, and I still can't see clearly what your future looks like. So I came to you to let you try to break through to the realm like me, and then have a big battle with me. Perhaps in the process of fighting with you, I can have some insights and become a real existence. Hiss. This scene exploded like a blockbuster in Beiming World. Asutsuki Shibai wants to have a god-to-god duel with Uzumaki Koronaru. The purpose is actually to make himself enlightened through this duel. Uzumaki Kushina. Crazy. Asutsuki Shibai. If that kid really reaches his height, how sure is he that he can really beat that kid, let alone gain some insights? At that time, maybe he will be wiped out. Shimura Danza. Kushina, stop talking nonsense. Asutsuki Shibai can clearly know everything that happens in our world, so you say. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry, Shibai doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, unless you also reach the height of Kuromaki, otherwise you can't attract his attention at all. Black Zetsu. Kushina, Black Naruto cannot defeat Shibai. Momoshiki once told him that he is not from the Asutsuki family. Even if his body collapses and his consciousness reaches eternal existence, his own level will still be lower than Asutsuki Shibai's level. Uchiha Madara. It's like comparing our ordinary ninjas with Asutsuki. Even if they become what we call gods, there is still a difference between gods and gods. This is how to do. It's clear to anyone that Uzumaki on screen doesn't have any choice. What Asutsuki Shibahu mentioned, he had to do what the other party wanted. When you are ready, inject chakra into the imprint on your palm, and you will be able to open a special space tunnel to the special space I prepared for this battle. I will be there waiting for your arrival. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to use all your strength to please me so that I can gain a higher understanding. If you lose, I will personally destroy the world you are in. Asutsuki Shibai's last words linger in Naruto's ears. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto felt in a daze. When the dazzling white light disappeared, everything returned to calm. This is. Uzumaki Naruto felt the imprint left by Shibai. Is it actually a mark engraved on the soul? Even if the body collapses, it cannot be eliminated. Mumbling to himself, a beam of white light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto looked up into the distance, and before he knew it, the sky had turned white. Sky. Bright. Too much deception. For a while, the audience in Beiming World didn't know how to express their inner dissatisfaction and indignation. Asutsuki Shibai wants Kuromaki to help him improve his consciousness, but he also wants to destroy the world where Kuromaki lives. This behavior is simply too domineering. Shimura Danza. HMPH. That brat, Kuro Ming, has reaped the consequences of himself. He used to force the ninja world to surrender by force. Utatane Kaharu. Danzo. At this time, why do you still say such things? Shimura Danza. If he is really capable, I will destroy that Asutsuki Shibahu and protect the world he created. Otherwise, when I go to the Pure Land world, I will have contempt for him. Terumi Mei. Are you kidding me? Black Ming's opponent is Shibai. How could he win? Onoki. Hey, I really can't win, but Shibai is too domineering and doesn't make sense at all. Uchiha Madara. Truth. The truth itself is only for the strong. I just can't figure it out. What's the point of Shibai doing such a thing? Senju Tobarama. Based on my understanding, there is no other good way for Shibahu, so he will use a duel to try to see if he can get some insights. For him, this is nothing but. It's just an attempt, and he probably doesn't know if he can succeed. Namikaze Minato. The implication is that Yiju simply gave the child in order to help him try to evolve. As for the others, he didn't take it to heart at all. Uzumaki Naruto. What? What should I do? That guy Kuromaki will definitely not be Shibaju's opponent. Damn it. What kind of dream is this idiot doing? Otherwise he wouldn't be discovered by Shibahu. He exists. Uchiha Sasuke. Hey. Looking at it now, maybe our world is a little better than Kuromaki's world, at least it won't be completely destroyed. Inuzuka Tooth. Damn it, I didn't expect the end of the matter to be like this, hemming him. Uzumaki Naruto. He managed to make people in the ninja world live a happy life. Shibai is too hateful. What kind of god is obviously a demon for his own selfish desires? Deidara. In this comparison, I feel that Shibai is not as good as our leader. Uchiha Itachi. Well, although the leader has gone astray, he still longs for peace in his heart. Nagato. I have so much virtue and ability, I can be compared with Ji in your mouth. Konoha Village. Luxurious Ichiraku ramen restaurant. The uncle with a little gray hair opened the store door, ready to open. But I saw a villager looking aimlessly passing by the door of the shop. Would you like to come in and have a bowl of hot ramen? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto is a sign. Ichiraku ramen? This is Konoha Village's perennial snack. So, Konoha Village has invested in many other snacks, but Ichiraku ramen restaurant has never been threatened by any. To say the least, its taste and reputation have been as good as ever for decades. You must be wondering why I stopped you suddenly. Naruto, who looked like a villager, walked into the shop with a smile on his face and said, as long as I stand at the door by chance and see someone passing by, I will greet them warmly. It's been like this for decades. Unfortunately, now that the store is bigger and busy, the time to stand at the door is much less. Naruto looked at the back of the hand. He knew that Uncle Hanming was lying. Since Naruto can remember, he will not stand at the door except when opening or closing the door. The reason is that he is too busy. However, this is the first time Naruto has stepped into an Ichiraku ramen restaurant. What to eat? Pork bone ramen. Uzumaki Naruto casually ordered a ramen. When the noodles are on the table, take a bite. Naruto's eyes light up. It is indeed delicious. This is the most delicious noodle he has ever eaten. How about it? It tastes good. Yeah. Naruto nodded. Ha ha ha, you must be a foreigner. No bragging. Everyone in Konoha Village has tasted my craft. Hand slaps his face full of pride. Only, every time I see a customer's approving expression, I will feel very satisfied. This store is my baby. In the process of eating noodles at Naruto, touching with high spirits, he told him about the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Here, not only the villagers of Konoha Village, but also ninjas. From the period of 3rd Hokage to the current 8 generations Hokage. From the war-torn ninja world to today's peaceful and stable world. Ichiraku Ramen House has recorded too many of their stories. Starting from 3rd Hokage and starting from the 3rd Ninja World War. Konoha Village's Hope 4th Hokage succession, Nine Tails Rebellion. The joys and sorrows of ninjas, or the support and encouragement of the seniors to the juniors. Until now, every customer who enters the store will have a smile on his face. This seemingly ordinary ramen restaurant, from the changes in the content of the conversation between the ninjas, has witnessed the changes in the pattern of the ninja world in disguise. I think, you should be from the imperial capital. And the status should not be low. Hands chuckled. Naruto was stunned. Why did you say that, uncle? Because I don't see any expression changes when you listen to me. I think you should also be someone who has seen big scenes. After all, even the daughter of 8th generation Hokage, the godson of 5th Kazekage, and the son of the Hyuga patriarch will listen to my stories with great interest, and the expressions on their faces will change with the joys and sorrows of the story. Variety. Even. Slapping his hands and pinching his waist, he laughed loudly. Even His Majesty's children, they especially like to hear my old man tell stories about the past. Father. Suddenly, a clear drink interrupted the hand-type conversation. Calamus came out of the back kitchen with a resentful face, dissatisfied. Don't talk nonsense in front of the guests. It will make people laugh. After speaking, Calamus bowed deeply to Naruto and said, I'm sorry, my father is getting old, and he likes to tell stories about the past. I hope you will forgive me. It's okay, I also like the stories that uncle told. Uzumaki Naruto reveals a slight smile. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. In the past, he really wanted to eat ramen, but it was the first time he set foot here until now. Besides, the former big spiral wheel worries about its destruction. Even though he has been through the devastation, it seems that it has not stopped the hand-beating uncle from moving forward. Because of her daughter's dissatisfaction, the hand-beater was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly, she seemed to think of something. If your excellency's identity is as I guessed, there must be a chance to get in touch with His Majesty in the imperial capital. If possible, may I ask your excellency to help promote the Ichiraku Ramen restaurant in front of His Majesty? I mean, I hope that your majesty will come to the ramen restaurant and have a bowl of noodles cooked by myself. Naruto trembles when he hears this. Calamus saw the clue, hurriedly apologized and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. Father didn't mean to use his majesty's fame to do anything, just." Walking out of the Ichiraku ramen restaurant, Uzumaki Naruto feels that the weather today is exceptionally sunny. Shanda once saw himself visiting ramen restaurants as a child. It's a pity that due to my special status in the ninjas present at the time, I suppressed the idea of inviting myself. I wanted to wait until there was no one in the store, and then wait for my appearance, but unfortunately, since then, my figure has never appeared on this street again. For this reason, there is a knot in my heart that cannot be untied. It's not uncle's fault. Uzumaki Naruto muttered inwardly. At the age of 32, he has experienced too much, and his mind is much more mature than before. Handplaying has suffered for so many years because of his hesitation at the beginning. Naruto is clear that if he invited him by hand when there were other ninjas present, it would not be a good thing for him. Looking around again at the commercial street that he once destroyed, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head with a wry smile. Who would have thought that today's bustling Konoha village was built with my own efforts? However, a certain figure on the street made Naruto startled. Uchiha Sasuke, crossing arms and chest with both hands on the line. It's like waiting for him to come out. Yadame Hokage. Naruto walks up to Sasuke and bows slightly. Afterwards, he wanted to use his identity as an ordinary villager to escape. After brushing shoulders with Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke said, "Naruto, you used the transformation technique to come to Konoha village, did you come to spy on it?" Uzumaki Naruto stopped immediately when he heard the words and sighed helplessly. "Can you recognize this? I really underestimated your best friend, Naruto." Uchiha Sasuke walks slowly in front of Naruto, staring at Naruto for a long time. "You've been running around Konoha village since dawn. Last night, I was on duty, and I had spotted you a long time ago. Hey, don't brag, even if you find out about my movements, you won't be able to recognize me, right?" Uzumaki Naruto spread his arms and joked with Sasuke. "When you were in the 7th class, when you were thinking about something, you would raise your eyes and stare at the distance for a long time, and you would touch your chin from time to time. I haven't found anyone else who has a habit like you so far. What's more, the gatekeeper has no record of outsiders entering. I remember all the people in Konoha village." Uchiha Sasuke looks serious. Looking at Naruto for a while, said seriously, "Speak, Naruto. What happened to make you so distressed? Have you discovered a new Atsutsuki family?" Snapped. The sound of Naruto patting Sasuke's shoulder lightly can be heard. Uchiha Sasuke is taken aback. Uzumaki Naruto has disappeared in front of him. "Naruto." Uchiha Sasuke's expression suddenly changed. But soon, he regained his composure. "Yeah. Is the enemy you met this time really so powerful?" With Uchiha Sasuke's IQ, even if Naruto doesn't say much, he can guess 7 or 8. The thing that can make Uzumaki Naruto so sad is definitely something that the sky is falling. Unfortunately, the only person who can solve this kind of thing is Uzumaki Naruto. If the other party can't figure out a way, then it's completely hopeless. Emperor capital of the Vortex country. Uzumaki Naruto has just stepped into the lobby. But found Atsutsuki Kaguya, Black Zetsu, and 9-tailed beasts. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato are all sitting nervously in the lobby. This scene immediately made Naruto frown. A sense of foreboding arises in my heart. But fortunately, the children were not at the scene. "Naruto, you are finally back." Seeing Naruto coming home, Kushina got up quickly. "Mother, what's the matter? Has something happened? I think you should be more aware of what happened last night than us." Atsutsuki Kaguya's anxiety directly approached Naruto's face. Uzumaki Naruto quickly pushed it away. "Why, everyone looks so nervous." "I'm talking about Atsutsuki Shibai." Kaguya's anxious and nervous remarks immediately made Uzumaki Naruto thump. Looks at Kaguya suspiciously. "You don't have to look at me like this here. Last night, Atsutsuki Shibai met you. Although I don't know what force he used to suppress us from moving. However, I did hear his conversation with you in my ears. I can hear his voice, covering the entire ninja world." Kaguya finished speaking. Black Zetsu, Kushina and Namikaze Minato, together with the 9 big-tailed beasts, looked at each other in blank dismay. Then, everyone looked at Naruto nervously. Kushina. Naruto, is what Kaguya said true? Minato and I didn't feel anything unusual last night. Namikaze Minato. Yes, your mother and I did not hear any sound, nor did we feel any discomfort. Me neither. Me too. A Black Zetsu and other tailed beasts spoke one after another, but Wei Yoruichi's early performance made everyone dare not to suspect randomly. Only after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's explanation, they can rest assured. You were dreaming, Kaguya. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be speechless. Naruto. Unfortunately, Nine Tails, who didn't say a word, interrupted his performance. Naruto, if other people don't know you, I still know you very well. With your personality, you disappeared early in the morning, so you must have gone outside and lost your thoughts. I think what Kaguya-sama said is right, you should have met a Sutsuki Shibahu last night. Others are influenced by him, but Kaguya-sama belongs to the Asutsuki clan and may be a little bit resistant. Naruto. Kushina trembled all over. The name Asutsuki Shibai was also known to her from Kaguya this morning. Gods beyond the dimensional space, why did they come to find their son? But judging from Naruto's performance, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. Seeing that Kaguya has already told Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto also stopped pretending, and told the whole story of last night. It just so happened that he thought about it all the way and found a way to deal with Shiba. What? You mean? Asutsuki Kaguya's face is frightened. You mean you want to take a chakra from Nine Tails with you to deal with Asutsuki Shibai? What's the difference between this and death? In my opinion, it is best for us to superimpose chakra and achieve the state of being out of the body at the same time, and then go to deal with Shibai together. That's right, Naruto. What mother said is the real thing, you are one person and one fox. You still have a share of chakra's 9 tails to deal with Shiba. It's the same as sending you to death, and Shiba didn't say that if you lose, he will destroy you this world. Black Zetsu's voice was also trembling with shock. Shibai not only existence, and even came to the door in person. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad for Naruto. Kushina and Minato, as Naruto's parents, feel uncomfortable at this moment and can't say anything. Until now, they realized that with their own knowledge and strength, they couldn't help their son in front of them. Will not. Uzumaki Naruto firmly said, Shibai's purpose is to gain enlightenment through fighting at the same level. But in the final analysis, the only person who can reach the same level as him is Kaguya Amazuki. Naruto looks at Kaguya. The expression is unprecedentedly serious. We can't go together. If we want to defeat him, we must first find out what his background is. I will take a copy of Nine Tails Chakra to fight with him and get as much information about him as possible. If I have something to do, Kurama's chakra can still return to the main body in a free state after disappearing. At that time, Kurama will be able to learn all the information about Shibai. Kaguya. If I can't return at that time, you can go back in time and superimpose the tailed beast chakra with the help of Sumaira-kan to reach Shibai's realm. Don't worry. Asutsuki Shibahu has investigated my history before. He is very clear about the source of my strength and your matter. Even if I fail, he will wait until you find him, or if he comes to you in person, he will still order you to raise your level and fight him in this way. If something happens to me, the future of this continent can only depend on you. The ancestor of chakra, Asutsuki Kaguya. The picture on the screen made the audience in Jail Baming World silent for a long time. Uzumaki went to Konoha village because he wanted to take another look at his hometown before the war. Although there are many painful childhood memories there, most of the subsequent time is happy. Even being unable to say such heavy things to one's own contemporaries. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have noticed something strange. Just as the other party thought, Ming definitely encountered a big problem, and his mind was so messed up that he couldn't find it in time even when he observed closely. Just that what the audience didn't expect was that Uzumaki Hyaminga's thought was not that Koji, who reached the Agoda with Kaguya and Wei Yoruichi, was against Shiba. District. Instead, I chose to use my personal strength to obtain information on Asutsuki Shibai first, and leave the follow-up work to Kaguya. This behavior of sacrificing individuals in exchange for intelligence is not rational. Shimura Danza. What is Uzumaki doing? It's stupid to make a wrong judgment at such a crucial moment. Uchiha Madara. Huh. I think it's you who is stupid, Danzo. Shimura Danza. Don't speak with personal prejudice. I think the proposal of the ancestor of Kaguya is the most correct. The two of them left the body at the same time to reach that level. 1. It may not be impossible to defeat Shibahu. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo is not wrong. If Kaguya reaches that level, he should be able to be the same as Shibai. With the addition of Kwoming, the two will definitely be able to defeat Shibai. Senju Tobarama. Not necessarily. I think Shibahu must have known about it when Himing explained it to them. If Shibahu felt threatened, maybe the two of them would not be allowed to get what they wanted. Completion of chakra's superposition. Uchiha Madara. The most important thing is that no one knows what will happen after leaving the body except Shibai. A Sutsuki Kaguya as a Sutsuki may be able to achieve Shibai's level, but what about Himing? If things change, and they can't even get a sliver of information about Juju, then the loss outweighs the gain. Senju Hashirama. In the end, did Black Naruto choose the possibility of sacrificing himself for the greatest victory in the battle? Uzumaki Kushina. First Hokage, don't talk nonsense, that kid may not lose. Namikaze Minato. Kushina. Senju Tobarama. Hey. Uzumaki's Kushina, we don't want him to lose. But. Black Zetsu. At least I think Black Ming is better than Shibahu, and I don't want him to lose. Jiraiya. Even he himself has already entered the battle with the mentality that he must lose this. Hey. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Who would have thought that Kuromaki's ending would be like this, but the person who can disturb Shibahu is also the existence of one person under one person and above 10,000 people in these multiple dimensions. Yamanaka Ino. No, I feel things will definitely turn around. Haruno Sakura. Well, I think so too. Otherwise, whose handwriting did our big screen come from? Wouldn't it be Shibai? I don't think he is so boring. Uzumaki Naruto. At noon, Uzumaki Naruto had lunch with his family as usual. During the period, he behaved very naturally. Only Uzumaki Kushina was not involved. After lunch, Uzumaki Naruto comes to Kushina's room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Kushina sitting on a chair in distress, accompanied by a Sutsuki Kaguya. Naruto. Seeing her son, Kushina suddenly stood up and hugged him in her arms. Is there really no other good way? Uzumaki Naruto is silent. He never thought that things would develop to such a point. I thought that after so many years of practice, he could solve the invasion of a Sutsuki, and he has settled all the troubles in the ninja world. Resurrect Kushina and Namikaze Minato at the moment when the country of Vortex was officially established. However, now they are being subjected to such a thing. Naruto felt a pain in his heart, and said softly, I'm sorry, mother. Why say sorry, Naruto? You have done very well, no one can surpass your achievements. At this time, Namikaze Minato's voice sounded from the side, and he followed to Naruto and Kushina. Naruto, I'm the one who should say sorry. Once again, I couldn't help you. No, in fact, if my father hadn't sealed Kurama in my body, I wouldn't have achieved what I am today. Uzumaki Naruto looks at Namikaze Minato and smiles lightly. I am proud to have a father like you, Naruto. At this moment, Namikaze Minato only felt his nose sore, and his eyes immediately became moist. As a parent, only people don't want their children to become dragons and phoenixes. Being able to talk directly to the legendary Ace Sutsuki Shibai, Uzumaki Naruto's achievements and status are no longer comparable to anyone else. But, I should go. Are you leaving now? During the speech, the nine-tailed beasts broke into the room. Naruto, I don't think it's wise for you to go with only one serving of chakra's big fox. I think you might as well take out a portion of our chakra and fuse it into 10 tails, so that your strength can be further improved. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Shuzuru who spoke, just smiled and shook his head. Nine Tails on the side has been silently staring at Naruto's back. This guy. Kurama's memory is suddenly pulled back to the time when the two just met. At the beginning, I still thought of cheating Naruto's practice to tease the other party, who would have thought that Naruto's will would be much firmer than I imagined. Even if the information is wrong, the practice of Rasengan can be completed. Even, Uzumaki Naruto didn't have the bad attitude towards himself as he imagined, instead he regarded himself as the only companion in the loneliness of life. There are too many stories along the way. Since learning of the existence of a Sutsuki, Uzumaki Naruto has taken on the task of peace and stability in the ninja world alone. When I was finally able to rest, I met a Sutsuki Shibai's thoughts. Fate really played a big joke on him. Naruto. This is the clothes I made for you with my own hands, you. Before leaving, Uzumaki Kushina took out a windbreaker very similar to that worn by 4th Hokage with trembling hands. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw this, a degree. The moment he took over, Uzumaki Naruto put on the windbreaker. Thank you. Mother. I gotta go. By the way, he looks back at Nine Tails in a Sutsuki Kaguya and black behind him. He smiled slightly and did not speak. After chakra lit the mark on his palm, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared instantly. Naruto. Seeing that Naruto disappeared, Uzumaki Kushina only felt his brain sink. Almost passed out. Grandmother. At the same time, the door of the room was pushed open. Uzumaki Naruto's children rush in. Namikaze Minato is shocked when he sees this. These things were originally kept from this group of children. But judging from the expressions of the children, they seem to have known something before this. Black Zetsuya. Hey, 4th generation, I didn't say this, you should ask Nine Tails about it. HMPH. It's not what we said. Grandpa, we actually heard what happened that night. Nanjin said in a crying voice. What? You? Namikaze Minato's eyes are full of disbelief. It's nothing surprising. A Sutsuki Kaguya sighed. After all, they are all existences beyond a Sutsuki Momoshira. They may be the same as me, but their bodies cannot move, but their consciousness is not completely affected by the stillness of time. That you. The reason why we dare not say it is because we are afraid that our father will be disappointed. Uzumaki wrinkled his nose. Father doesn't like us being cowardly. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, isn't that guy too harsh, and in this case, can't he just say goodbye to the kids? Haruno Sakura. That's right, the kids know about it, but Koronaru wants them to act like they don't know. Yamanaka Ino. Is there a possibility that Kuro Ming doesn't know that this incident has no effect on his children, and I don't think Boruto has come back? Hitaki Kakashi. It should be like what L said. Even if Boruto wanted to go back, he wouldn't dare to go back, because Himing doesn't like their cowardly behavior. Might Guy. Hey, these kids are suffering, especially Boruto, who knew his father had an accident, but he couldn't disobey his father's order and had to travel the entire ninja world outside. Uchiha Madara. Don't talk about it, that guy Kuromaki has already met with a Sutsuki Shiba. Nobody expected Uzumaki Kuromaki to beat a Sutsuki Shibai. For ordinary people, even ordinary a Sutsuki, Koronaru is not only scary in his own strength. Even more frightening is his time regression. However, all these means are not means at all for a Sutsuki Shibai. Uzumaki Himing's departure should be without return. The vast universe. A flat continent floating in the universe. Suddenly, a figure appeared and stepped on the mainland lightly. Uzumaki Naruto looked up, the sky was pitch black. A few seconds later, he realized that he was currently in the universe. From a distance, the Earth is floating alone in the universe. You really can survive in this environment, Uzumaki Naruto. In the distance, the voice of a Sutsuki Shibai came. Naruto looked up, but saw a Sutsuki Shibai standing on the throne with his chin dragging. You are. Body? Shibahu responded indifferently. Creating a suitable body is very simple for me. It's you. It doesn't seem to follow the advice I gave you to superimpose chakra to make your consciousness reach eternal existence. In your state, how can I get inspiration in the battle with you? Uzumaki Naruto listens to a Sutsuki Shiba's speech. However, he failed to feel any change in the other party's mood. The only thing I can sense is that the gravity of the land under my feet is several times stronger than the gravity on the earth. Also, the hardness of the land and rocks is also several times that of the ninja continent. I think you know my plan too. The purpose of my coming this time is to fight with you and collect all your information, even if I can't inspire you. In the ninja world, there is also a Sutsuki Kaguya who can step into the same realm as you according to your requirements. Then the battle between you and Kaguya is the most critical. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. In front of Shibai, he didn't hide anything. Even if he concealed it, he couldn't escape the other party's detection. Psychologically, I cannot accept the collapse of my body, nor can I accept that only my consciousness wanders in various dimensions. I'm a vulgar person, I just want to live my life simply and well. Of course, in battle, my body may also collapse. I may die, and I may also reach your so-called eternal state of consciousness. Asutsuki Shibahu didn't say anything after hearing this. Stand up slowly, and walk slowly from under the throne to the front. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a very interesting guy. Very good at telling bad jokes. The body collapse during the battle and the body collapse caused by absorbing chakra are two different things. However, you are worried that you are not from the Asutsuki family. Perhaps absorbing too much chakra and causing the body to collapse does not mean that the will can reach eternity. Unfortunately, your worries are superfluous. Now your own strength has actually surpassed the average Asutsuki, and surpassed more than one level. Forget it. Since you have already chosen to fight in this state, let me show you your strength. As expected of the legendary god Asutsuki Shibai, Nine Tails was deeply shocked. The other party's emotions are quite stable between the lines. Even if Naruto didn't do what he asked, he didn't have any dissatisfaction or complaints. Boom. Shiju just finished speaking. There is a loud noise. Although Naruto doesn't know why there are sounds in the vast universe, he can no longer think about these issues. The opponent in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto, knows that the tentative temptation is meaningless. The double pupils suddenly turned into the 9 Go Yuyu reincarnation Sharingan. As soon as the 8 inner gates formation opened, the powerful chakra immediately caused several cracks in the ground under the feet. Very nice chakra. As a mortal, you can actually smash this piece of land, your strength is really powerful. Asutsuki Shibai seems to be enjoying Naruto's performance. Praise him without hesitation, Kurama. Naruto didn't pay attention to Shibai's compliment, but communicated with Kurama subconsciously. I know. Naruto, just let the legendary gods see the power of one of us and one fox. The moment Uzumaki Naruto started, Kurama's mentality suddenly changed dramatically. No more panic about Asutsuki Shibai before. On the contrary, Kurama is very excited to be able to fight side by side with Naruto against the gods. Are you ready? Naruto. The heavy particle mode under 8 inner gates formation is coming. Kurama claps his hands together. The red light on Uzumaki Naruto's body suddenly became brighter. The red steam surrounding Naruto's body was swallowed up by even redder gas flames, and the gas flame windbreaker turned into 9 tails and wrapped around Naruto's back. Snapped. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands together. Strong life force is continuously pouring into 9 tails' body. Yang escape. This is a collaboration between Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama. The heavy particle mode under Yang Dun can continuously prolong the time of the heavy particle mode. Be able to better maintain Kurama's fighting state. Heavy particle mode plus Yang Dun, plus 8 inner gates formation? Asutsuki Shibai's eyes flashed a gleam. It seems that only Uzumaki Naruto can do all this. Even if you don't use time regression, you can guarantee that the life of one person and one fox will not be affected by the spell and die in this state. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm going to F*K, Asutsuki Shibai. Uzumaki Naruto did everything well, and immediately interrupted Shibai's praise. There is a loud noise. Uzumaki Naruto kicked the ground and ejected, and a deep hole was stepped out of the place where he was standing. Boom. Before Asutsuki Shibahu could make a move, Uzumaki Naruto's punch had already landed on his face. Boom. The dull sound reverberated for an instant, and Shibai's body flew out like a shell. He smashed the throne standing on the mainland to pieces. Hiss. Uzumaki Black Ming actually beat Asutsuki Shibai on the spot? What a terrifying power this is. He can actually cause damage to the gods. For a moment, the audience in Beiming World was dumbfounded. However, the stronger ninjas did not have much emotional change because of this. It's clear that Asutsuki Shibai is just experiencing how powerful Uzumaki Kurenai really is. Uchiha Madara. Like I want to feel the power of 8 inner gates formation? Asutsuki Shiba and Uzumaki Kurenai are like me and Might Guy. Senju Hashirama. Madara, if you say that, can the black boy be able to collapse half of the body of the Otsutsu art layer with one punch? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, can you turn your brain around? I'm just comparing Shiba's current state of mind, and even if Koronaru smashes his body, so what? Shiba. The consciousness of dwelling is immortal. Senju Tobarama. That's right, even if the body is completely destroyed, a Sutsuki Shiba can still recreate a body at will, unless his consciousness can be destroyed. Jiraiya. It's almost impossible. Shibai created a body so that Kuromaki can touch him and fight with him. If a Sutsuki Shibahu exists as a conscious body, Kuromaki can even touch him. There are no chances. Terumi Mei. No wonder Shiba wants Kuromaki to reach the same state as him, with consciousness separated from the body, so that the two can use their consciousness to fight. Onoki. Hey. I finally understand why Shibahu created a body alone. It turned out to be used to fight Kuromaki. Fourth Raikage. Is Shibai so humble? Black Zetsu. Huh? Do you think this is a good thing? A Sutsuki Kaguya. It's not a good thing, it just proves that Shibaju's strength is far beyond what Kuroki can do. Yamanaka Ino. I still think Koronaru will win in the end. I have the same idea as Little Sakura. I feel that the screen for watching movies is created by Koronaru. Orochimaru. Everything is hard to say. I am worried that Shibai really got a boost of inspiration through this battle. Maybe he did it all in recognition of Naruto-kun for making him enlightened. Played out in our world. Tsunade. I also agree with Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Don't look at Shibai's praise of Kuro Ming. With my sixth sense, I don't think his character is really so high. Shang. The so-called praise is nothing but a disguised mockery of the weak. Shish. The uninterrupted sound of chakra steam. A Sutsuki Shibahu slowly emerged from the rocks, and then slowly fell to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, smiled and said calmly to Nine Tails, "A god is a god." The blow just now seemed to have caused huge damage, but it didn't even have the qualifications to leave dust on him. Damn it, Naruto, we are not on the same level as him. Nine Tails naturally discovered the current state of a Sutsuki Shibai, and it can be said that there is nothing wrong with it. Even the state of the other party made Nine Tails wonder if, like Naruto, Shibai used time regression after being severely injured. But the other party rose up from the ruins of rocks. It doesn't seem to let him go back to the past through time. Very good punch, quite powerful. A Sutsuki Shibai spread his hands left and right. It's been so long that I can't even remember it. The feeling of punching the flesh with the body and people is the most intense. Uzumaki Naruto did not respond to Shibai's words. The opponent is clearly enjoying the feeling of fighting, but for Naruto, there is only experience. Even if the opponent doesn't make a move, Naruto can't find any information about him. However, at this moment, a Sutsuki Shibai laughed. Uzumaki Naruto, you want to gain some information by fighting me. This matter is actually not that troublesome. The A Sutsuki you have come into contact with, whether it is the Peach style, the Pooh style or the One style. I know how to use their techniques. For you ninjas, your technique is called ninjutsu or secret technique. Whether it is pupil art, illusion art, or even fairy art, all the arts in this series actually belong to the evolution of one art. Divinity. Spell. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words, 877, his expression became serious. Don't be so surprised. The so-called magic is easy to understand, that's what I hate. The skills I know are divine skills, and all your skills are just evolved through my will or skills. After speaking, a Sutsuki Shibai waved his hand casually. Suddenly, the originally quiet continent suddenly burst into violent winds, flying sand and rocks. Even accompanied by lightning and thunder, heavy rain fell from the sky. The entire continent also shook violently, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The world has changed. Is it possible to cause a complete change in the natural environment just by waving your hand? Uzumaki Naruto frowned deeper. Although Shibahu doesn't know much about this continent, Naruto can clearly feel the horror of this power. You can control the changes of the whole nature with bare hands. This ability surpasses Kaguya's space and natural integration too much. This is just my ordinary strength. This kind of power can make the creatures on the mainland like the ninja world perish due to natural disasters with a wave of your hand. However, the most difficult thing is my other power. Almighty and Rebound. Almighty and Rebound? Uzumaki Naruto is very puzzled. These two abilities seem to be a little simple based on their names alone. Naruto is not very clear about what the so-called omnipotence means, but rebounding should be able to reflect back the opponent's attack. As you can imagine, the names of these two techniques don't sound as cool as Taoshi and Yishi. But the power contained in it is not comparable to their vulgar ability. Yishi is very lucky. After obtaining my body, I was one step away from merging these two abilities into the artificial human body. Unfortunately, Yishi's conspiracy in your world was stopped by you. However, in another world, his plan succeeded. The so-called omnipotence means that the memory of everyone can be completely changed in an instant, and the content of the memory is controlled by the caster. If you rebound, it's not as simple as you imagine. It's just rebounding other people's attacks, but rebounding others' malice towards me. It's a pity that the artificial human created by Yishi has only obtained the corners of these two abilities, and it is not complete. So Ida's omnipotence can't affect a Sutsuki, or even some special people. Diamond's rebound is the same. But I'm different. I can naturally control these two abilities at will, especially the rebound. The manifestation here is not absolutely passive. I can turn it on or off according to my memory. After all, in a passive situation, there may be indifferent manslaughter. The audience in Beiming World were so shocked that they no longer knew what to think. Diamond's rebound is passive. As long as someone has bad thoughts about him, he will rebound back to the other party to enjoy according to the actual situation. If someone fantasizes about cutting off Diamond's head, that person's head will be separated in the next second. However, Diamond's ability has no effect on Uzumaki's sunflower. And Ada's omnipotence can't affect Kawaki and Boruto, who have the power of a Sutsuki, not even Sarana and Boruto's squad leader. This is the drawback of Shibai's so-called two-person magic. Uchiha Madara. It's strange, Shibai's so-called rebound, isn't it more convenient to be passive than active? Black Zetsu. That's not necessarily the case. With Shibaju's current strength, let alone someone who is malicious towards him, even if he wants to see him, it is impossible. Besides, maybe the person Shibahu wants to meet doesn't want the other person to. You can die at will, so you can take the initiative to close the rebound. In this case, it is enough to see that the gap between the artificial diamond and Shiba is still unresolved. So, is your current state incapable of rebounding? If you turn on the rebound ability, I can't even touch you. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became curious. Facing his curiosity, a Sutsuki Shibai nodded slightly. Yes, with your strength, even if you successfully activate Diamond and Ada in one move, the abilities of their siblings are useless to you, but I am different. At your level, you can't resist my rebound. Of course, you can now try to be malicious to me, such as wanting to have a lap with my wolves. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly upon hearing this. The next second, he suddenly felt a violent impact on his abdomen. Inadvertently, the whole person flew out. Draw a scratch of hundreds of meters directly from the hard ground before it comes to a steady stop. Ahem. Uzumaki Naruto got up again, helplessly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a Sutsuki Shibahu said was not a bluff. His so-called rebound is really unsolvable. Well, it really is the most powerful existence besides me at present. The power of your punch, if it were someone other than you and me, I'm afraid they would be killed by one punch. Shibai is floating above the 100-meter scratch mark, slowly moving towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know if you, who exist with will, can resist my rebound. But now you are indeed several grades behind me in strength. Shibai was silent for a while, and said slowly, but it's okay, let's exercise your muscles. If you fail, there will be a Sutsuki Kaguya to inherit your legacy. It's hard to imagine that Kaguya, who is a Sutsuki, can follow your advice. Shibai gives Naruto a thumbs up. But in Naruto's eyes, the other party's every move seems to praise him, but his expression is a very disdainful feeling. It can be said that a Sutsuki Shibahu is teasing Uzumaki Naruto inside and outside the words. If he didn't need himself or the follow-up Kaguya to give him inspiration, he might wipe out the ninja world easily. Come on, Naruto, do your best to let me stretch my muscles. Boom. A Sutsuki Shibai just finished speaking. The two collide with fists and feet. In an instant, the surrounding space where the two collided seemed to be unable to carry the strength of the two and was about to shatter, drawing a few electric waves. Boom. 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 Uzumaki Naruto and a Sutsuki Shibai, neither of them cared about the changes in the surrounding environment. The punches and kicks you come and go start a battle of offense and defense. However, as Shibai continued to attack, Uzumaki Naruto realized that the opponent's fist was getting heavier. I need more chakra and strength to deal with the opponent's attack. Under this intensive attack, Uzumaki Naruto's attention is no longer so focused. Several times, the yang escape he sent to Nine Tails was interrupted by Shibai's attack. Seeing that his strength was getting weaker and weaker, and facing Shibai's punching wind again, Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed and disappeared. A Sutsuki Shibai punched the air, looking slightly stunned. Then, he felt a huge energy fluctuation coming from behind him. The moment I turned around, a crimson-red light suddenly struck. He's pressed hard on him. This is. Shibahu paused, but there was a hint of excitement on his face. Is this the power to squeeze the chakra in the body? Similar to an air cannon produced by squeezing air. In the absence of air, chakra is used instead of air. What a fighting genius, Uzumaki. Boom. A Sutsuki Shibahu hadn't finished speaking, and the powerful chakra cannon could sink him into the ground. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto, dressed in red arrogance, punched again. Several red lights are rushing towards the deep pit. Boom boom boom. The red light rushed to the deep pit, and there was a violent roar in the deep pit instantly. Several red lights burst out from the ground around the deep pit. Boom. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. The pit where a Sutsuki Shibai is located has a huge explosion. Uchiha Madara. That's, Might Guy, evening image of 8 inner gates formation? Hitaki Kakashi. According to Shibai's explanation, it looks like Uegata, but Koronaru changed the air cannon into a chakra cannon. Black Zetsu. Hei Ming suddenly disappeared just now. Could it be that he used the Flying Thunder God technique? Could it be that he can directly? Has the space set coordinates? A Sutsuki Kaguya. No, you misread Black Zetsu. I guess that Black Zetsu's disappearance just now is the use of time regression, which makes its power return to a more powerful state, along with the whole. The force displayed the evening image. Senju Tobarama. I agree with Kaguya's ancestor. Yamanaka Ino. I think so too. Hyeming has the ability to go back in time. If Shibai can't crack it, to a certain extent, Hyeming also has another meaning of Kangbao. Haruno Sakura. Furthermore, going back in time can bring Hemming's state back to its peak. If the fight continues like this, it's hard to say whether the two sides will win or lose. Onoki. You two girls, don't be so optimistic. Since Shibahu knows everything about Hyeming, there is no way to stop it. The thick smoke from the explosion quickly disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he appeared in another location. But, looking at the bottomless pit in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Llama. It seems that my full blow just now failed to cause any damage to Shibai. Nine Tails sighed helplessly. Naruto, maybe you should really follow their advice. Even if we don't know what the result will be after chakra is superimposed to give up the body, but at least when we have 10 Tails chakra to use the heavy particle mode, the intensity is stronger than ours. One person and one fox are many times stronger. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. It's useless, Kurama. A multiple of 1 is still 1. The same goes for 0. Nine Tails was startled when he heard that. But in the next second, it suddenly realized. Naruto's meaning clearly points to the threat posed to Shibai. Whether they are one person and one fox, or use the power of 10 tails to display the heavy particle mode. It's the same effect for Shibahu. You guessed it right, Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Shibai's body slowly floated out of the deep pit. Nine Tails stared suddenly with a pair of fox eyes upon seeing this. Sure enough, it is the same as before, because Sutsuki Shibai's body is not even stained with the dust of meaning. Naruto, When Nine Tails was distressed, he couldn't think of any other way to fight the enemy in front of him. What made the result even worse was that when Nine Tails wanted to talk to Naruto, he realized that the Yankton chakra that Uzumaki Naruto sent to him was much rarer than before. Not only that, Uzumaki Naruto's overall energy gives Nine Tails a far different feeling than it did at the beginning. What's going on? You obviously used time regression to return your state to the original state. I don't know very well. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. As early as after casting the evening image, Naruto felt as if part of his own power had been taken away. I thought it was a sequela after casting the evening image, but Uzumaki Naruto can cast time retrospect and return the state to the previous state again. However, to Naruto's horror, even after casting back time, his state is much worse than when he first came. Have you found it yet, Uzumaki Naruto? Atsutsuki Shibai smiled. It seems that you didn't listen to what I said before. The divine art is the art that all of you learn from. The heavy particle mode of 9 tails is the same. One of you and one fox in the heavy particle mode can not only explode your own strength dozens of times, but even reduce the vitality of those who touch it. It's a pity that the vitality is endless for me. Shibai paused for a few seconds, then scanned Naruto. The people I come into contact with can reduce his soul power. Uzumaki Naruto, there is something missing in your soul right now. The effect of any technique you perform will naturally be greatly reduced. You can go back in time, but the effect is much worse. Every time you return, the missing part of your soul power cannot be perfectly replenished. If it goes on for a long time, your various abilities will only become weaker and weaker. While speaking, the Tongshu cooking room spread out his palms. A bright energy ball rotated and appeared in his palm. Just like the shining galaxy Uzumaki in the distance. Sorry, Uzumaki Naruto, if you don't cross the body to reach the eternity of consciousness, I really can't make any bright discoveries. I can only look forward to that junior Atsutsuki Kaguya. After Atsutsuki Shibai threw the galaxy-like energy cluster in his hand, Koronaru could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in it. One person and one fox mobilize all the chakra in the body at one time, condensing a super-large spiral wheel. From the perspective of the audience in Beiming's world, they know how terrifying the power of the big spiral wheel in Haiming's hand is. In the hands of Haiming, the essential difference between Rasengan and Rasengan lies in the density of chakra. In comparison, the chakra density of Helix Luyu is much stronger than that of Rasengan. There is also the surrounding belt around the big spiral wheel, which looks like a planet with black and purple light colliding with the rotating Milky Way. Just judging from the appearance of the two techniques, it is clear which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Boom. The moment the roar of the explosion sounded, the black-framed screen suddenly shot out a dazzling white light. In an instant, the audience of Bai Ming World were all illuminated by the strong light and could not open their eyes. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, this light has even affected the Pure Land World, and can actually block the sight of the soul. Senju Hashirama. Madara, I can't see anything here, what happened? Senju Tobarama. What a terrible chakra confrontation. This is the first time I have seen such a dazzling scene. Uzumaki Kushina. Who has regained his sight, how is the battle going, and how is the child? Namikaze Minato. I still can't see it from here. The light lasts too long. Uzumaki Naruto. What's going on? I'm really worried. Onoki. This. To put it bluntly, I feel that Black Ming is more dangerous than good. Fourth Reikage. Atsutsuki Shiba is so terrifying. The energy he throws out makes me feel like he has the entire galaxy in his hands. Terumi Mei. Okay, the flash of white light has weakened, and I can vaguely see the screen now. Tsunade. That's Orochimaru. Did the strong light shine on the ninja world? The whole ninja world was affected? Twilight time. The sun keeps setting. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shines and illuminates the sky of the feature film. Ninja continent. Everyone was startled by this strange scene. What happened? Have no idea. This terrible light. No, there is an extremely terrifying chakra in this light, which is awe-inspiring and very ominous. How is it possible? Could it be that? At the same time, the country of waves. Grandfather. With a shout, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Oh, Inari. What happened? You look so anxious. A white-haired old man took a few sips of wine. Drunken eyes look at Zhi Nai, a young man in his 20s who rushed in. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed outside just now. The original dusk sky has become brighter. Hick, Dishonor burped. This is not something to make a fuss about. But on our bridge, several cracks suddenly appeared on the bridge deck. Grandfather, at this time, Dasna, who was still drunk and hazy, suddenly turned gloomy. Naruto Bridge. It is the bridge of hope connecting the Kingdom of Waves with the outside world. In this way, the Naruto bridge has existed for 20 years. It stands to reason that such a problem will not occur. However, Dasna quickly returned to his drunken appearance, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, nothing will happen. That's Naruto bridge. That boy Naruto, you also met him 20 years ago. Hey, who would have thought that the brat back then is now our supreme ruler?" Grandfather. Seeing Dasna's disrespectful appearance, Yila hurriedly stopped him and said, "How can you call your majesty directly? A little ghost is a little ghost, can't I, an old man, call him a little ghost? That's what I called him when I went to Konoha village." After a few seconds of silence, Dasna took a few sips of wine on his own, and his memory seemed to return to 20 years ago. He is Uzumaki Naruto, the Bridge of Hope. Hey, Grandpa, I think you've drunk too much. Yila shook his head speechlessly. No matter what, I'll call the bridge workers in the village to go to the car to see why. Somewhere in Ninja World, on the forest path, Uzumaki Boruto frowned. Grit your teeth hard. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Not comfortable? Uchiha Sarana seems to have noticed something is wrong with Boruto, and hastily asked with concern. After a while, Boruto shook his head and said, "It's okay, let's continue on our way." This scene was also seen by Hitaki Kakashi. "Kakashi?" Might Guy leaned forward and asked in a low voice. "No, it's okay, Guy. Maybe I don't know what kind of vision happened in nature, but I think it should have no effect on us." Hitaki Kakashi squinted his eyes habitually and smiled. Actually, he was also terrified in his heart. Uzumaki Boruto, who was fine last night, is a little out of his mind today. Especially after the white light flashed just now, Hitaki Kakashi clearly saw Uzumaki Boruto shaking his fists. Is there something wrong with the imperial capital? Kakashi muttered in his heart, and looked at the distance behind him. No, nothing will happen. Even if there is, Naruto is still there. Emperor capital of the Vortex country. In the room, everyone's expression is quite dignified. The white light that was shining just now, most likely caused by the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Atsutsuki Shibai. Are Hinata and the others emotionally stable? Grandpa, the mothers have been taken away by Jin and the others with an excuse. I think they don't know about the father. Uzumaki Nanjin finished speaking, took a few deep breaths, and tried to adjust his mentality. Minato, but we can't hide them forever. Uzumaki Kushina held his forehead with one hand, and his mental state seemed abnormally bad. Through the white light just now, did you perceive anything? She looks at Atsutsuki Kaguya. Kaguya instead looked at Nanjin again. If you go back to Grandma, the white light just now. It feels like a little bit of chakra from my father. Uzumaki Nanjin shrugged and pulled her head. She dared not say that in the white light just now, she could not only feel Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, but what she could perceive most clearly was another terrifying chakra. That feeling makes people tremble all over, and makes people feel very uncomfortable. Big Fox, how do you feel now? After hearing Shutsuru's question, Kurama shook his head. There is no response. Then it's no big deal. The fact that the big fox doesn't have any response proves that it has not dissipated in Naruto's body, and the chakra cannot return to its original form. That proves that Naruto and the big fox have not been threatened by their lives. Shukaku jumped towards the window with a flutter, looking directly at the sky outside. Sky's path. Look, the sky outside has already reached dusk. But overall it's sunny. If something really happens, I think the weather outside will definitely become very bad. Where does this fallacy come from? Atsutsuki Kaguya rubbed his temples. Shukaku's words made her feel even more anxious. She even once doubted whether Naruto's previous strategy could be executed smoothly. Does the fact that Nine-Tailsa chakra has not returned to its true form prove that everything is fine? Kaguya doesn't think so. After all, his opponent is Atsutsuki Shiba, and it is normal for everything to be completely destroyed in his hands. However, in the vast universe, Atsutsuki Shiba stands in midair. Look at the mess below. No consciousness is detected. Uzumaki Naruto's body was completely disintegrated by my power in the collision just now, but Atsutsuki Shibahu does not have any emotional changes. The tone was calm. It seems that he failed. His body and consciousness were swallowed up by the power just now. And the 9 tails in his body. Sutsuki Shibahu lowered his eyes slightly, with a little dissatisfaction on his face. As a mortal, it is really ridiculous to not listen to my advice and fight against gods with a mortal body. I actually wasted so much time on this kind of person. Forget it. In this case, I have to go and find a Sutsuki Kaguya myself. Did it fail? The audience of Bai Ming World were stunned and stunned. Sutsuki Shibahu spoke. According to the meaning of his words, Uzumaki Haiming's body and consciousness were completely destroyed in the collision of forces just now. Even the 9 tails and chakra in the body did not get the chance to return to their true bodies. Uzumaki Kushina. How is it possible, this? Namikaze Minato. Kushina, don't think too much about it, things may not be like this. Tsunade. If that's the case, does it mean that 9 tails chakra was wiped out along with Shibahu, so there's no way to bring back any information? Orochimaru. Yes, if something happens to Naruto-kun, the people of the ninja world will just wait in vain. Jiraiya. The gap is huge, really huge. Uchiha Madara. Now it all depends on Sutsuki Kaguya. I think based on Shibaju's situation, even if there is no information brought back by 9 tails, he will tell Sutsuki Kaguya about his affairs, and even lead him to fight with Kurenai. Tell Kaguya everything together. Senju Tobirama. Then can Kaguya defeat Shiba after reaching the level of consciousness? Sutsuki Kaguya. No, even if I reach the level of consciousness, the gap between me and Shibahu will still be very obvious. We are both Sutsuki, and I am 1 level lower than him. Black Zetsu. Hey! Is Uzumaki Black Ming finally over? The man who created an era is so vulnerable in front of the gods. Haya ga Hinata. Wait a minute, look, Naruto-kun. Is that Naruto-kun? Uzumaki Kushina. Aware inside. Haruno Sakura. On the screen, the frame of the screen has not changed, it is still black, it is black. Yamanaka Ino. Sure enough, that guy is not dead. Maoyue Shion. Wait. Then. Where is he? Tick-tock. Uzumaki Naruto lies in a space filled with water. Looks up at the ceiling. Where is this? Who am I? By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes tightly and felt dizzy. The battle with Sutsuki Shibai just now is vivid in my memory. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have a splitting headache, and he tapped his head lightly a few times. Kurama. Did that strong force directly separate Kurama and me? However, what is my situation? Soul. Could it be that after I died, my soul entered the Pure Land world? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up directly at. It's really strange, why does this pure world look like this? It looks like it's the first time I've ever seen Kurama's sea of a spiritual consciousness. Uzumaki's chaotic thoughts made the audience of Baming World stop breathing suddenly. Wait a moment. What is that door behind him? Could it be the sealed gate of 9 tails? At least it looks very similar. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Could it be that after the battle between Uzumaki and Shiba, he traveled to other time and space? Senju Tobirama. Is it possible that Uzumaki Kurenai's timeline has moved forward? I have seen that the moment when his fists and feet collided with Shibaju's, the space would vibrate and generate electricity. Finally. It is not impossible for the collision of such huge energies between the two to cause chaos in time and space. Jiraiya. Does it mean that Kid Koronaru has traveled back to the past timeline? Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, with memories, opened the 2nd week of life. Do you want to start again? Tsunade. That's not okay, because Sutsuki Shibai will definitely find out about his existence. Terumi Mei. Wait a minute, look, 9 tails seems to be afraid of him. Tamari. Not afraid, but frightened. Uzumaki Naruto seems to sense something strange behind him. He who was still sitting on the ground slowly turned his head around. In an instant, his eyes froze, but then he said happily, Kurama, you are also here. However, why are you still inside the sealed gate? What the hell happened? Behind the sealed gate, the huge body of 9 tails kept shaking. With eyes wide open, staring at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. You. Looking at 9 tails' nervous look, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head suspiciously. It's me. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, partner, you won't forget who I am, right? Why are you sleeping with such big eyes? Llama. What's wrong with you? Uzumaki Naruto still did not forget to communicate with Nine Tails in front of him with his habitual tone. Who knows, as soon as this remark comes out, the Nine Tails in front of him even jumped up in fright. Uzumaki Naruto. No, 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 Bai Ming, come here quickly, you brat. Hey Ming ran into your spiritual consciousness. Audience. Silence. Nine Tails crazily shouted through the screen and resounded through the entire ninja world. The sound of its roar made the whole body go silent. But soon the entire ninja world uttered the same scream as Nine Tails. Uzumaki Black Naruto ran into our world. Nine Tails' shout made the audience of Bai Ming world dumbfounded on the spot. Nine Tails' panicked expression on the screen doesn't look fake. In particular, the other party called out the distinction between Uzumaki Black and Uzumaki White, which is enough to show that the Nine Tails on the screen should be the Nine Tails of this world. However, Uzumaki Kurenai was stunned. What a black cry, what a white cry. Who is Himing? You. You. Nine Tails pointed at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him with difficulty. Why did Hei Ming suddenly come into Bai Ming's spiritual sea of A consciousness? The entire Nine Tails fox is dumbfounded. What does this mean? Does it mean that Hei Ming wants to occupy Bai Ming's body? Hey, Naruto. Stop staring blankly at the screen, quickly return to the sea of A spiritual consciousness to see if Himing has gone to your spiritual world. In the stands of the Nin exam, Uchiha Sasuke was busy urging the confused Uzumaki Bai Ming. Yes, Naruto. Now only you can truly confirm whether Hei Ming has come to our world. Everyone around him followed Uzumaki Bai Ming. The current situation is very critical, regardless of how Uzumaki's Black Ming's consciousness directly entered Bai Ming's spiritual space. But if Himing's consciousness is discovered by Asutsuki Shiba, the other party will definitely not give up. By then, this ninja continent will also be destroyed. The more important point is whether Uzumaki Black Ming really came to the world of Uzumaki White Ming. Today's audiences also know that the world like them is not single, and there may be other parallel ninja worlds. Other parallel ninja worlds may not be like them, with Uzumaki Black name and Uzumaki White name. Now the only way to know the specific situation is to let Uzumaki Bai Ming of this world return to his spiritual world. Why did that guy come to our world? What's happening here? Uzumaki Bai Ming was startled. Idiot Naruto. Now it's for you to confirm whether there is something strange in your spiritual world. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but shoved Bai Ming. Uzumaki Kurenai's arrival made him even more excited. As for why he was excited, Sasuke couldn't tell in his heart. Perhaps it is the recognition and affirmation of Naruto, a close friend, but Himing's performance is better than that of Bai Ming. I know. Look at how excited you all are. Uzumaki Bai Ming pursed her lips and closed her eyes slightly. Soon, he returned to the spiritual space where he coexisted with Nine Tails. In the next second, Uzumaki Bai Ming appeared on the screen. Immediately afterwards, in the real world, Uzumaki Bai Ming suddenly opened his eyes again. Surprised, he shouted, "He is really in my spiritual world. Hello. Why did you come to my spiritual world? That. You guy." The appearance of Uzumaki Bai Ming made Uzumaki Himing startled, and Bao stood still. Who are you? Idiot. I am you, and you are me. However, the two of us are not Uzumaki Naruto from the same dimension. Bai Ming pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Uzumaki Bai Ming was not as excited as others about seeing Uzumaki Himing. After all, this is an existence that I want to compare with. More importantly, Himing's behavior and results seem to be more acceptable. Forehead. I see. Looking at the 12-year-old Uzumaki in front of him, much shorter than himself. Hei Ming touched his chin, thought seriously for a long time, and then suddenly realized. No wonder the llama just called me Hei Ming, and also yelled at Bai Ming. So you are Uzumaki Bai Ming, and I am the Uzumaki Black Ming it calls? Well, you are quite smart. Bai Ming pretended to fold his hands in front of his chest. His actions made the audience of Bai Ming world speechless on the spot. Uchiha Madara. Good guy. This guy Bai Ming actually said that Hei Ming. Senju Tobirama. Well, it feels like Bai Wu is smarter than Hei Ming. Yamanaka Ino. I don't even dare to speak loudly. Bai Ming, be careful. Hey Ming is not easy to mess with. Uzumaki Kushina. It's okay. How could there be a problem with these two children? Shimura Danza. That's not necessarily true. Asutsuki Shiba killed all the Asutsuki Shiba in other dimensions. There's no guarantee that Black Ming won't take action against Bai Ming. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, uncle, we are not Asutsuki Shiba. What are you doing? Uzumaki Haiming looked at the angry Uzumaki Baiming and asked curiously, who are you talking to? Forehead A. How should I explain it to you? Uzumaki Baiming scratched his hair. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his fist. Chakra is an important product that connects the consciousness of two people. Let's bump our fists, and you can tell me what I want to tell you. Seeing Bai Ming's extended fist, He Ming didn't think much. The moment the two fist bumped, a large number of memories about Bai Ming poured into He Ming's mind. This is. Uzumaki Kurenai frowned, quietly digesting everything in it. About Bai Ming's past and the comparison between Black and White Ming, everything entered his sea of AA consciousness. As you can see, compared to me, they may like you more. Uzumaki Baiwu sighed. Looking up and down, Uzumaki looked solemnly. But asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Uzumaki Haiming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ming. How come I came to your world, and my consciousness entered your spiritual world? Wouldn't you become Uzumaki Lama Jinsha Riki from now on? Uzumaki Bai Ming. Idiot, what are you talking about? Audience. At this moment, the audience of Baiming World seemed to have forgotten the terrifying atmosphere brought by Asutsuki Shibahu. What is Uzumaki saying? Is he kidding? Or, Jiraiya. This kid's behavior is so stupid. Namikaze Minato. Ha ha ha. How should I put it? Uzumaki Kushina. PFF'd. This kid is very optimistic. It's this time, and he's still joking. Stop joking. Your consciousness has come to me. What about the ninja world in your world? And your family, they? Uzumaki Bai Ming's words were a little fierce. Uzumaki Hyeming did not immediately answer Uzumaki Baiming's words. At this time, he was still a little confused. However, through Bai Ming's memory, he understood everything. This place should be the world that appeared in his dream. The timeline is during the Nin exam. Without thinking about anything else, Uzumaki suddenly burst out with a strong chakra in his consciousness. After a few seconds, he opens his eyes again. So it turns out that everyone can really use the content on the screen to chat in the discussion group. At the same time, a name suddenly joined the discussion group. Uzumaki Naruto. Shimura Danza. Yeah. You were able to crack this miracle and just joined the discussion group? Black Zetsu. How did you do it? Is Uzumaki black? Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know, I just tried to sense the big screen in the sky, and I came in. Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo, it's been a long time. Shimura Danza. Who wants to see you? Damn you. At this moment, the entire Baiming World audience exploded. Uzumaki Haiming actually directly deciphered the miracle of the big screen through his personal ability, and successfully connected into the discussion group. Could it be that this miracle was really the work of Uzumaki Koronaru? But what is his purpose in doing this? Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, don't say that, at least you were my strong opponent once. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, don't praise Danzo like that. I remember that Danzo was always played around by you, and he made great contributions to your unification of the Junin world. Orochimaru. Old man, you are really hypocritical, isn't it time for you to hate Naruto-kun? Shimura Danza. HMPH. Hiruzen is like this, not like me. Even if Kuro Naruzen has already possessed the power like a god, I will not give in. Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha. Danzo is still the same as before, he is still so thick-skinned even if he talks hard, but to my surprise, after learning the truth, Obito and Black Zetsu cannot be so harmonious in a cave. Stay. Black Zetsu. HMPH. That's because this miracle has a power that we can't live without, and under its existence, we can't fight in a real sense. Hitaki Kakashi. No, didn't you two call each other brothers and sisters after learning the truth? Might Guy. Wait a minute, Kakashi, why is Haiwu able to send chakra with Baiming, this miracle? Uchiha Madara. It doesn't have any effect on Black Naruto, right? Is it true that, as those two girls said, this miracle came from Uzumaki Black Naruto? Haru no Sakura. Huh? Did Ino and I really get it right? Senju Tobarama. Another explanation is that Hymenga's strength has exceeded the existence of this miracle. Uzumaki Kushina. Son, how are you feeling right now? Uzumaki Naruto. Mother, to be honest, I feel pretty good now. Namikaze Minato. I remembered that after your battle with Shibahu. Shibahu said that he could no longer feel your consciousness, but with his ability, he should be able to feel that your consciousness has come to this world. Uzumaki Naruto. This question. Faced with Namikaze Minato's question, Uzumaki touched his chin again, then touched his head and smiled. I'm not very sure either. Uchiha Obito. Don't talk about this for now, Hymen. I want to ask, in your world, is Kakashi married, and Uzumaki Naruto. I guess you actually want to ask Hitaki Kakashi if he is with Nohara Rin. Currently, he is not. Due to your question, Rin is your companion. Feeling guilty for her mother and father, Nohara Rin is now willing to stay with her mother as a servant and take care of her daily life. She wants to use this to make up for the fault of your illness because of her. Uchiha Obito. It's all my fault. Rin Nohara. Huh? I don't think it's a punishment to greet Kushina's sister. Uzumaki Naruto. Obito, that's a shame. After reading so many things about my future, why do I still look hopeless? Uchiha Obito. Asutsuki Kaguya. What are you doing? Is this the time to ask these boring things? Beiming also said just now. How did you come here, and what should people in your world do? Do you really want me to deal with Asutsuki Shibai? Asutsuki Kaguya's question quieted the noisy discussion group. Asutsuki Shibai, his existence is like a time bomb hanging in everyone's heart. Yes, what about Asutsuki Shibai? Uzumaki Beiming once again looked up and down hemming, and then his eyes rolled, as if remembering something. I see. Since you ran to my spiritual sea, as you said, I am now Uzumaki Lama Jincha, Riki. Should I be the one to defeat Shibai? Uzumaki Beiming's words immediately made Nine Tails jump up. Idiot, don't talk nonsense. However, Uzumaki Hymen said seriously, no, with your current strength, even if you become the Uzumaki Lama Jincha, Riki is not Shibaju's opponent. To deal with him, it's not a matter of strength or not. Of course, no matter how powerful an ordinary person is, it is impossible to surpass his strength. Nine Tails. Does this kind of thing need to be said in a serious way? Isn't it obvious? However, as you can see, I have now come to Bai Ming's spiritual space in the form of consciousness. And just now, I sensed my current power. I can walk out of Bai Ming's spiritual world at will, and then stay in this world, and I can transform into a body that suits me. That means, now I have reached the eternal level of consciousness of Asutsuki Shibahu. Humph. You don't need to explain, we can all see it. Uzumaki Beiming said dissatisfiedly. The same as Uzumaki Naruto. Why is there such a big gap? What's even worse is that I came to meet you who are so powerful, why not me from another dimension to meet you? Uzumaki Hei Ming. So, even you have already discovered it. Ah, what do you mean? Namikaze Minato. But how do you do it? You don't stack chakra anymore, it shouldn't reach this level yet. Uzumaki Naruto. Father, when Shibai threw an energy ball and collided with my big spiral wheel and exploded, at the last moment I used the power of the Juguyu reincarnation Sharingan to absorb part of the chakra of the galaxy energy group. I think it was this that led me to conscious eternal existence. Senju Tobarama. So that's the case, did you superimpose chakra to such a level at the critical moment? Uchiha Madara. You are really a gambler. If this absorption fails to reach the eternal existence of consciousness, wouldn't it be completely destroyed? Asutsuki Kaguya. And Shibai's time reversal against you is not only a weakening of soul power, but the last blow should carry the power to restrain time reversal. Uzumaki Naruto. Shibai seems to be less patient than me. Uzumaki Kurenai smiled and patted the back of his head. For coming to Beiming's world, he didn't feel superior. It's like knowing Beiming's past and future, and dealing with everyone with Beiming's vision and handling of things. The overall impression given to the people of Beiming world is very friendly, and the relationship between the two parties has been quite harmonious from the beginning. Although, there are many people who are so excited that they can't even speak. But my father reminded me just now. At this time, Uzumaki Kuromaki's expression suddenly became serious. Father said that after the Great War, Shibai did not directly detect the existence of my consciousness. There are only two explanations. One is that he was careless, and he didn't put his heart into investigating at all. 2. Bar facing He Ming's sudden pause, Bai Ming moved anxiously to him. You said it, I'm really anxious. However, Uzumaki Himing was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, the second possibility is that my ability surpasses him, so he can't detect it. However, I am not sure about the reason for this. Everyone was shocked by Uzumaki's statement. Now that I think about it carefully, as long as Shibahu wants to investigate the consciousness of someone in a certain dimension, he can definitely detect it. However, he had no means to investigate Himing's consciousness, thinking that he had wiped out Himing's body and soul consciousness together. This shows what? Did Asutsuki Shibai really not try to find out? As for the god Asutsuki, Shibai still wants to evolve towards the ultimate direction. Since he can take the initiative to find Kuromaki, it is absolutely impossible to be careless about him. In this way, the only reason is that Kuromaki's so-called ability has surpassed Asutsuki Shiba layer in a certain level. That's why the other party couldn't perceive the existence of Uzumaki Black Ming. Uchiha Madara. No. Impossible, if you surpass Shibai, doesn't it mean? Senju Tobarama. Have you reached a level that Shibai said he couldn't reach? Asutsuki Kaguya. Really? God? Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, as expected of Mr. Naruto. If this is the case, then this miracle of watching movies must be done by you, it is too shocking. Uzumaki Naruto. Ah. Is that right? I don't know too well. I'm thinking now if I have really reached the so-called level that Shibai said, what is the reason? How did I get to this level? I'm just a person who wants to live a stable life. I don't want to be the so-called real god in the mouth of Asutsuki Shibahu. Besides, I was originally not on the same level as him, how could I surpass him all of a sudden? Uzumaki's doubts are also everyone's doubts. As he said, Himing, who has not separated from the body to achieve eternal consciousness, is like the light of fireflies competing with the bright moon compared with Shiba. Moreover, the reason why Kuro Ming can reach the eternal level of consciousness is because he absorbed a trace of chakra from Asutsuki Shiba at the most critical moment. No matter from any point of view, it is impossible for Uzumaki to surpass Asutsuki Shibai. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, what is the reason for this? It's really puzzling. Namikaze Minato. I can't figure it out either, but I think it's a good thing for you, isn't it? Have you really become a god? The audience in Beiming World was extremely suspicious. When Uzumaki came to Beiming's world, it didn't seem to have changed much. Even the conversation between him and Bai Ming revealed a natural sense of stupefaction. However, compared to meeting Shimura Danza and Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki's mood is quite stable, and he doesn't have much prejudice against these two people. Still able to maintain a quite peaceful mood to chat with them. There is no personal emotion at all. Is it the contempt for the two, or Himing's mentality has now reached the point where he is calm about everything? But everyone regarded you as a real god before this, didn't they? Uzumaki Bai Ming curled his lips at Kuro Wu. In addition to Momoshiki and Ichishiki, Kaguya will tell you that Shibai is the legendary Asutsuki who became a god. But other people have never recognized him as a god. However, almost everyone in your world respects you as a god. In their hearts, Shibai is not a god. The real god is you. Bai Ming's words startled He Ming. Looking at the other party in disbelief. Is this kind of thing related to what I said? He Ming frowned, puzzled. Bai Ming raised his head and thought for a while. I don't know, but I can't think of any other explanation. However, Uzumaki Beiming's explanation stunned the entire audience of Beiming World. Especially Hidan. He thought for a long time, and suddenly came to his senses. Hidan. Ah. I understand what that kid Bai Ming means, I understand very well. This is the power of faith, ha ha ha. Hidan. Just like my attitude towards the evil god, devout belief is the channel through which the evil god bestows on me power. I can kill him to gain power. This behavior is my most sincere belief in the evil god. Kakuzu. Huh? Impossible, is there really such a saying? Deidara. Oh. I seem to remember that the temple where I used to be was visited by many people before, but it was abandoned later. Orochimaru. It is rumored that the more people go to the temple to worship, the more effective it will be. I have heard many such rumors. Is it true that everything in the world is so magical? Nagato. But you are really sure that you can use your consciousness to cross dimensions and travel between the two worlds at will, and can reassemble your body according to your mind? Uzumaki Naruto. Well, I can feel my own strength, it is indeed completely different from before. Even, I think fighting Shibai again, I may not lose to him. You must be able to win, but you can't live up to everyone's expectations of you. Uzumaki Beiming immediately interrupted Himing. The look is serious. Although I don't quite understand the beliefs they talked about, but I know that no matter the people in your world or the people in our world, I hope you can defeat a Sutsuki Shibahu. Although I never thought that your development would be so different from mine, I am sure, and I hope you can win. After all, you are Uzumaki Naruto. There is nothing wrong with Bai Ming's words. At least in everyone's heart, they are more eager for Uzumaki to beat a Sutsuki Shibai. If it is said that people in Himing's world believe in him unconditionally because of Himing's existence, people in the world of Beiming can only pin their hopes on Uzumaki Black Ming. A Sutsuki Shibai is clearly the type of person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. No one can guarantee that a terrible guy who can even devour himself will do terrible things in the future in order to reach the level of a true god. Uchiha Madara. I thought it was just a fun show, but in the end we can only hope that Kuromaki will defeat Shibahu. Senju Hashirama. Madara, this is not like you. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, compared to the existence and power of a Sutsuki Shiba, I can feel how small we are. Even the Sage of Six Paths or the ancestor of Kaguya and the rest of a Sutsuki are nothing compared to Shiba. It is worth mentioning that even though we are already dead souls of the Pure Land, Shibai's power really wants us to perish, so we can only sit and wait for death. Senju Tobarama. Exactly, if the soul dies, then nothing really exists. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, what do you think? What is the position of Hokage, which I have been fighting for my whole life, compared to these things? Shimura Danza. Forget it, I have nothing to say, the matter has come to such a point, it is so easy for you guys to deal with me, no matter what my means are, it will not help. A Sutsuki Hagoromo. Don't talk about the position of Hokage. What can infinite Tsukuyomi technique count? A Sutsuki Kaguya. I'm not happy to say that you are a child of my will, but compared to Shiba, my existence is nothing. Black Zetsu. Mother. Uchiha Obito. So, Koronaru, you're going back to your world to fight Shibai, right? If you win. Nohara Rin. Obito. You mustn't involve me in this situation, idiot. Hitaki Kakashi. Obito, he must be worried about what will happen to me and Lin in the world over there, poor Obito will definitely die of anger. Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha, you guys are quite interesting. This feeling is much more harmonious than ours. Hitaki Kakashi. Well, Obito is just worrying too much. In this world, he and Lin are both in the Pure Land world, but I am in this world and he is worried about things in your world. Maybe his idiot appearance has not changed. In the spiritual world, Uzumaki Kuraning had a slight smile on his face, but it seemed to be full of gentle strength. Bai Ming was a little dazed looking at it, he was taken aback, and asked. I really want to ask you a question. You have done so many things before, have you ever regretted it? Why do you ask like that? Himing was still smiling, but he was ill and did not return to Uzumaki Beiming. Because when you blew up the commercial street back then, although Myanmar was wearing a mask, when he saw innocent children being involved in Konoha Honkai's plan, his body visibly trembled slightly. And they told me that the power of pupil technique comes from the heart. Your ability to go back in time has already given you everything you are now. I think maybe you think that what you have done is not correct, so you will have such power. Uzumaki Black Ming raised his head and took a deep look into the distance. Finally laughed. I don't know, but I know that if you follow my route, you really won't be able to activate the ability to go back in time. But what does it all matter? When Uzumaki Beiming envied Uzumaki Black Ming, why didn't Uzumaki Black Ming envy some of Bai Ming's life past? With everyone's help, Bai Ming kept growing and became a great hero. Uzumaki Black Ming is carrying the ninja world with his own strength. Everyone in the world of Beiming, after viewing the lives of the two of them, had a great change in their hearts. Coupled with the existence of Haiming, they have reached an unprecedented harmony. In Haiming's world, those who were his former opponents, even if they were resurrected, still would not recognize the existence of Haiming in their hearts. As Uzumaki Naruto, which whirlpool Naruto is happier? Well, little dwarf, I'm going back. My wives are still waiting for me for dinner. Uzumaki Kurenai touched Uzumaki Beiming's head. Bai Ming jumped up immediately. Bastard, who do you call a little dwarf? Do you call yourself? Don't forget, you are not much taller than me at this age. Also, there, damn guy. Why do you have so many wives? Even little Sakura likes you, it's really annoying. That's not because you are dull enough. Let Shizuka from Nadeshiko village not want it, you deserve it. Hiya, ga Hinata. That. Uzumaki Black Ming. Ahem, I mean, Hinata is definitely a good girl, it's really cheap for you kid. Hinata, you can't change someone. You're really annoying, you should leave quickly. Uzumaki Beiming gently pushed Haiming, signaling him not to speak anymore. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be able to get a girlfriend. The two look at each other. Uzumaki Beiming suddenly stretched out his fist again. Hey, be sure to defeat Asutsuki Shibai, your family is waiting for you. The vast universe. Asutsuki Shibahu looks at the distant place, where is the blue earth? Kaguya thought Uzumaki Naruto was fighting me? She doesn't seem to realize that guy no longer exists. However, that guy's children have a lot of good talents, and they didn't get 100% affected by the stillness of time that night. Shibai murmurs to himself. The next step is to let Kaguya take over Uzumaki Naruto's work, let her rely on Uzumaki Naruto's daughter to perform time reversal superimposed chakra. So, why don't you just help Asutsuki Kaguya? My family's Sumayer is very busy. However, just as Shibaju's voice just fell, a familiar voice suddenly came from the continent under his feet. Asutsuki Shibahu heard the words, couldn't help but pause, and look down. There is a little surprise in the puzzled expression. You are Uzumaki Naruto? It is Uzumaki Naruto. On the continent of the vast universe, Uzumaki Naruto, wearing a white windbreaker, quietly watching Asutsuki Jushi floating in the universe. This dress was put on by Mother Kushina before she left. On the cosmic continent without air circulation, the white windbreaker swayed with the wind. No. Asutsuki Shibai's expression suddenly became serious. The three eyes on his body keep looking at the strange guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. Except for the appearance as Uzumaki Naruto. No matter from any angle to observe and feel, the other party's aura and temperament are completely different from before. After a few seconds, Asutsuki Shibai said in a deep voice, You are not Uzumaki Naruto, who are you? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto smiled lightly. I'm back to find you, Asutsuki Shibahu. Let's continue to complete the unfinished work just now. Shiba lowered his eyes and looked carefully at Uzumaki Naruto below. This guy. Juju frowned, and the slight panic rising in his heart made him even more frightened. Afraid. Fear? What a joke. I am someone who has reached that level. No, it should be, God, Uzumaki Naruto, what happened, you seem to be different. Oh? Naruto chuckled upon hearing this. At the critical moment, I absorbed a little chakra from your magic. Achieved what you call the state of eternal consciousness. The audience of Bai Ming world became nervous again. This is God. The timeline does not exist for them at all. The timeline that takes place in Haiming's world is compared to the timeline of Bai Ming's Nin exam. In Haiming's eyes, they are all the same and can travel back and forth at will. Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, Koronaru's dimension is so dangerous. The born Asutsuki Shibai devours himself through time and space. I wonder why Koronaru didn't go back to their world thousands of years ago to deal with this only Shibai who has not yet reached the eternal consciousness. Wouldn't it be much simpler that way? Senju Tobarama. Perhaps this is our ordinary thinking, to seek good luck and avoid bad luck, but for the gods who can help people avoid bad luck, they probably won't do that. Black Zetsu. Didn't you realize it? If Madara had obtained this ability, how would she have responded to Shiba's inquiry? Uchiha Madara. Aren't you able to find out about my past history? Even asking such a question? Senju Tobarama. Nagato. Indeed, if it were me, I would respond in such an arrogant manner, but Himing didn't seem to. He actually told Shiba the truth. Sutsuki Kaguya. For the strong, there is nothing worth hiding. Oh? Uzumaki Naruto's calm state made Shiba even more irritable. He observes Uzumaki Naruto carefully. After a while, Juju let out a long breath. Aida-s just reaching the eternal state of consciousness, which is at the same level as me at best. As an ordinary mortal, you are 1 in a million and extremely precious. But, I am a Sutsuki. There will always be an unbridgeable gap between us. The moment the words fell to the ground, a Sutsuki Shiba arrived in front of Uzumaki Naruto in a blink of an eye. Just wanted to take action. Juju suddenly felt that his vision became strange. His whole body seemed to have been hit by some kind of force, and his body rotated half a circle counterclockwise. Boom. Another blow. Juju flew out on the spot. Uchiha Madara. What happened? Senju Hashirama. I don't know. I can't see it at all. Sutsuki Kaguya. Damn it, even I didn't see it clearly. Impossible. Juju, who slid hundreds of meters from the ground, worked hard to adjust his body. I went through the previous situation in my mind as if going back in time. Just when he came to Uzumaki Naruto, the opponent had already kicked him over with a sidekick. The moment he was about to fall to the ground, Naruto punched himself away again. It's so fast, I can't react. Juju is confused. This is the first time in his life that he has suffered such humiliation in battle. Juju, let me answer the unpleasant question you asked me before. How can we go one step further to reach what you call the true God with eternal consciousness? Uzumaki Naruto lifted his feet off the ground and floated over. As you said, when your consciousness reaches the eternal level, the absorption of chakra has no effect on you. It can be seen that chakra cannot affect the eternal level of consciousness. And what is consciousness? Is it soul power or some kind of more advanced existence? At least, consciousness is an invisible and intangible existence. Uzumaki Naruto paused, and said with a smile in his eyes, "This is thanks to the reminder from me in another dimension. Since consciousness is invisible and intangible, the power that can affect it is also invisible and intangible. Have you ever heard of the power of faith? Belief?" Sutsuki Shibahu was slightly stunned. But he smiled disdainfully and said, "Isn't that what you humans like to do? Placing your hope on others seems to be called praying to God and worshipping Buddha." J. Exactly. Uzumaki Naruto naturally heard the disdain in Shibai's words, but he didn't care too much. This is what I call the power of faith. The power of faith is the invisible and intangible power zone. It is the power of thought emitted from people's hearts. Before, I have never sensed this kind of power. The reason is that my personal level has not reached the level that can accept the power of faith. However, when I left my body and reached the eternal level of consciousness, that force continued to flow to me. Some people hope that I can defeat you and protect the world they live in. Of course, this kind of prayer is not a personal desire, and the power of faith will be even stronger. Hearing this, Sutsuki Shibahu suddenly woke up. After a flash of surprise, he smiled again. He, you mean that the power of gods is given by people? It's a bunch of nonsense, it's ridiculous. Mere mortals and ants, I let them exist just because I don't have the heart to deal with them. How can they give me strength? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, with a slight disappointment on his face, said, "This is your problem, Sutsuki Shibai. Although your power level has reached the eternal existence of consciousness, but the spiritual aspect is still stagnant at the beginning. You like this, how can you raise your level of consciousness again?" Boom. While Uzumaki Naruto was speaking, the energy cluster shining like a galaxy had rushed towards him. The huge energy blasted the hard ground into a bottomless pit in an instant. But to Shibai's horror, Uzumaki Naruto is still floating above the deep pit with his feet off the ground as before. Even the white windbreaker on him was not affected in any way. No, impossible, before I could kill you instantly. Hateful. Boom. A powerful momentum suddenly burst out from Sutsuki Yiju's body. The powerful force causes the universe to shine with light out of thin air. The entire continent under Naruto's feet is also shaking. Call. A strong wind passes by. Sutsuki Shiba appears in front of Uzumaki Naruto. He attacks Naruto like a violent storm. the battle between gods and gods begins again. However, this time, facing a Sutsuki Shiba, Uzumaki Naruto showed that he was able to do it with ease. Although both feet are off the ground and fists and kicks are added together, the force generated is still that the ground will break apart due to the impact. The space was shattered into strips because it could not withstand the collision. As the scope of space fragmentation becomes larger and larger, a space black hole is actually formed. The powerful attraction wants to suck the collapsed fragments of the continent and the entire continent into the dark space. Uzumaki Naruto saw this, stretched out one arm, and rotated casually. The next second, the black hole in the space suddenly disappeared, and the space stabilized. Then, facing Shiba's fists and kicks, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Shiba's wrist with one hand. Suddenly fell. Boom! A Sutsuki Yiju was thrown hard onto the mainland, and was immediately thrown into a deep pit. Appears again. A Sutsuki Shibahu is in a state of embarrassment. Uzumaki Naruto stared fiercely in front of him. Have you really reached that level? Looking at the faint golden light covering Naruto's body, a Sutsuki became more and more panicked. None of his techniques seem to have any effect in front of Naruto. Rebound has no effect, and other offensive techniques are also ineffective against him. Almighty is even more useless. For the first time, Juju felt truly panicked. This guy. Is it true that, as he said, the power that can make consciousness go further forever is the power of illusion? A Sutsuki Shibahu can't accept that someone is pressing on his head. Wada more, the other party is just an ordinary person. How to break ground on the head of his noble A Sutsuki? However, Shibai has to accept the facts in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto has indeed reached the point he imagined. However, at this moment, Itsuki Shibagwan suddenly remembered something. He stares intently at Uzumaki Naruto, who slowly floats towards him. If this guy really gave birth to this power because of people's thoughts, then just exchange my identity with Uzumaki Naruto, and I can get his power zone myself. Almighty. Just use omnipotence to change the object of those people's beliefs. What? The audience of Bai Ming World took a deep breath. Uchiha Madara. After Kuromaki told Shibahu the truth, I just felt a little uneasy in my soul, and that's where the problem lies. Senju Tobarama. Oh. It's so embarrassing. Why did Haiming tell Zhiguan the truth? Senju Hashirama. Madara. What to do? What to do here? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, don't make noise. You ask me, I will ask Wei. Black Zetsu. I don't understand what you are worried about. Uzumaki's level is now higher than Shiba's. Maki will definitely be able to resolve what Shiba can do. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, don't forget, omnipotence is Shibai's unique pupil ability, Black Zetsu. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Don't underestimate the 9 Magatama reincarnation Sharingan. Although that guy has not used the eye technique until now, who knows what he is hiding. Jiraiya. I think today's divine arts and pupil arts are of little use to real gods. The reason why Haiming doesn't use them must be because he understands this level. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Huh? White-haired brat, are you looking down on our pupil technique? Ext. The idea is settled. Juju showed a hint of joy. Take out 2 super strong galactic energy clusters from both hands, and throw them towards Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto saw this, and then swung, holding the 2 powers firmly in his hands. By the way, I threw it back to Juju again. Boom. Intense white light explodes from space, lacing away in all directions. Wherever the energy spreads, the meteorite belt is swept clean in an instant. After the white light passed, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the stars in front of him and said calmly, has that guy's body been scattered? Uzumaki Naruto. Ah. What is that idiot doing? Shibai's body is broken, but his consciousness will not die. He must not know where to use his omnipotence. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, will it come to our world, or go to Kuraming's world? A Sutsuki Kaguya. It's also possible that he went to a world in another dimension. This. A Sutsuki Hagoromo. I think if Kuraming has really stepped into the realm of God, he should be able to capture Shiba's consciousness and stop him. Emperor capital of the Vortex country. Suddenly there is a roar in the sky. A Sutsuki Kaguya trembled when he heard the sound. What's going on? How could there be such a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the sky in such a clear sky? However, before everyone could figure it out, a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped everything in the world. White light dazzled past, and from a height of 10,000 meters, there was laughter. Ha 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 that's it. Didn't Uzumaki Naruto claim that the power of faith is needed to step into the realm of true God? Then I will take his power. This. The audience is dumbfounded. That white light should be a Sutsuki Shibaju's almighty technique, which changed the memories of everyone in the Black Ming world. Uchiha Madara. A Juju has good tactics, so I'd a situation of one thing and another. Senju Tobarama. Hey, victory is just around the corner. Uzumaki Kushina. Don't panic yet, I believe that kid will find a way. Namikaze Minato. Actually, I think Shiba is already panicking. Could it be that he doesn't understand that Naruto, who is in a higher level than him, can't think of his methods? As time passed by, a Sutsuki Shiba spread his hands, his body glowing with light that could not be detected by the naked eye. Why can't you feel any effect? Uzumaki Naruto, that bastard, he is lying to me. Lie to you? At this time, a familiar voice came into the ears of a Sutsuki artist. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. I didn't lie to you. Now that my power is above yours, everything related to me is naturally beyond your control. The people of this continent are thinking about me, not you. Uzumaki Naruto's physical body is in sharp contrast to Shiba's trance-like energy body. He glanced at Shiba and shook his head helplessly. Shiba, from the beginning to the end, you have never stepped out of your identity as a Sutsuki. A Sutsuki is a Sutsuki, human beings are human beings, the same is true, and gods are gods. If your omnipotence is used in a world without me, you may be able to change the minds of those people, but you can't tolerate my existence and want to liquidate me at once, so you came to my world to change people's beliefs. But I'm sorry, you failed. The power of faith is not something you can obtain at will. This is directly related to the character of your Sutsuki clan. You habitually get something for nothing by absorbing the achievements of others, and forget your own practice. Unfortunately, the power of faith can only be gained step by step, and there is no way to obtain it easily. Uzumaki Naruto overlooks the entire continent, and smiles lightly. I spent decades creating all of this as a human being, and it's not something you can change with a random almighty magic. You bastard. Uzumaki Naruto. A Sutsuki Shibai roared furiously. If that's the case, then I'll destroy all of this. In an instant, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world was coming. Unfortunately, Naruto still had a smile in his eyes and sighed. It's really out of my mind. Juju, you and I are not on the same level now. To be precise, you are the most powerful Sutsuki ever. Not a god. Small. A Sutsuki Shibahu should be confused. His divine omnipotence failed. However, in this situation, he used his divine power to mess up the world of Himing as if it was the end of the world. In the sky sealed by dark clouds, the god of thunder in the entire continent. Earthquakes continue to scare people. The wind and waves rolled up by the sea made people in coastal areas stunned. However, all that a Sutsuki Shiba has done has intensified people's prayers for Uzumaki Himing. They didn't understand what was going on, but they knew they were helpless in the face of this disaster. In the Temple of Fire, there was no panic when the abbot struck the wooden fish. Calm at heart. Didera. All. Horn Hidan. Hidan. Hey. Why does that bald donkey look so much like me? Didera. Ha 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 ha, maybe in Himing's world, that would be you, Hidan. Kakuzu. I'm really dizzy. Did that guy really become a monk? Damn it. What the hell is going on? Shadow clone Uzumaki Boruto is floating in the air with two villagers in his hands. The specific situation is unknown, but I looked at it with my white eyes. It seems that disasters are also happening in the farthest direction where I look. Hyuga Haruki, who used the light and heavy rock technique, said anxiously. Kirigakure, 6th Mizukage Chojuro, under the observation of the telescope, he found that a huge wave of 100 meters was sweeping in the direction of Kirigakure a few kilometers away. Once a huge wave hits, the entire Yuanian village will be photographed into the seabed. Lord Chojuro. Don't panic. I believe His Majesty must have learned about this situation and will definitely take action. The village of waves in the country of Whirlpool. The huge earthquake put this former country of waves in danger. However, something strange happened. Almost all the villagers crowded on the Naruto bridge. Although the earthquake was strong and many houses collapsed, the Naruto overpass is still as stable as a rock. What on earth happened? In the room, a Sutsuki Kaguya feebly roared at the white Zetsu in front of him. I don't know either, but it seems that huge natural disasters are happening in many places. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu looked horrified. Through the underground tree roots, they are connected to almost all areas of the ninja continent. By extracting information about the vegetation, they feel the disasters coming from everywhere. Did you say that Shibahu called? Gia, Ki said suspiciously. Shukaku was right. It was fine when it was sunny, but now it's really dark clouds. The end has come. This stinky civet cat has a crow's mouth. Hey. Big Fox, how long has it been since this happened, and you are still here making sarcastic remarks? However, Nine Tails laughed. Why is the world like this? I guess Naruto must have suppressed a Sutsuki Shiba, and that guy Shiba was furious. I've seen too many scenes like this with Naruto. But now. Shukaku was as anxious as a monkey jumping up and down. But Shiba is angry, and our world is about to end. Who can think of a solution? At this critical moment, several white lights suddenly enveloped everyone. This is. In a distant village, Boruto was suddenly startled while flying in the sky. This warm feeling is like my father's chakra. Looking around, every person affected by the disaster escaped from the predicament in this strange light. Even the human beings and animals that had lost their lives miraculously came back to life. The strange phenomenon is an eye-opener for everyone. Another white light flashed across. The dark clouds in the sky slowly faded away, the earthquake stopped suddenly, and the roaring sea calmed down. Even the damaged housing construction is like going back in time, returning to its previous appearance. Uchiha Madara. What a miracle is this? A Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama. Is it a restoration technique that directly covers the entire world, or a Sutsuki Kaguya? Did the entire world go back in time? Even people's memories. On the screen, a white light flashed, and everything returned to calm. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the people in the kingdom of Whirlpool. They didn't seem to understand what they were nervous about just now, and they didn't understand why they were crying while hugging their relatives who looked confused. Obviously, after Uzumaki stopped a Sutsuki Shiba, he incidentally returned everything to before the end. Uzumaki Kushina. But why does that kid want to erase people's memories? Namikaze Minato. Perhaps it is best not to let people know that there are gods in this world. People have their own way of life. Knowing too many things will only increase worries. Rain Shinobi Village, on the high platform. Conan looked at the sunshine shining in the sky, and was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said to Tiando beside him, "It seems that the concert can come as promised." Uzumaki Tendu's expression froze, and he pretended to smile. "Mother, what are you talking about? Aren't we preparing the venue step by step? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." However, Conan gave Tiando a blank look and said in an educational tone, "Next time you should go and learn acting skills from Nanjin. Your acting skills are too bad, Tiando. Don't think that because you are His Majesty's children, you are special than us. Don't forget, no matter how special you are still are and His Majesty's children." This Tamari. What is going on? What does Conan mean by saying this to Tiando? Haya, ga Hinata. Could it be that? Haruno Sakura. It's a lie. Is it true that we all know what happened between Hymen and Shibahu, and we are just pretending not to know? Yamanaka Ino. Since we all know it, does that mean our memories are not affected? Conan. It looks like this to me. Dang. However, just when people were surprised, other sounds came from the screen. With the blessing of divine power, all online ninjas will be reborn. Everyone can gain several times the strength increase. Uchiha Madara. This is it. Senju Tobarama. Brother, my whole body is radiating light now. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, me too. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Impossible. Could it be that? A Sutsuki Hagoromo. Even I'm naked. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey. I feel like my power is much stronger. Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot, Uzumaki Kushina. Wait a minute, what about the child? The matter should not be over yet. Could it be that all this is really about the child? Tsunade. Look, it doesn't seem to be over. Vortex Empire City Gate. It's very lively today, the streets are crowded with people on both sides. I heard that His Highness Boruto returned from traveling outside today. Yes, there have been a lot of reports about His Highness Boruto in recent years. Hey, don't tell me, I have a distant relative in a village who is being helped by His Highness Boruto. I'm so jealous. Haha. Why are you so careless? From today on, we should change our name to His Majesty Boruto. Look, it's the third princess. The princess in the white trench coat is really handsome. That's for sure, she is the third princess of the empire. Wow. Everyone from the royal family came to greet His Highness Boruto, it's so grand. Everyone waited for a while, and several figures appeared in the distance. The leader is Uzumaki Boruto, who has been traveling for 5 years. Uchiha Sarana is even taller and more graceful. Father, mother. Sarana waved to Sasuke and to Yuya, ran forward quickly, and saluted Uzumaki Naruto's family. Haha, the granddaughter of the Makoto family looks so good. How have you been these past few years? How do you feel about our Boruto? Is he an excellent child? Mother. Uzumaki Hinata shyly shook Kushina's arm. Logically speaking, with Kushina's status and identity, there is no need to participate in such a scene. But Kushina didn't agree. I haven't seen my eldest grandson in 5 years, not to mention that after Boruto returns today, the enthronement ceremony will be held. How can she, a grandmother, not come? Grandmother. After Uzumaki Boruto returned, he quickly bowed to Kushina first, and then to the mothers. Well, Boruto, why didn't Mr. Kakashi and Might Guy follow you back? Hinata then realized that Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were not among the crowd. Boruto and others seemed a little embarrassed when talking about this. They were detained in Nadeshiko village by Shizuka's mother. Seems to be. How to explain it? 7th Hokage and Guy Senpai accepted the challenge from Shizuka-sama's village men and won, so. Zarana saw Boruto hesitating in embarrassment and quickly came out to rescue him. That's it. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Uchiha Obito. A unknown currency a Hitaki Kakashi. Obito, why are you laughing? Uchiha Obito. If I remember correctly, Nadeshiko village is a girl's village, and the man who was detained means Jiraiya. Probably marrying a ninja from Nadeshiko village. Might Guy. Wait a minute. Kakashi just needs to get married. How come you're detaining me too? Rock Lee. As expected of Mr. Guy. Might Guy. Wait a minute, Lee, this. A Sutsuki Kaguya. Well, this harmonious ninja world is really not easy. A Sutsuki Hagoromo. Mother, with the help of Hymen, our world seems to be very harmonious. Black Zetsu. Do you dare to be disharmonious? He can travel through any parallel world at will. Hate. Annoying. In the corridor of the large laboratory, 2 porcelain doll-like female dolls stuck out their tongues in dissatisfaction. One has the same hair color as Terumi Mei, while the other has silver hair. The other sisters and brothers have gone. Why can't we too go to meet brother Boruto? Faced with the girl's questioning, Yakushi Kabuto looked panicked. This. Yakushi Kabuto's whole body is numb. The 2 female dolls in front of me, who is it? That is Uzumaki Naruto's daughter. Even though they are only less than 3 years old, they can kill themselves instantly by raising their hands. Father is just partial and hates him. He puffed his lips. Yes, I hate him. The fierce looks of the 2 people frightened Yakushi Kabuto. His face turned purple, he was suffocated and wanted to flee the scene quickly. Wow. As expected of Orochimaru, did you really make this thing? Your Majesty is very grateful. Your Majesty is very grateful. Thanks to the abundant resources His Majesty has given me, otherwise I would not be able to think of such a thing in my life. Fortunately, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto's voice came from the laboratory, making the 2 porcelain dolls' eyes light up. The smoke drifted towards the laboratory in a flash. Father. The moment they saw Naruto, the 2 of them approached Naruto's face from left to right, and pressed their small faces against Naruto's face. "Oh. Why are you here?" Uzumaki Naruto, carrying 2 girls on one side and one on the right, asked with a doting smile. "I miss my father." The 2 hugged Naruto and kissed back and forth. This scene, watching Yukushi Kabuto was dumbfounded. "What did you say you hated your father?" It took less than a second for him to reveal his true colors. Heaved a sigh of relief, but Yukushi Kabuto's gaze remained on the invisible screen in the magical space inside the laboratory. One black and one white. He doesn't understand what Naruto wants this thing for. Uzumaki Naruto. Ah. These 2 screens are really the work of Koronaru. Orochimaru. This. It's wonderful, so I actually participated in the development of this kind of miracle. When will Naruto-kun come again and take me away? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, have a good time. Uchiha Sasuke. So the so-called god's blessing is actually a reward from the black? Uchiha Fugaku. Yeah, didn't he say he likes our world? Namikaze Minato. Hey, it turns out that the changes in our world come from him in the future. Black Zetsu. Huh. Who is that girl with silver hair? The first time I saw her, I felt that her eyes were quite round. Atsutsuki Kaguya. The topic that has been debated for decades is meaningless at the moment when Uzumaki becomes a god. Bloodline, enclosure? He can create it himself. Uzumaki Naruto. Don't expect him to become a god, but when I come into contact with him, I can feel his heart. There are many friends around me who support me in moving forward, but he has always been. I personally carry the ninja world on my shoulders, and after experiencing all this, I realized that he had to work much harder than me, so I feel that I am actually happier than him. Uchiha Sasuke. HMPH. You understand clearly, but everyone knows it. The result is perfect. At this time, the screen image began to become blurry. The sound of the waves spread throughout the world. The beach of Mikazuki Island is so beautiful. The sea breeze is even more refreshing. On 2 benches, Uzumaki Naruto and 9 Tails, wearing sunglasses, quietly enjoyed the sea breeze. Llama. Retired life is really so comfortable. Yes, Naruto. 9 Tails just finished speaking, but felt that he was being caught in someone's hand. Asshole. Who is so bold and doesn't know who I am? 9 Tails opened his eyes angrily. Oh, it turns out to be Lord Kaguya. Kaguya didn't care about 9 Tails' apologetic smile and placed it on the beach. I lay down next to Naruto and asked in a questioning tone, "Where did you go last night?" I went to a nice place to relax." Uzumaki Naruto took off his sunglasses, and there was always a slight smile in his blue eyes. "Oh? What a nice place. Do you want to take me to go wandering next time?" Facing Kaguya's question, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes moved slightly. The image of him standing 10,000 meters above the ground and summoning a black and white double screen comes to mind. "Hey, okay. If there is a chance, I will take you there. But you might be surprised. There are many familiar faces. Among them, there is an idiot named Uzumaki Naruto."